Chapter 881 Netherworld. Your Majesty? Su Yan, who was being held by the neck by the Wuxing Emperor, looked back subconsciously and was about to speak. The Wuxing Emperor glanced at Su Yan and said lightly, I know what you want to ask. But there is no good or bad strategy. Only success or failure. You can rest assured that if Jiao Tianxian Nu suddenly attacks, I can also stop him for a moment. This time is enough for you to escape. Wuxing Emperor said slowly. Jiao Tianxian Nu's brothers and sisters are one of Xian Nu's lifebloods. She absolutely cannot sit idly by. Of course, with Jiao Tianxian Nu's knowledge, she can naturally see at a glance that Su Yan himself did not take the medicine. But taking the medicine or not is not important at all. Su Yan only needs to stay alone with Ruan Nu to make Jiao Tianxian Nu restless. Fearing that Su Yan will be beastly and do his sister in the Lord of the Night's house, Wusheng Emperor needs Su Yan to lead Ruan Nu away, and she can discuss the rest of the things with Jiao Tianxian Nu. The main point is a psychological game. When Emperor Wuxi explained to Su Yan, everyone had already arrived in front of the Lord of the Night's house. Jiutian Zuan and Qiani Zuan were still in the house with their eyes closed, as if they were waiting for something. The Lord of the Night and Senior Ruan Nu were discussing something with a book. Qiani Zuan saw Su Yan coming in, glanced at the sky and couldn't help complaining. You were gone for 3 days and 3 nights. She went to Kunlun Lingshan and brought the news of the Taoist's destruction to Su Yan to tell him. The little fox was gone for 2 days and 1 night. The Taoist was even born before he was brought back. If it was a little later, Qiani Zuan might be confused. Could the fox have been assassinated on the way to Baiyu Qiongtai? Some things were delayed. Su Yan said with an erratic look. I felt something on the way and broke through to the Holy Spirit realm. But before that I met the Queen Mother and reported all the news you brought to the Queen Mother of the West. After Su Yan went out of this door, he first presented the information to the Queen Mother of the West, and then discussed Taoism with Brother Jin Lin at home for a night. The next day, he met the ancestor of Ing Long and went to the Dragon Clan to change the family tree. It happened that the immortal medicine was produced, so Su Yan went to the eastern world to break through the realm. Su Yan can come back now, which is fast. If it weren't for the birth of the Taoist Lord, Su Yan would probably still be in the Queen Mother of the West Temple to repay his gratitude. Go! Seeing Su Yan so normal, Wuxing Emperor completely forgot about the things he had discussed before. His eyelids jumped immediately, opened the storage ring and took out a jar of liquid medicine, poured it directly into the fox's pen holder, and then threw it to Ruan Nu. Until then, Su Yan, who was interrupted by Tianxian Nu, came back to his senses. Jiao Tianxian Nu frowned suddenly, and looked at Wu Shengdi, who threw Su Yan to Ruan Nu. Aphrodisiac. Wu Shengdi gestured to Su Yan to lead Ruan Nu away, looked at Jiao Tianxian Nu and said calmly, I just gave him a strong aphrodisiac, which comes from the southern world. It is said that it was used by the Dragon Clan in ancient times, and has a special effect on the Dragon Clan bloodline. That's not it. Jiao Tianxian Nu and Tianxian Nu looked at Wu Shengdi at the same time. Jiao Tianxian Nu looked indifferent and said calmly, You can't trick me. Although I lost, it doesn't mean I will sell out. The mouth of a fox is the strongest aphrodisiac. The blood of the nine-tailed fox makes him full of temptation. Wuxing Emperor smiled and said, Calling Senior a few times sweetly is enough to soften Senior Ruan Nu's heart. If Senior Jiao Tianxian Nu is willing to speak, you will definitely not see Su Yan for the next period of time. At least within a month. Wuxing Emperor looked at Jiao Tianxian Nu. Jiao Tianxian Nu looked at Ruan Nu, and the Lord of the Night, who were holding Su Yan and leaving. Her eyelids jumped involuntarily, and she was a little moved. Although she was persuaded by her younger sister's reason and reluctantly agreed to this marriage, it was really just a reluctant agreement. Jiao Tianxian Nu needed time to prepare herself mentally. One of the ancestors of the human race was actually mixed with a demon fox. Even if this fox like Jiaozi had extraordinary skills and noble status, Jiao Tianxian Nu was still reluctant. 3 months. Nine Heaven's mysterious lady retracted her gaze, looked at Wu Shengdi and said, Swear to the heavenly Tao that he will not appear in front of me for 3 months, and will not secretly come to meet with my little sister, and the transaction will be considered a deal. What oath to the heavenly Tao? Tianyi Nu suddenly interrupted and said, If you say swear. In fact, swearing to the 6 reincarnations will have the same effect. Tianyi Nu looked at Nine Heaven's mysterious lady and smiled, and this way the confidentiality effect is better and more effective. I never knew that I was so annoying. Nine Heaven's mysterious lady looked at Tianyi Nu indifferently. He said calmly, But those things are harmless. Just take the fox away now. When the dragon girl eats a lot, she will enter a period of rapid growth. Every time she grows, she will enter the molting stage. You should be able to see a dragon egg when you go there in a while. And she has a magic trick. Once she falls into the magic trick, she will be subverted. It's up to you how to arrange it. I have told you what to say and what not to say. The dragon girl was born from evil thoughts and negative emotions. And she has the power to seduce living things. It is one of the trump cards of the netherworld. If the time reversal goes smoothly, after Jiao Tianxian returns to the past, she will definitely wake up the dragon girl and brainwash Su Yin as soon as possible, so as to contain Shi Wang Mu and Ning Long. And Bai Zhe will not commit suicide. The netherworld started with a great start. But unfortunately, Jiao Tianxian did not count Ning Long. I don't know that Su Yin and Ning Long are mother and son. Otherwise, they would not have been defeated so quickly. Now. Right now. Take the fox and go. Jiao Tianxian said with a bad face, pointing to the gate. Wu Shengdi nodded slightly, turned around and chased in the direction where Su Yin and Ruinu left, preparing to take Su Yin to the Netherworld Hell base camp to suppress the dragon girl. What Jiao Tianxian said was almost the same as the information that Wu Shengdi got from Han Yi. The only difference was that Han Yi didn't know that the dragon girl had a molting period. When the dragon girl was in the molting state, she would temporarily lose her perception of the outside world, which was her weakest time. If you break in while she was molting, you will definitely be able to suppress her easily. But if you want to drive the dragon girl into the molting state, a large number of creatures need to die to generate a huge amount of evil thoughts and negative emotions. Let's go! The Emperor Wuxing entered the room, picked up Su Yin who was squatting on the small square table and talking to Senior Ruinu, and went straight to the North World, heading to the Netherworld between the North World and Nether City. Lu Wu, Kaming, and Ying Zhao led the 5 strongest plague envoys under the command of Queen Mother of the West, and followed behind the Emperor Wuxing to help. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Stay at home. Jiao Tianxian held Senior Ruinu and said. Chapter 882 Dragon Girl. Just stay at home obediently. Jiao Tianxian appeared in the house, held down Ruinu who was about to go out to the Netherworld, and said, now the outside world is in chaos, and the Emperor of Heaven has taken over our Netherworld responsibilities. No one knows what will happen in the outside world. Just stay at home and take care of your body. Ruinu, who was held down by her elder sister, looked at her elder sister with a sullen smile. Can't you even take a look? During the time she and Su Yin were in the house, nothing happened. Su Yin informed Senior Ruinu and the Lord of the Night about his promotion, and then prepared to go to the Netherworld base camp to suppress the dragon girl. This time going to the Netherworld, Su Yin is likely to become one of the main combat forces. Although Senior Ruinu's combat power is not strong, this is also relative to those perverts. And she also has a very strong auxiliary ability, so she wants to quietly use the rhythm to add some status to Su Yin. But unfortunately, she was confined by the 9 Heavens mysterious lady before she even walked out of the door. The Wuxing Emperor, who had already gone to the northern world, raised his hand shortly after landing and called out the Yuhua Saint Sun and the arrogant Huni in the past. Huni had not changed much from before, except that his expression of God is first and I am second had been restrained, and his originally sinister eyes had become much clearer, and he no longer had that arrogant look of glaring at people. Huni saw the Wuxing Emperor and Su Yin, who had already manifested the form of a young man beside her, and snorted lightly. It must be bad to see you. Tell me, what do you need my help with? I can go back after you're done. Because of his strength, even after being hit by the Wuxing Emperor's heavenly transformation, he still retained a part of his self-consciousness. But overall, he was still in a state of being unable to control himself. Once the Wuxing Emperor activated the Taoism, Huni would directly become a loyal dog. Although Huni can get rid of the control of will, it also takes some time. During this period, he is unconditionally obedient to the words of Wuxingdi. Wuxingdi tortured him to death. And now Huni has learned to speak in a short way. Whatever you say is what I will do. Take us to the Netherworld in secret, and then you go to find out the status of the dragon girl. After seeing Huni, Wuxingdi did not say anything and spoke directly. After being trained by the mother of Yuhua, Huni, although not loyal, will never do anything to betray. You are really bold. Huni sneered in his heart after hearing this. But he did not dare to say anything. He turned around and cut a space gap, opening a space door that belonged to him and would not be detected by perception. Come with me. The netherworld is adjacent to the north and Yudu. There are some areas where Inchi spreads. Occasionally, when Tubo is free, he will steal some spirits from Yudu and bring them to the netherworld for various things. It could be a sacrifice. It could be eaten. Some spirits were directly fed to the dragon girl. Wait for me here. Entering the base camp of the netherworld. It is no different from the blessed land and cave heaven outside. The environment is extremely beautiful, for rock platforms float in the sky. Some crystals at the bottom emit a faint light. It is completely different from the dark and oppressive atmosphere imagined. Only in the area close to the nether city, there was some een and death air floating around. That should be the residence of Tubo and the official palace that Huni mentioned. Huni said something to everyone. And then, he was ready to go to the palace to find out about the dragon girl according to the order of Emperor Wushing. But just after he took a few steps, he seemed to think of something, and looked at Su Yin fiercely and said, "Don't touch the 4 altars in the sky. There are netherworld 10,000 souls banners on them. If you dare to mess around, don't worry about me not reminding you if something happens." The 4 rock towers in the sky were the altars, where the 9 heavens mysterious woman worshipped the netherworld 10,000 souls banner. All the immortal witches would be resurrected in the towers after they died. But the essence of the netherworld 10,000 souls banner is actually a reward from the great Tao. And it is an object of heaven's will. It doesn't matter to Huni that Emperor Wushing and his men demolished the netherworld hell. But they should not run to touch the tiger's whiskers and lead the originally resurrected Lord of Heaven's will to the netherworld hell. Although Huni was unruly, he did not want to face the omniscient and omnipotent incarnation of the great Tao. The netherworld 10,000 souls banner? After Huni's reminder, Su Yin subconsciously looked at the 4 altars floating in the sky, and looked at the 4 slightly rotating small tornadoes inside the altars. Hey! Huni seemed to have sensed something, and just after taking 2 steps, he immediately turned back and shouted at Su Yin. Humph! After Huni interrupted Su Yin's delusion, he walked towards Tubo's residence. In the netherworld, there is no difference in status between Huni and Tubo. But there are some things that Jiao Tianxian Nu trusts Tubo more than Huni, although both of them are in high positions in the temple. In Jiao Tianxian Nu's heart, he is actually a high-level thug. Of course, Huni didn't care about it. He came to the netherworld just to take advantage of the situation to achieve his goal. Therefore, most of the things in the netherworld were actually decided by Jiao Tianxian Nu alone. Tubo was responsible for management, and Huni was an excellent executor. Whoever Jiao Tianxian Nu said to kill, Huni would kill him, and kill the enemy's family at the same time. Sister Long Nu, are you there? Huni entered Tubo's residence, opened a special secret passage leading to the underground, and went to a space outside the netherworld. This place should actually be considered in the nether city. The black fog was everywhere, exuding extremely strong negative emotions. Huni asked inside, and without getting any response, he walked straight in. There was a black pool at the deepest part of the secret room, which was extremely large. At the bottom of the pool, there were a large number of spirits rolling, and the black lines were all over their bodies, like meridians. Tubo dead. The black pool rippled, and the gray giant dragon head rose halfway from the bottom of the pool. The black vertical pupils stared at Han Yi, who came to the secret room, and said, "He is not dead." Han Yi seemed to have realized something and waved his hand quickly. Tubo just returned to his place. Tubo merged with the spirit of the Wanchuan River. Whether he was alive or dead, Han Yi could not define it. But now, he must not talk about these things in front of the dragon girl, to prevent this vicious thing from losing control of his emotions. "What are you doing here?" The dragon girl in the black pool was silent for a moment, and said to Han Yi, "I don't seem to feel that the power I lent you has brought back a suitable reward. This is different from what was agreed at the beginning. The price of borrowing power from me is to bring back enough food. You don't seem to have done it." Chapter 883. Have you also reached the rebellious period? Huni, this is different from what we agreed. I don't smell the scent of food. The gray dragon in the black pool seemed to have come to his senses from the news that Tubo was not dead. His vertical pupils looked deeply at Huni's low voice, expressing his dissatisfaction. In a sense, Tubo is one of the breeders of the dragon girl. As a thing formed by the aggregation of negative emotions, the dragon girl is not ruthless. On the contrary, his emotions are often more fierce and extreme. After the Tubo matter was settled, the dragon girl, whose sadness gradually faded, gradually became angry and directly questioned Huni about the transaction between the two. It lent power to Huni, but it was not for nothing. Every time Huni used the power of the Dragon Girl, he had to pay the Dragon Girl with food as a reward. What food are you returning? Hun, who was standing by the pool, was facing the angry Dragon Girl. His clothes and long hair were rustling in the strong wind. But he seemed not to care and said, Lady Jiao Tianxian Nu has been defeated. Now the netherworld is in chaos. The Taoist Lord from the outside world has come to the world, and is carrying out the feat of destroying the world and the spirits. There is food outside. I came back to open the door for you because of our past friendship. If it were someone else, I wouldn't bother to care about its life or death. Han was facing the angry Dragon Girl, and he didn't show any emotion. The Dragon Girl's emotions came and went quickly, as long as the logic was smooth and it was ensured that the Dragon Girl could benefit from it. This thing formed by the aggregation of negative emotions would soon become kind. The gray dragon head swayed gently in the black pool, staring deeply at Huni by the pool, and said in a low voice, You are no longer like yourself. Similarly, Huni cannot be so kind. If you do something insincerely, there will be unspeakable consequences, or you will have to pay a price. What exactly did you hide? 2 things. Huni looked at the Dragon Girl and smiled. The first is naturally to pay the previous reward. After all, I have no reason to be hostile to you. You are not a weak person, but something that can take away my bowl and pot. The second is naturally to make the situation here more chaotic. My action failed, and I did not enter the Hongming realm as smoothly as Tu Bo. If I can get your help, I believe I still have a chance to try. Huni looked at the Dragon Girl and said, What do you think? The Dragon Girl looked at Huni and suddenly laughed, and waves of dragon roars echoed in the secret room. Okay, let me help you again. Die! The dragon's mouth opened, and a gray beam of light shot out directly towards Huni. 5 heavens and 6 earths. The heavenly lord of the desolate universe. At the moment when the Dragon Girl made her move, Han Yi could not help but use her strongest move, merging her body with her own external alchemy magic god, unfolding the lost state, and instantly transforming into a 10,000-foot magic god to break through the space where the ink pool was. And the Emperor Wuxing, who was waiting outside, seemed to have sensed something and looked at Su Yan and said, Prepare to form a formation to resist the enemy. Han Yi failed to seduce the Dragon Girl and has entered the battle, and will come out soon. Failed? Su Yan, who was looking at the altar of the 10,000 souls banner, showed a little surprise after hearing this. He did not expect that Han Yi, who went in to investigate, would be able to fight the Dragon Girl to the death in less than an instant's stick of time. But considering Huni's foul mouth, it seems not incomprehensible that he can fight with his colleague Long Nu. We will set up a formation to suppress, and you will have to worry about other things. Lu Wu, Kaming and Ing Zhao did not stop after receiving the instructions. They took the 5 plague envoys to the edge of the netherworld and hid, preparing to ambush and assist, weakening Long Nu who would appear later. Wuxing Emperor, Yu was Saint's son, and Su Yan stayed where they were, waiting for Huni to lure Long Nu out. The method of returning to the void and merging with the Tao. Ripples appeared on Su Yan's body, and blood-red mist surged from his body. Layers of wriggling muscle tissues climbed on his body, driving his breath to gradually rise and deepen, emitting an out-of-domain breath. Sacrificial knife. Red jade hairpin sword. Tongyu divine sword. Su Yan integrated the sacrificial knife into his body, driving the assimilation of the Xiantong Holy Mother to activate, and the strengthened red jade hairpin sword was left as an ambush means. Su Yan held the Tongyu divine sword and looked towards the direction of the Tubo Public Affairs Hall, charging his strength. Next, as soon as he saw the Dragon Girl show up, Su Yan's strongest attack since he was born would definitely fall directly on the head of the evil dragon, severely damaging its body. Sword of the Holy Way. Emperor Wuxing didn't have as many tricks as Su Yan. With a soft call, dots of golden light emerged from the ground and gradually formed a golden long sword. Wuxing Emperor held it in his hand and looked at the location of the Dragon Girl. The son of Yuhua grew a pair of red membrane wings and flew high into the sky to prepare for an ambush. After a while, the space where the Netherworld Hell's base camp was located began to vibrate. The surrounding space barriers became illusory, and the scenery of the northern world and the Netherworld could be vaguely seen. Some of the Netherworld Hell's holy spirits and gods who stayed in the base camp were shocked by the sudden scene, and they didn't know what was going on. Honey! Let me lend you a hand. A thunderous dragon roar erupted from the ground, and the dark fog and ink-colored pool water splashed out from the ground. A 3-headed, 8-armed humanoid demon god broke out of the ground, brandishing a weapon full of curses with a ferocious face, and slashed at the ink pool water that was chasing after him. Roar! The dragon girl squeezed out of the tunnel and bit Hun Yi, who had manifested Zhao Hua Huang Yu Tian Zun. When its mouth opened wide, the size of its mouth alone was comparable to Zhao Hua Tian Zun. Zhao Hua Tian Zun, who had not devoured enough living beings, could not launch an effective resistance to the dragon girl from the level of strength. Cut! At the moment when the dragon girl bit Hun Yi, Su Yan, who had been accumulating strength, swung his sword diagonally. The power of Bai Zai, the spring of nothingness, and the power of the method of returning to the void and combining the way, under the coordination of the way of assimilation, turned into infinite light and slashed at the dragon girl. Billions of stars were no match for the sword. The sword came out, and the light wiped out the dragon girl's huge upper body. The dark mucus gushed out from the dragon girl's lower body, chewing the evil dragon head of Zhao Hua Tianzun. Because of the sudden loss of the support of the body, it fell straight from the sky and fell heavily on the ground, splashing a wave of waves. This, Su Yan, who swung the sword, looked at the scene in front of him with a look of astonishment. The whole fox was dumbfounded, as if he couldn't believe that the dragon girl would die so easily. Desolate land. The son of Yuhua was very close to the dragon girl and witnessed the changes in the dragon girl. His eyes suddenly became stern, and his arms opened to the place where the dragon head fell. The brown and yellow wind and sand with the power of disappearance covered the dragon head. The brown-yellow sand blew past, and the dragon head, which was densely covered with gray and fine scales, quickly became dry. The extremely solid scales gradually became brittle and drifted away in the waves of sand. The flesh and blood also became withered, like a dried corpse placed in a dry and hot place. Under the siege of Su Yan and the son of Yuhua, a chewing sound gradually emerged in the sound of wind and rain. The sound of tearing flesh and bones, and the painful roar of the soul, resonated in the petrified dragon head and spread to the outside world. The head of the evil dragon gradually collapsed, revealing a woman with skin as black as ink, hair ends dancing like tentacles, red eyes and red gauze wrapped around her body. She half squatted on the tip of the tongue of the evil dragon head and was biting the remains of Huni. Huni was cut in half by her. The dragon girl grabbed Huni's body with both arms and stuffed it into her mouth, just like a snake eating. Her throat bulged high, outlining the shape of the food she swallowed. The broken lower body with teeth marks was thrown aside by the dragon girl casually. She seemed to notice the gaze of others. So the dragon girl, who was devouring Huni's upper body, glanced at the direction of the gaze. The yellow vertical pupils in her blood-red eyes, wrapped in a sense of mental oppression, stared at the creature who dared to disturb her eating. In the moment of looking into the blood-red pupils, Su Yan's head suddenly shook, as if he had entered a revolving lantern when he was dying, and a lot of strange memories emerged in his head. Su Yan was in a trance, as if he had returned to the time when he took the van to the Xia Yu dynasty for refuge. Even the touch of Yu yawning pinching the bell became real. Su Yan noticed that there was one more person in the van. She was a thin human girl, but her pupils were strange yellow vertical pupils, and she was eating food. Su Yan, who was trapped in the illusion, was in a trance and was pulled into a deeper illusion. He remembered the name of the girl in front of him, and remembered that on the way to escape, the dragon girl smiled and fed him in the middle of the night. In the Xia Yu dynasty, Su Yan found his aunt and barely gained a foothold in the Xia Yu dynasty. The vertical pupil girl complained with him about his aunt's poor talent in business, marveled at Jiao Nan's talent with him, despised Zhou Yu's vulgarity, and looked at Wen Juntong and Zhou Yu, the father and son, with black lines on her head. The illusion was wrapped with emotions, generating a new memory to cover Su Yan's real memory. There was only the vertical pupil girl in his eyes. Su Yan remembered that he and the vertical pupil girl had shared hardships together, embarked on the road home and headed towards the primitive fairyland, making friends with various predecessors and making enemies with the forces of the netherworld along the way. Finally, he came to the base camp of the netherworld, and then intended to attack the mad Emperor Wuxing. The illusion with the 7 emotions and 6 desires made Su Yan relive his life experience in an instant. Under the blessing of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the false memory was more real and vivid than his original memory. In a brief trance, Su Yan, holding the Tongyu divine sword, turned his eyes to the Emperor Wuxing beside him. The Emperor Wuxing looked at Su Yan as if he had sensed something, and saw Su Yan looking at him fiercely, as if struggling and entangled, and couldn't help frowning. The dragon girl's trick was not aimed at all people, but only at half of the people who looked at her. As long as everyone was in a dilemma of hurting each other, no one would disturb her eating. Not only Su Yin and Wu Xingdi, but also the creatures in the netherworld could not escape. The holy spirits drew their swords on their colleagues, or gods. In a short moment, the netherworld base camp was already a river of blood. Because of his racial talent, Su Yin is still trying to resist the influence of the dragon girl's tricks. Is this the rebellious period? Wu Xingdi looked at Su Yin, who was trembling and trying to swing his sword at him, but couldn't swing it, and his cheeks were flushed. Wu Xingdi nodded thoughtfully, raised his hand, and pinched Su Yin's chin. And his emerald green eyes met Su Yin's azure blue pupils. Su Yin felt his whole body stiffen, and fell straight to the ground, staring at the sky with his eyes, with a boring expression. And the whole fox was decadent. Wu Xingdi subconsciously raised his hand, wiped his lips, and looked back at the dragon girl who was eating. With such an unstable temperament, it's no wonder that the netherworld has always sealed her underground. The dragon girl kills without distinguishing between enemies and friends, and all living beings are probably food in her eyes. In addition, her talent of growing by eating, if it is not stopped, all living beings in the original fairyland may eventually become her food. And such a result is not what the netherworld needs. The responsibility of the netherworld is to select, not to kill without any care. After all the living beings were slaughtered, the plot of Yichao and the will of heaven was considered a failure. If they want to select warriors again, they will have to wait for countless years for the creatures of various races to prosper again. Ka ka ka. The dragon girl gnawed on Han Yi's head, and looked at Wu Xingdi, who was the first to solve the internal strife dilemma. There was a hint of weirdness in her eyes, and she said to her, "Do you also like to eat a lot? Do we want to cooperate? The spirit belongs to you, and the evil thoughts and body after the death of the living creature belong to me. I feel that we can cooperate happily. After all, we have different directions in the choice of food." The method of Wu Xingdi controlling Su Yin is very simple. That is, he uses the nine-tailed fox to charm all living things, so that Su Yin feels hollow and falls to the ground. There should be some secret code among the high-level officials of the netherworld. Right? The Emperor Wuxing ignored the words of the dragon girl, holding the sword of the holy way and walking in the air, walking towards the dragon girl. I witnessed your negotiation throughout. Although you are not close, you are definitely not hostile. But when Huni said that he wanted you to help him advance to the Hongming realm again, you laughed at him. And then, there was the ruthless killing light. The Emperor Wuxing walked towards the dragon girl slowly, and did not rush to launch an offensive, but asked a question. The Emperor Wuxing was very confident in the heavenly man transformation, and did not think that Huni could get rid of control. Then, considering that Huni was obviously not completely enslaved, he must have said some secret code when talking to the dragon girl, which led to the situation of the negotiation being completely out of control. After completely devouring Huni and being full, the dragon girl, who was sucking the blood on her fingers, chuckled with great joy and said, "It can't be called a secret code, but there are some misunderstandings about us by people outside. There is a way to achieve Hongeng in the netherworld, but it requires some price. Generally speaking, we are not willing to do so. After all, when we are used to being the king of the mountain, how can we tolerate the existence of something in our heads that can control our lives at will?" Huni said that he would enter Hongming again, and combined with his extremely strange behavior logic, I suddenly thought that Huni might be controlled by the enemy, and wanted to plot against me. Although I am not good at etiquette, my intelligence is not inferior to that of the Queen Mother of the Nine Heavens. The dragon girl laughed strangely, and looked at the Emperor Wuxing, and slowly stood up. "What do you think? Do we eat half each? Or let me eat you too? Send you to jail? Chapter 884. May I ask if you have the blessing of infinite life? Send you to jail." The Emperor Wuxing looked at the dragon girl and spoke lightly. He twisted the sword of the holy way in his hand, and a dazzling barrier rose beside Su Yin. The earth shook, and plants quickly grew out of the land. The base camp of the netherworld has become a green courtyard in a blink of an eye. 5 giant trees of different colors that cover the sky, and the sun rose from the 5 directions. The dragon girl looked at the silver tree behind her, and saw that it was blooming and bearing fruits quickly, and a fruit that looked like a baby was born. She grinned immediately. "You are an interesting person. You can find out these things that have long been extinct." When the dragon girl spoke, the baby fruits on the silver tree opened their eyes at the same time, dragging the vines behind their heads, and crawling into the void. The most notable characteristic of the wood cultivators is their immortal physique and magic power. The nine-tailed fox is the best in this regard, but because of her own special reasons. The wood method of Wuxing Emperor does not seem so endless. She is a female general of the human race who gallops on the battlefield, the holy mother of nurturing all spirits, and the nine-tailed fox emperor of Xiaoyu. In every life experience and stage, she has completely different new powers. In the past, when there was no limit to the escape of the sky and the love, Wuxing Emperor alone mastered 3 completely different innate magical powers. One is the fire method of her teenage years. One is the heavenly transformation of the Holy Mother of Nurturing. One is the wood method of the nine-tailed fox emperor. And the reincarnation of life and death evolved from the wood method. Wuxing Emperor does not lack offensive means. Her wood method tends to assist. All her endless power is bestowed on external objects, using the characteristics of various rare and exotic herbs in the world to restrict the enemy. The silver tree that grew behind the dragon girl was called the female tree before it disappeared into history. It was a kind of creature that could hunt and had incredible tracking power, as long as the prey targeted by the female tree, no matter where it fled to. From ancient times to the present, there was no possibility of escape. The female tree would chase it to the end. The female tree was a rare and vicious creature in the world. The Emperor Wuxing raised his hand to give birth to the female tree, and it was obvious that he was ready to fight the dragon girl to the death. Some of the fruit children hanging on the female tree dragged the connected branches to crawl into the void, and some fell on the ground and crawled around. They were so dense that they looked like ants moving, which made people's scalps numb. The dragon girl did not rush to act. She raised her hand to pick up the fruit child and threw it into her mouth. After chewing it a little, blood-red juice flowed from the corner of her mouth. She licked her lips and said, "It tastes very good." The dragon girl felt that the Emperor of No Life was very interesting. Just like her previous breeder, he should also have extraordinary hunting abilities. In addition, she had just eaten and had not digested the remnants of honey. Therefore, she was not in a hurry to attack, and just watched the Emperor of No Life quietly, expecting the Emperor of No Life to show his characteristics, so that he might find a new breeder. As a negative emotion polymer, the reason why the Nine Heavens mysterious lady forbade the dragon girl to go out was because of its characteristics. But there was also the dragon girl's own laziness. As long as the dragon girl's appetite can be satisfied, the harm of the dragon girl can be controlled to a great extent. But her main food is evil thoughts, flesh and blood, and souls. The food of ordinary creatures is just a small dish for the dragon girl. Form of formation. Just as the dragon girl was observing the Wuxing Emperor, the 5 plague envoys who had retreated to the edge of the world, and the 3 holy spirits of Kunlun Lingshan saw the Wuxing Emperor take action. And they also took action to set up a large formation. They used each of them as the center of the criminal law formation, and set off a purple-blue gust of wind that spread here, except for the Wuxing Emperor and Su Yan. After other creatures came into contact with the gust of wind, this combination formation originated from the Queen Mother of the West, which can effectively suppress the fate of any creature, weaken its luck, seal the immortality and indestructibility, and attract all plagues and evil spirits into the body. In essence, it suppresses all creatures, which is a kind of formation that forcibly knocks down the rank. Hill. The central tree among the 5 trees is a tree without any leaves. The bare branches ignite golden flames that gradually engulf the tree. The immortal emperor holds the sword of the holy Tao and cuts off the head of the dragon girl. The dragon girl still squats on the ground in an indecent posture, looking at the sword blade of the immortal emperor that is getting closer and closer. It contains the power that is infinitely close to the Hongming realm, but it can be achieved without any leakage. It is concentrated on one point and cuts straight at the dragon girl. The sword comes out like a rainbow, breaking the dragon girl's defense with one sword, tearing her soul and chasing after her true spirit, just like the swordsmanship of the old ancestor of the nine-tailed fox god, breaking the Tao with one sword. It's so beautiful. The dragon girl's head fell to the ground, and her barefoot figure squatting on the tiptoes of the ground, because the brain was lost, affecting the balance, slowly fell to the ground, cracking inch by inch, and her body turned into bursts of black smoke and evil thoughts drifting away. After swinging his sword, Emperor Wuxing turned around and looked at the disappearing body of the dragon girl. His brows gradually furrowed, just like Su Yan fell into deep thought after cutting off the dragon girl's dragon body. She really couldn't understand the dragon girl's brain circuit, because the dragon girl did not dodge or block, but only retained the most basic defense of her body, allowing her sword blade to fall on her body, which made Emperor Wuxing feel that the means he had arranged before were like hitting cotton. The body of the dragon girl was blown away by the wind, and her head and eyes gradually lost their spirit. as if she was really dead. Emperor Wuxing fell into silence. The 3 holy spirits of Kunlun Lingshan and the 5 plague envoys looked at this scene with astonishment. When they came to the netherworld, they were all ready to die. The essence of the formation they formed was to borrow power from the Queen Mother of the West. Once the formation was formed, they would inevitably encounter the enemy's crazy attack. Otherwise, in the formation, the enemy would become weaker and weaker. But what is going on now? The most mysterious dragon girl in the underworld, whose power is far more powerful than Zhaohua Tianzuan, was beheaded by Wu Shengdi with a single sword. Based on their cultivation and experience, they can judge that the dragon girl must be dead and cannot be resurrected by the means of the true spirit or the external alchemy. Just when everyone fell into silence and just felt a kind of shock of hitting cotton with all their strength, a projection of the outside world slowly appeared behind Su Yin. Since the birth of the Emperor of Heaven, the 3 disasters of the sun, moon and stars falling to the earth have descended on the outside world. The falling stars turned into evil beasts, attacking everything they saw indiscriminately on the ground. The sun scorched the ground, and the creatures that fell on the way to escape fell to the ground. When their skin touched the scorching ground, there were bursts of roasting sounds. The moon's wreath scattered on the ground and raised dust, making the creatures unable to breathe and fell to the ground. Their faces flushed, their mouths wide open, revealing their large tongues swollen and purple due to lack of oxygen. The projection broadcast the suffering at this moment. A wisp of black mist drifted out, and the figure of the dragon girl gradually struggled out of the projection, tore the projection apart, and fell freely towards Su Yin. Su Yin, who had been lying on the ground navigating and pretending to be dead, and using the Tongyu divine sword to analyze the existence of the dragon girl, saw this and didn't care about hiding or not, and ran away quickly. He was afraid that the dragon girl would cut him open. The dragon girl fell to the ground in free fall, looked at Wu Shengdi and dodged Su Yin, who was looking at her, and said to them with a strange smile, "I am the embodiment of suffering, the aggregation of the resentment of all living beings, and the hatred of the dead for the living. Why did I die instead of you? Excuse me, do you have the blessing of infinite life?" Chapter 885 The Essence and Ideals of the Dragon Girl. The essence of the dragon girl is the suffering of all living beings. It is something that is absolutely impossible to be born, because the original fairy world itself has the ability to purify the world. There is no such strong materialized suffering in the world. But the background of the Battle of the Jedi Tiantong is too special. Among the 5 emperors of the sky, the 4 emperors of the sky are asleep. And Yu Chao deliberately allows the imbalance of yin and yang here, which makes Dong Wangong's escape to the sky flourish, thus triggering a series of miracles and impossible things. The dragon girl is one of the biggest beneficiaries. Those things that were impossible to take shape and impossible to gain spiritual wisdom were born under the imbalance of yin and yang. As the agent of the suffering of all living beings, the dragon girl contains the resentment of the dead for the living, before the living beings here perish, or before all living beings obtain absolute happiness and liberation. The dragon girl herself carries the true immortality, and every time she dies, she can return from the concept of suffering here. When the impossible existence becomes possible, it is very difficult or even impossible to suppress or eliminate it again. It seems that you don't have infinite blessings. The dragon girl fell from the projection in the air and landed on the place where Su Yin was lying. She showed her ability to Su Yin and Wu Shengdi very indifferently, and she laughed softly. As long as there is still resentment in the hearts of all living beings, she will not die. Flooding, fire, car tearing, ceiling, no matter what, she can still be reborn from negative emotions. Her existence is the error of the law of nature. As the error of the law of nature. Plus she just swallowed up Zhaohua Tianzuan. Now even if the spirit of creation appears here, she can't destroy her. Since you have a high level of intelligence and extraordinary strength, why do you want to stay in the netherworld? It shouldn't be difficult to establish your own business with your strength? Faced with the dragon girl's generous explanation of her ability, Su Yin spoke slowly, holding the Tongyu divine sword in his hand tightly, and asked the dragon girl a question. Su Yin had a little doubt in his heart, so he asked the dragon girl his own question. Although the netherworld holds high the banner of destroying the world and exterminating souls, we all know that it does not think so. The netherworld will only wreak havoc on the world for a while, and after enough deaths, the lucky ones will survive. Your philosophy. Su Yin was interrupted by the dragon girl's laughter when he was halfway through his words. She looked at Su Yin and said, "You know a lot of things, but you are wrong about one thing. Although I am the agent of the resentment of the suffering dead towards the living, I am also an aggregate of their desires. I am extremely greedy, arrogant, and full of all kinds of lust. But the most important thing about me is, there is a bad nature called laziness in the important part. I am lazy and greedy. I love enjoyment. And I even think I am noble, but I hate all living things. The dragon girl looked at Su Yan and Wu Xingdi and said with a smile, "This is one of the reasons why I am willing to chat with you here. You are actually harmless to me. But I can't keep you here by myself. Naturally, I am too lazy to do anything to you." The abilities currently displayed by Wu Xingdi and Su Yan are already very powerful. Even if they use all their strength and cooperate with the criminal law formation to suppress the dragon girl, they can only suppress her and cannot really hurt her. The dragon girl arrogantly classified them as harmless. Besides, the dragon girl slowly stood up, smiling. "Your arrival is a good thing for me." Yushi raised her hand and pointed at the Wuxing Emperor, saying, "You are strong enough to be my feeder. Find enough food for me and satisfy part of my lust." The dragon girl looked at Su Yan and said with a lewd smile, "You can satisfy the other part of my lust and sadomasochism. I believe I can convince you." Although the dragon girl could not kill the two, they also had no intention of leaving the netherworld. The only way for them to get rid of their entanglement was to voluntarily swear and offer themselves for 1,000 years. Wasting 1 or 2 years in exchange for 2 new feeders was enough temptation for the lazy dragon girl, which made her greedy and suppressed her lazy character for a time. "You really don't care about meat or vegetables." Su Yan's eyes twitched slightly, and he looked at the 36 ghosts and gods that only he could see. The ghosts and gods who were good at tracing the source, even with sparks on their abacus beads, still couldn't trace the root weakness of the dragon girl. The Baizé database ghost scratched his head, and there were a lot of books scattered on the ground beside him. Strands of hair that were pulled off fell on the books. He looked thoughtful. The 36 ghosts and gods tried their best, but they couldn't find the wrong weakness of the natural law. Things that can be called wrong naturally can't be treated with common sense. Otherwise, it can't be called wrong. The only countermeasure Su Yan can think of is probably the cold power of Long Dad that involves a corner of time. Just like the sealing of Xiatong Holy Mother, the dragon girl was sealed in the ice layer where time stopped. But Long Dad is not here at the moment. Ang Long Ancestor is also preparing for a one-on-one duel with the will of heaven because of the matter of Dao Chun. "Die!" The Emperor Wuxing raised his eyelids upon hearing this, and raised his hand. The giant trees on the 5 sides of the netherworld were ignited by the central tree, and the dazzling flame spread across the sky. The ground cracked and erupted inch by inch. The netherworld was like the sun descending to the earth, and the dazzling golden light blocked everyone's sight. The golden light only took a moment, and after the golden sun dissipated, the netherworld was gone. Only a void was left here, floating with the altars of the 4 netherworld 10,000 souls banners. The traces of the existence of the netherworld disappeared completely, and even the netherworld and the spatial barriers of the northern world were broken in the explosion. The 2 worlds are connected together with the void of the small world where the netherworld is located as the hub. The Emperor Tien noticed something was wrong and immediately rushed from the netherworld, and saw Su Yan and the Emperor Wuxing at a glance. He stood at the broken part of the space barrier of netherworld, looked at Su Yan and Wu Xingdi and said, "What do you want to do?" In front of the space barrier of the northern world, the figure of Gu Lun also appeared. He looked at Wu Xingdi and Su Yan with a strange face and said, "You detonated the small world where the netherworld is located." "I don't know either." Faced with the questions from left and right, Su Yan also looked at all this with a confused face. The world where the netherworld is located was detonated by Wu Xingdi from the root, and there was no trace of existence left at all. The space barriers of the 3 worlds were forcibly opened up, making them connected. The immortal emperor stood in the void with an indifferent expression. Plant roots and vines spread in the darkness, and the laughter of the baby fruit echoed in the dark space. The son of Yuhua fell behind the immortal emperor and looked around vigilantly. The people of Kunlun Lingshan were also caught off guard by the sudden and shocking explosion. But under the protection of the immortal emperor, no one was injured. I said, "These are all meaningless things." A scene was projected in the void, and the scorching sun that fell on the earth scorched the earth. Some creatures who did not have time to escape from the coverage of the sun fell to the ground. As the water in their bodies evaporated, their dehydrated mummies burned themselves into a pile of black ash like high-quality firewood. The figure of the dragon girl crawled out of the projection, looked at the Wuxing Emperor who tried to kill her by surprise, and said, "Although your moves are powerful, they are meaningless to me. How about it? As long as you can agree to my suggestion, We can still get along happily." The dragon girl looked at the Emperor Tyne. And the Emperor Tyne's face darkened. Obviously, he knew this evil creature. Under the protection of the spirit of the Wunchwan River, two Bo intercepted many spirits coming to the capital. When those spirits entered the Wunchwan River, they were intercepted by two Bo and the spirit of the Wunchwan River, and then reported to the Hades that those missing spirits were left in the Wunchwan River. But those spirits were obviously not in the Wunchwan River, but all used to feed the dragon girl. At the beginning, the matter was very serious, and the Emperor Tyne even traced it all the way to the dragon girl. But he was helpless. Therefore, the Emperor Tianyin had seen the dragon girl. When the Emperor of the Yin saw the dragon girl, his face darkened. He directly pinched out a space block to plug the damage to the space barrier of the Nether City. He simply turned a blind eye to it. Anyway, no matter how noisy the Yang world was, it would not affect the 6 reincarnation places and the underworld with special status. As the king of the underworld, he hated these evil things that would never die and would never die. The dragon girl saw the Emperor of the Yin leave, and laughed with satisfaction, looking at the Emperor Wuxing and Su Yan, saying, "I seem to feel your anger. Do you hate my unruly and unrestrained? Or are you plotting something bad?" After she said that she had lust, she clearly felt the anger of the Emperor Wuxing. However, the dragon girl didn't know where the Emperor Wuxing's anger came from. In terms of seniority, Su Yan was the nephew-grandson-in-law of the Emperor Wuxing. It would be strange if the Emperor Wuxing was not angry when he heard that the dragon girl was so blatantly trying to steal the corner of Princess Wuxi. Sure enough, seeing the dragon girl reappear, Wuxing Emperor's face darkened a little. Before, the power of the sword was not enough to kill the dragon girl, but she sacrificed the entire world, creatures and earth veins, but she could not be killed. Obviously, the dragon girl did not lie before. She really can return from suffering infinitely. Seeing her excited face, Wuxing Emperor even suspected that she could turn pain into pleasure, completely eliminating the possibility of killing her to the point of mental and will collapse. The dragon girl cannot be killed, so he can only find a way to control her. In addition to the excitement of the dragon girl, a depressing atmosphere gradually enveloped the hearts of the Kunlun Lingshan people. The dragon girl is much more difficult than everyone imagined. She has not even made a move in front of her, but she has already revealed the infinite return method that can be called a heaven-defying skill, and the illusion trick that brainwashed her at a glance. Chapter 886 Seal. The plane where the headquarters of the Netherworld is located is entangled and held hostage by the roots of the wood element of the Immortal Emperor. In the end, the Immortal Emperor ignited the plants and detonated the earth veins, blowing up the small world where the Netherworld is located, and used it to attack the dragon girl. But the dragon girl used her ability to prove to everyone that the suffering agent is immortal and capable of mistakes. The Holy Spirit needs a breath of relief after death. But the dragon girl is different. She can return intact from suffering and negative emotions, and eliminate all the negative states on her body before refreshing her state to the peak period. Facing such a bug enemy, Su Yan's face was confused. For a while, except for the cold power of Dragon Dad, there was really no way to target the dragon girl. Why don't we try our strength? Just as Su Yan was confused and about to call the ancestor of Yinglong, the voice of the Holy Mother of Xiantong Wanling came from the subconscious dream world. The power of the Empress Dowager Su, and I also have the power to break the 5 elements of Yin and Yang. If we can break the balance that constitutes the dragon girl's body, perhaps you can see the possibility of restraining the dragon girl. The biggest problem of the dragon girl is not only her immortality and infinite refresh, but as the suffering in the world intensifies, she will become stronger and stronger until her strength can be comparable to that of the 5 heavenly emperors. Such a bug has made Su Yan fall into confusion and contemplation. The way of assimilation and the power of alienation? Su Yan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the spirit that was previously extracted by the Emperor Wuxing gradually returned to its best state. The blood-colored mist reappeared on the surface of the body, and looked at the dragon girl, who looked at him with greed and interest. "Are you still trying to resist in vain?" The dragon girl saw Su Yan's resolute expression, with the undead armor and blood-colored mist draped over his body, and a greedy and inquiring look gradually appeared on her cheeks. "Since you haven't given up hope yet, then let me show mercy and allow you to try again. But I'm really curious about what kind of ability you have. Your reputation can even spread to the Netherworld. Although it's not a good reputation, it really makes me very curious." Even the dragon girl, who has never left the house due to laziness, has heard of Su Yan's name. But the history of Su Yan's reputation is very strange. From the beginning, the blue-faced fox, to the fox with talents comparable to the white fox. And finally, after the chaos in the world of the courtyard not long ago, Su Yan's reputation in the netherworld became one of the strongest fighting forces under the command of the Queen Mother of the West, with a fox with both divine and physical appearance. From a soft-living fox at the beginning, to a fox with unlimited potential that needs time to grow, to a fox with both appearance, ability and strength in a short period of time. Watching Su Yan gradually approaching her, the dragon girl narrowed her eyes slightly, with yellow vertical pupils, staring at Su Yan closely and saying word by word, "I'm really curious about what kind of charm you have, fox, that can attract so many goddesses in the primitive fairyland to fall in love with you. I'll do you first later. Holding you up is like sucking roasted bone marrow. Sucking your spirit? I'm not such a casual fox." Su Yan approached the dragon girl without taking the Tongyu divine sword. His arms were wrapped in white turbidity, and the immortal armor was also emerald green. The assimilation of the Xiantong Holy Mother and the alienation of the Empress Dowager Su were blessed on his body, and he punched the dragon girl directly on the cheek without dodging or evading. Emerald green light and turbid white light, at this moment, as the two bodies came into contact, poured into the dragon girl's body. The punch deformed the dragon girl's face, but her body did not move. Her yellow vertical pupils moved, and she looked at Su Yan, who was punched in the face, and a perverted smile gradually appeared on her cheeks. What a pity. But the dragon girl didn't finish her words, and bumps began to bulge on her body, and the dragon horns on her forehead gradually began to extend and become stronger. With the protection of Bai Zai's power, and the way of assimilation, and the alienation of Empress Dowager Su, and the blessing of Su Yan, and the way of returning to the void and combining the way, it really hit the dragon girl's body, causing the dragon girl's body to begin to consume its own energy uncontrollably and deform. The dragon girl's body became more and more swollen, and she couldn't even maintain her human form, and turned into a gray dragon. Seeing this, Su Yan hurried forward and took a bite, pulled a piece of flesh from the dragon girl, and left immediately. Roar. The gray dragon roared. The sound could not be transmitted in the void, but it set off an energy storm. The dragon girl's body emitted light, and chose to self-destruct. The gray-black energy continued to spread outward, and the power was even greater than the previous explosion of the netherworld by the Wuxing Emperor. Before the aftermath of the self-destruction subsided, a projection appeared directly behind Su Yan. The moon soil fell on the ground to form a series of sandstorms. If a living being was chased by the sandstorm, it would be swept by trillions of wind and sand, and grains of sand would be shot into the body, piercing the flesh and bones, and the flesh and blood would be integrated into the wind and sand. The dragon girl emerged from the projection, and saw Su Yan, who had erected a barrier to block the residual power of her self-destruction. The dragon girl didn't care about the chaotic storm outside at all. She drilled out of the projection of the suffering of all living beings, letting the scorching energy storm burn her skin, and rushed directly to Su Yan. Hee. The dragon girl landed behind Su Yan, her legs tightly clamped around Su Yan's waist. Her arms strangled Su Yan's neck, and said with a smile, "A passionate young fox like you should practice more. Polish your pride and be smooth, so that you can obey." When the dragon girl laughed evilly, her body's surface cracked again and leaked gray-black energy. She chose to self-destruct again, but this time, she hugged Su Yan tightly. It was very obvious that Su Yan's punch with all his strength hurt her last time. The gray-black chaos storm raged again. The projection of suffering appeared again, and the dragon girl walked out of the background of the raging star beasts, and hugged Su Yan again when she saw where he was. The chaotic energy storm raged around him. In such an environment, Su Yan couldn't even open his eyes now, let alone leave from the void crack. After taking a self-destruction from the dragon girl, the undead armor on his body surface had shattered. When the undead armor was just born, it was an emerald green vine with vigorous vitality. But when it was attacked, it would absorb all the damage, thus starting a cycle of life and death. But when the undead armor withered, it would shrink and fit tightly to the host's body. After being hurt by the dragon girl's self-explosion, the undead armor swept towards Su Yan's body frantically, cracking Su Yan's bones. After a stalemate between the two for a while, Su Yan used his own physical strength to force the undead armor to crack. This is the special negative effect of the undead armor. Su Yan only knew about it before, but he had not encountered the mechanism that could trigger the undead armor's master-killing function. Su Yan, who was hit by the dragon girl's self-explosion and then suffered the counter-injury of the undead armor, was naked and floating in the void with a drowsy consciousness. But the dragon girl reappeared at this time, whispering in his ear with a smile. Su Yan did not hear what the dragon girl said. He could only feel the extremely surging energy fluctuations behind him. Just when the dragon girl was about to self-explode again, a bright sun tore through the chaos storm, and the golden light ignored the distance and space and slashed Su Yan's back with a sword, completely separating some flesh and blood on Su Yan's back from the dragon girl, who was hugging him tightly. Wishing Emperor grabbed Su Yan and pulled him behind him to prop up a golden barrier to block the chaos energy storm caused by the dragon girl's self-explosion again. Keep your mind steady. The face of Wuxing Emperor was a little solemn. He gave Su Yan a warning and opened up his detection power to try to fire at the dragon girl at full force the moment the projection of suffering appeared. For an enemy as special as the dragon girl, let alone Su Yan accidentally fell into her trap. Even an experienced person like Wuxing Emperor had never seen such a rogue and terrible enemy. Self-destruction when unhappy. Self-destruction when injured. Self-destruction when disobeying her orders. Self-destruction anyway. And after self-destruction, it can be resurrected with full health and full status. Which is simply a rogue play. They can't even catch the dragon girl. Once she touches the dragon girl, she will still self-destruct. Here, the Wuxing Emperor, with full perception, relied on his sixth sense of danger to predict the position where the dragon girl would appear one step ahead. With a wave of the sword of the holy way, the golden flame and the wind of life and death of the sun of education went straight to a certain position in the void at this moment. Sinking into reverie, the golden flames and the grinding wind attacked the dragon girl one after another, and black flesh and blood splashed. The dragon girl didn't care about those little things. Her yellow vertical pupils suddenly shrank and looked at the figure of the Wuxing Emperor. A vast and boundless spiritual fluctuation spread, and the dragon girl chose to self-destruct again. The Wuxing Emperor only felt his head sink, and his mind gradually began to enter the marquee, and a figure that had never existed in her memory gradually solidified. The illusory memory combined with the dragon girl's 7 emotions and 6 desires made the not-so-real memory become extremely real, and all kinds of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness surged into his heart. The son of Yuhua raised his hand, and the wind of life and death blasted towards the head of the Wuxing Emperor, detonating the head of the Wuxing Emperor. The golden blood splashed, and the Wuxing Emperor, who was left with only a body standing in the void, stopped bleeding. In less than a moment, the head was reborn, and even the hairstyle did not change at all, except that the headdress was lost. Emperor Wuxing took a deep breath and stared at the surrounding void with a gloomy face. Quick! 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 Su Yan noticed the situation of Emperor Wuxing and divided the dragon girl's flesh and blood in his mouth into 2 parts. One part was given to the Tongyu divine sword for analysis, and the other part was given to the sacrificial knife to be sent to the subconscious dream world and handed over to the Holy Mother Xiantong for assimilation test. The dragon girl's flesh and blood slapped on the Tongyu divine sword. 36 ghosts and gods surrounded the dragon girl's flesh and blood, jumping up and down as if discussing something. Then, the ghosts and gods who were mainly responsible for tracing the source seemed to have some disagreement and started to fight each other. Other ghosts and gods were trying to stop the fight. It was obvious that the dragon girl's flesh and blood had impacted their worldview. What a pity. The Xiantong Holy Mother spoke at this time, sighed to Su Yan and said, although my assimilation method has an erosive effect on the dragon girl's flesh and blood, the effect is too slow. It takes me all my strength to assimilate the wool left on the meat that is less than a penny. If the dragon girl's body is here, the assimilation method cannot work on her unless we can be in the same realm. The solution I can think of now is either to seal my body like before, or to let us out. She can evolve into the Emperor, and we can also become the Emperor before her. As long as all living beings benefit each other. Mutual benefit and mutual integration. The blessed and boundless Heavenly Master will be born. You are not a worry-free senior. Su Yan complained to the Xiantong Holy Mother who persuaded her. In a sense, Xiantong Holy Mother is similar to the Dragon Girl, but she is more terrifying than the Dragon Girl. A Dragon Girl is already in a state of panic. If the Xiantong Holy Mother is unsealed, this place is probably over. At that time, the Xiantong Holy Mother will eat the fresh ones, and the Dragon Girl will be responsible for eating the boundless fear of Fuxing caused by the Xiantong Holy Mother. Both of them can be said to have a bright future. At that time, the Will of Heaven can also happily harvest 2 invincible warriors in the original fairy world. When Su Yan analyzed the flesh and blood of the Dragon Girl, a projection of suffering appeared again. The intact and brand new Dragon Girl came out of the projection and looked at the Wuxing Emperor with a smile on her face. She ignored the flying pounce in the space next door. And her body cracked again and leaked out bursts of light. Boom. Boom. Scenes of suffering projections. One dragon girl after another. The Emperor got killed in the outside world, creating a terrible thing that is almost invincible and can violate the laws of nature. The cultivation of the dragon girl was originally above Su Yan and the Emperor Wusheng. The power of each self-explosion was definitely no less than the desperate attack of the old Hongming Guardian. No matter how strong the defense of the Emperor Wusheng and Su Yan was, they could not withstand the infinite self-explosion of the dragon girl. And the people of Kunlun Lingshan had already left the scene when the dragon girl self-exploded for the second time and were fished out by Gu Luan. The netherworld plane had long been turned into nothingness, if it weren't for the Emperor Tien and Gu Luan struggling to support it. The northern world and the netherworld would have been connected, and would also be affected by the dragon girl's infinite self-explosion. The dragon girl's fighting style and routines were extremely rough. So barbaric that there was no rules. And there was no restraint. It really died for you to see if you touched it. The dragon girl's fancy self-explosion made Su Yan, the Emperor Wusheng, and the son of Yuhua completely lose their temper. But at this moment, a series of old man's coughs sounded in the almost empty space. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't expect that your majesty, who used to have a hot temper like eating firecrackers, would one day meet a guy with an even hotter temper and more aggressive. Ha ha ha. Chang Shuxian said to Wu Shengdi in a teasing voice. Chang Shuxian's figure, leaning on a cane, gradually moved forward in the chaotic storm. It seemed that a gust of wind could blow away his thin and withered body. But he stood firm in the chaotic wind caused by the infinite self-explosion of the dragon girl, and came to Wu Shengdi firmly. Young kids don't have enough self-control. It's better to leave such a hot-tempered kid to me. Chang Shuxian came to Su Yan and Wu Shengdi, looked at the dragon girl who came out of the projection of suffering, and laughed. You are not dead? When the Wusheng Emperor saw the appearance of Chang Shuxian, he was shocked. At that time, all the leaders of the cultivation world came to the fairy world to develop. Not long after the safe house was built, Chang Shuxian said that he had to complete a mission and left directly from the Keishan Mountains. There was no sign of life during the whole process. Everyone almost thought he was dead. The Wusheng Emperor did not expect to see his former fellow Taoists in the cultivation world here. I am indeed dead. Chang Shuxian looked at the Wusheng Emperor and shook his head and said, but not long ago, I was fortunate to get the help of the Supreme God Jin. I escaped from death and barely survived in the world. It's just that my old arms, legs and waist are still not very agile. When Chang Shuxian said this, he signaled Su Yan and the Wusheng Emperor to look towards the northern world. Jin, who set out one step ahead of everyone to get something in the northern world, did not know when he had stood at the broken place of the space barrier and looked at the almost empty netherworld plane with Gu Luan. Juyin seemed to have noticed Su Yan's gaze and smiled when he looked back. His face turned black, as if he had eaten a lump of porridge. But he didn't dare to speak, so he could only watch the fox and his parents exchange glances. Are you sure you can beat the dragon girl? Emperor Wusheng looked at Chang Shuxian and expressed his worries to him. Chang Shuxian's cultivation was already holy, but his cultivation was not even as good as Su Yan's, and it was even farther away from himself. He was already infinitely close to Hongming, but it could only delay the dragon girl. With Chang Shuxian's body, he was afraid that he could not withstand the dragon girl's explosion several times. Can't win. Chang Shuxian shook his head and said, but I don't need to be able to beat her. The duty entrusted to me by Lord Zhu Yin is to restrict her during this period of time. Really? Why don't I believe it? Seeing that other people broke into the battle, the dragon girl stopped self-destructing and lay leisurely in the projection of suffering, listening to the conversation of the four people with a face full of inquiry and gossip. Believe it or not, the immortal of longevity turned around, held the cane with both hands and stomped heavily on the ground, looked at the dragon girl and smiled. In the past, His Majesty Wu Shengdi had an extremely hot temper, but I firmly believe that there is no edge that can't be smoothed out. You can stay here with me for a long time to talk and listen to the old man's reason. Come out. Zhu Yin waved to Wu Shengdi and Su Yan, signaling them to walk out of the netherworld. Don't even think about it. The dragon girl was stunned and immediately anxious. The power of psychedelic bewitching merged into her body and continued to self-destruct. She didn't want to run away after finally meeting a new breeder. This is so delicious and useful. It can be used day and night. It's also face-saving to take it out. And it's also selected by the Queen Mother of the West. She doesn't want to let it go. She was just suppressing the two foxes before, and she was ready to recover them when they were desperate. The dragon girl couldn't bear to see the cooked duck fly away. Boom! The light of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, along with the wind of chaos, spread to the surroundings of the netherworld plane, chasing after Su Yin, Emperor Wusheng, and the Holy Son of Yuhua. Squeak! 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 It was like the sound of an old wooden door opening, echoing in the almost empty void. The wood tone appeared on Chang Shuxian's cheeks, and the roots of a big tree grew wildly on his back and shoulders, and began to devour the endless wind of chaos produced by the dragon girl's self-explosion. The longevity fairy's legs and crutches took root in the void, gradually manifesting the shape of a large cypress tree, with lush branches and leaves and a canopy extending to the endless void, with no end in sight. Zhu Yin, who was staying in the outside world, saw the last 3 people from Kunlun Lingshan withdraw, raised his hand and pressed on the damaged land where the space barrier could not repair itself, and strands of fire wrapped the entire netherworld plane, completely eliminating the possibility of the dragon girl escaping from it, or wearing out the seal out of idleness. The dragon girl's rounds of self-explosion energy all became nutrients for the growth of the large cypress tree. The large cypress tree, which has existed since the end of the Hongming period, has not been able to give birth to spiritual wisdom for a long time because the opportunity has not arrived. When the opportunity has arrived, it has been like the forgotten river. The unparalleled physique here completely crushes the newborn spiritual wisdom into fragments, and the eternal life cannot give birth to spiritual wisdom. Its cultivation may not be considered strong, but there are very few people who can break its defense here. Zhu Yin! No! You can't do this to me! I'm not your enemy! I haven't hurt you! When the dragon girl saw the big chun tree, she realized that something was wrong and tried to break out of the underworld. But the Emperor Tian led the Hades to hold on there, and even called in the eggs of the forgotten river that had been hatched. 300 creatures spewing water from the forgotten river blocked the door. The dragon girl went around the gate of the northern world and roared at Zhu Yin, who was separated by a wall, but seemed to be at the end of the world. Zhu Yin didn't say anything, but pointed behind the dragon girl with an indifferent face. The branches of the big chun tree had already entangled with the dragon girl, but the speed of movement was not fast. The dragon girl could easily dodge the emerald green dragon, but she gradually moved away from the northern world, and the branches of the big chun tree spread out in the void. The dragon girl roared into space, turned into a giant dragon of hundreds of thousands of feet, and bit the big chun tree. Her clothes are pretty good, but unfortunately, I don't have time to take care of her now. After the Emperor God incident is settled, it would be nice to catch her and make her a maid. Zhu Yin, who was wearing a red belly-exposed gauze dress and a lot of gold ornaments, and made a crisp sound of golden bells, looked at the dragon girl, who was also obsessed with red clothes, and said with emotion, the dragon girl had no clothes on her body, only a vermilion ribbon that slightly covered the key parts of her body. Moreover, the dragon girl's skin color was a little darker than Zhu Yin's wheat color. Zhu Yin felt that she was very interesting, but unfortunately, he didn't have time to conquer her now. Senior Chang Shuxian has taken over the big chun tree? Su Yin sat on the ground and looked at Zhu Yin and asked. So, Senior Chang Shuxian is one of the objects that Senior Zhu Yin said was taken to deal with the Emperor of Heaven? It's not an object to deal with the Emperor of Heaven. Zhu Yin looked back at the big chun tree on the other side of the space and shook his head. It can be said to be an invincible shield. I originally wanted to use it on other battlefields or for emergencies, but we underestimated Youchao's speed and came a step late, allowing the dragon girl to grow to the current level in the world-destroying and soul-destroying world. Now, the big chun tree is fully utilized, enough to suppress the dragon girl to a stable state of turmoil. The turmoil here is endless, and the dragon girl is immortal. It's not a loss to use the big chun tree here. Otherwise only one dragon girl would hold back Su Yin, the human emperor, and the 3 powerful people of Yuhua Xingzi, which would be a loss-making business for the forces of the old order. Chapter 887 Zhu Yin's Little Habit. The big cypress tree transformed by the immortal Changsho trapped the dragon girl in the netherworld. No matter how angry the dragon girl roared, she could not get rid of the entanglement of the immortal Changsho and break the siege and restriction formation imposed by Zhu Yin on the entire plane, before the end of the battle between heaven and earth, unless Youchao personally came forward to bail her out. Otherwise, the dragon girl could only stay in the netherworld plane. Su Yin retracted his gaze. The damaged part of the space barrier between the northern world and the netherworld was gradually covered with a layer of big cypress tree roots. The creatures outside could not peek inside. It was absolutely impossible for a non-Hongmeng realm strongman to break through Zhu Yin's seal and the big cypress tree roots. The identity of Senior Chang Shuxian changed too quickly, so I couldn't change it for a while. Su Yan retracted his gaze, shook his head, and shook his arms to enter the state of returning to emptiness and merging with the Tao again. He began to use the Dragon Clan's unique method of calling the wind and rain. The dark thunderstorm clouds expanded outward from the northern world, and the real spring and the spring of nothingness intertwined together, turning into raindrops and falling. With Su Yan's current cultivation, it is not difficult to summon a heavenly nectar. Compared with the time when he was in the realm of gods and men, he can even mix his own will into the rain clouds and make the heavy rain fall where he wants. The real spring covers indiscriminately, and any living creature that is hit by the sun, moon, stars, and celestial phenomena can be moisturized. The spring of nothingness turned into arrows and killed the giant beasts that appeared in the stars. The endless arrows directly piled them up to death. Although Su Yan has been in the netherworld, when the dragon girl performed the infinite return and self-destructed, he could also understand the situation outside through the dragon girl's resurrection projection. The destruction caused by the Emperor of Heaven prompted the dragon girl to directly transform into a terrible monster that can be infinitely resurrected and whose cultivation is soaring all the time. If it weren't for the ruthless means of the Emperor of Heaven, Su Yan felt that he and the Emperor of Wuxing and his party would still have a chance to directly control the dragon girl. After all, Su Yan had seen the Emperor of Wuxing seal the ancestor of the nine-tailed fox, and knew that the Emperor of Wuxing had the means to seal the dragon girl. But the dragon girl relied on the suffering of the outside world to obtain the power of infinite refresh status. She exploded when touched, and turned around to revive with full blood and full status. She couldn't be caught at all. If not, the old man is lucky. Zhu Yin heard Su Yan sigh, smiled, and said to everyone, when the Jedi Tiantong was opened, I suddenly felt something in my heart. So I went to the bottom of the big tree to cut off more than 13,000 roots, scattered them in various worlds, and then went back home to sleep, ready to wait until I woke up to see if they had any good fortune against the heavens. The origin of Chang Shuxian can actually be traced back to Zhu Yan's whim before going to bed. Before the Jedi Tiantong, the Taichu immortal realm was a very lively period. The human race and the demon race fought for hegemony in the five worlds, and the human race fought against each other. In the later period, the dragon race and the nine heavens mysterious woman started a fight in the Taichu immortal realm. During this period, Zhu Yin has been active, but she did not join any side. She just watched until the Jedi Tiantong came here to restore peace. Zhu Yin was ready to go back home and continue to sleep. When she woke up, she would personally travel the beautiful scenery of the changes in the world. But when she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly thought of the great Chun tree, which was so strong that it was absolutely impossible for it to give birth to any spiritual intelligence. If the great Chun tree was so strong that every time it gave birth to spiritual intelligence or consciousness, it would be squeezed and damaged by its body. Then, what if there was a spiritual intelligence with the same roots and origin that could barely withstand the physical strength of the great Chun tree? Would this help the great Chun tree to transform? Zhu Yin thought about it with a wild imagination before going to bed. And then she directly lifted her bed sheet and left the temple. Zhu Yin directly dug through the Taichu immortal realm, found the main rhizome of the great Chun tree, cut off a large number of roots, and threw them into the small worlds in all directions, allowing them to grow. Zhu Yin didn't care whether the experiment would succeed or not. She just had a sudden impulse and fell asleep after finishing it. But unfortunately, the experiment actually failed, and Chang Xian was assimilated by the great Chun tree after returning. However, just when his soul was about to become the nutrients for the trunk of the big Chun tree, because the action of Kunlun Lingshan's Jedi Tiantong restrictions were lifted in advance, the roots that Zhu Yin had scattered in the past gradually returned to the body. The big Chun tree that has existed since ancient times finally achieved the right result and gained its own consciousness in the primitive fairyland era because of Zhu Yin's brainwave before going to bed. This is why Chang Xian called Zhu Yin the upper god. Without Zhu Yin's existence, Chang Xian would not have appeared in the world, nor would it have merged with more than 13,000 other brothers and sisters to transform the big Chun tree from a dead state to an active state. There is such a story here? Wuxing Emperor showed a trace of surprise in his eyes. Her acquaintance with Chang Xian was because of the Dragon Clan. When she was in the cultivation world before, Wuxing Emperor only knew that Chang Xian was born in the fairyland. It once had the power of a real fairy. But as the fairy spirit dissipated and disappeared, its cultivation gradually fell. As for the real roots, she never asked, because no one could reveal them. Chang Shuxian was also a smooth guy. and basically never mentioned his past. If you are curious about it, ask him when the time comes. I only learned about his birth during the 10,000 Immortals banquet. Zhu Yin waved his hand gently and said, he sent a message for help to the Four Seasons god under my command. And I helped him. I didn't expect that an unintentional move in the past could actually pick up a little old man, with a physical strength no less than that of the Hongming realm. When she said this, Zhu Yin couldn't help but show a helpless expression on her cheek. Except for Gu Luan and the people of Zhongshan. Most of her generals were helped by her when she woke up and traveled through the period of changes in the world. When she woke up from sleep, those guys either ascended to Zhongshan with their cultivation, or made a great career in the fairy world. The Four Seasons holy spirits under her command, and some gods and men were obtained in this way. For a creator like Zhu Yin, forming a force is actually meaningless, because no living creature can accompany her through reincarnation. She only needs some servants to provide some convenience when she is sleeping or walking. But the things that can make Zhu Yin feel interesting are not mediocre. Most of them just lack a noble person to help them. After they met Zhu Yin, they turned into dragons as soon as they encountered wind and clouds, soaring into the sky for 90,000 miles, stirring up the wind and clouds in the fairy world at various times. They also provided a lot of fun for Zhu Yin. Every time Zhu Yin woke up, she could go to do archaeology to see how the guys she helped in the past died, and what earth-shattering and weeping events they caused before they died. Chapter 888 Yin and Yang. Zhu Yin has been pursuing emotional value, and she can't remember how many times she has done things like the big tree in her life. Those creatures that Zhu Yin helped, when they died, could be used by Zhu Yin to kill time for archaeology when she woke up. And when she met them again, she could learn about a magnificent experience or story from their mouths. The creatures that Zhu Yin helped, whether dead or alive, could eventually provide her with a lot of emotional value. Chang Shuxian is one, and Su Yin himself is actually one of Zhu Yin's investment targets. But because he has a blood relationship with Ying Long, Zhu Yin's care and teasing of him seem to be more. Is this the truth? I thought that Senior Zhu Yin was strategizing and arranging all directions, and had conducted some experiments in the northern world and studied some incredible things. After Zhu Yin explained the reason for the big tree and some of his own little habits, Su Yin showed a helpless expression on his cheek and complained. There were some before, but since I ascended to the position of the creator spirit, I have not touched those things. In Zhu Yin's mind, the small independent ecosystem in his treasure house suddenly flashed, and he said lightly, to sum it up in one sentence, I have become an indispensable pole here. As long as I want, I can know something through Yu Qiao, and I no longer need to think about or verify something myself. Before he was hostile to Yu Qiao, as the creator spirit, Zhu Yin, as long as he felt the need, Yu Qiao would provide them with some convenience. Many common sense or secret cultivation methods can get accurate answers by asking Yu Qiao. Therefore, Zhu Yin does not need to do some meaningless things on weekdays. He just needs to enjoy life. The transformation of the big cypress tree can only be attributed to a high-probability accident in Zhu Yin's daily charity. The rain clouds that Su Yin summoned by calling the wind and rain quickly covered the entire fairyland. Wherever the fountain of reality passes, there are countless things like bones turning to dust. Even those who have just died can jump up and quickly escape from the extremely dangerous place. Wherever the fountain of nothingness passes, the evil beasts of the stars and the people of the netherworld are suppressed. It can even suppress the sandstorms of the moon phase and the scorching heat of the sun phase for a time. But when water extinguishes fire, the creatures caught between the two are not so comfortable. They are like being in a steamer. But the fountain of reality keeps them alive. No matter how serious the injuries are, they can recover in a moment. The Dragon Girl incident came to an end for the time being, and Su Yin and the Emperor Wuxing went to Kunlun Lingshan. After the space gate was opened, Zhu Yin, who was originally preparing to return to Kunlun Mountain with Su Yin, seemed to suddenly realize something. He uttered a light exclamation and pulled Su Yin, who was about to enter. The space coordinate position has changed. The area it connects may no longer be Kunlun Mountain. At the moment when Zhu Yin warned Su Yin, the evil beasts transformed by the stars in the three phases of the sun, moon and stars that were originally raging on the earth gradually became illusory, and turned into stars again and returned to the universe. But the sun and moon phases simultaneously lost their colors and turned into a large black and white disk. Ka. The people in the northern world stared blankly at the black and white disks overlapping each other, forming an object similar to a millstone, rotating in opposite directions in the universe, and making a series of grinding and crushing sounds. The blood-red tide poured directly onto the earth from a gap in the black and white millstones. That's the yin and yang qi of the Emperor of Heaven. Zhu Yin looked at Su Yan and frowned and said, "It seems that your previous behavior seems to have angered him a little. The disaster caused by the 3 phases of the sun, moon and stars is like a battle royale for all living beings. They only need to persist until 99% of the creatures in the world die and return to the chaotic era. The survivors can survive in the new world and become creatures with the potential to become witches, sacrifices. The 3 phases of the sun, moon and stars put forward almost desperate and harsh conditions for the destiny, means, strength and will of all living beings. But after the 3 phases were blocked by Su Yan, the Emperor of Heaven directly changed his previous means, manifested the yin and yang qi into a millstone, and used other means of destroying the world. If the number is not reached, the survivors will be screened again and thrown into the millstone. The millstone transformed by the yin and yang qi has no entity, and the means of destruction are also invisible and intangible. It uses a cause and effect method that Su Yan's current knowledge cannot touch at all. The order of cause, condition and effect is reversed. And now there is no cause that promotes the development of cause into effect. In simple terms, it is to shoot arrows first and then draw targets. Drag all living beings into the millstone to crush and grind. It's bad. Su Yan's face suddenly changed, raised his hand, and opened a space door in the void, wanting to return to Kunlun Lingshan to check the situation of the Lord of the Night. But Zhu Yin grabbed Su Yan, who was about to leave again, and shook his head gently. Obviously, no matter where Su Yan, who was being watched by the Emperor of Heaven, opened the door, the final destination must be the area where the Emperor of Heaven is currently located. Wu Shengdi retreated 100 miles, raised his hand, and drew a line in the void, and the space door connected to Kunlun Lingshan. When Wu Shengdi approached Su Yan, there was an almost imperceptible distortion on the space door, and the final destination changed. Wu Shengdi looked at Su Yan and fell into silence. This was another method of shooting the arrow first, and then drawing the target. There was some kind of cause and effect in Su Yan. As long as the power of space was used next to him, the destination would inevitably be distorted. "Let's go!" Just when Su Yan fell into silence and was about to fly back, a space door appeared not far from Su Yan. Yinglong's figure jumped out of it, grabbed Su Yan's arm, and flew to another space door. "Where are you going?" Zhu Yin was stunned when he saw this and asked Yinglong. "The fox cub has offended someone. If you don't drag him away, he may be surrounded and beaten by the Hongming Guardians later," Yinglong said to Zhu Yin and hurriedly pulled Su Yan into the space door. Su Yan was very good at calling the wind and rain, but he obviously forgot one thing. In addition to the 100 reincarnations, who almost destroyed the world when they first appeared, the enemies of Yuchao clan also have the Hongming Guardians under their command. The old order only subdued Zuan before, and the fact that other Hongming Guardians did not come out did not mean that they were dead. After all, their duty was just to prevent the emperors from coming down in person, not including other things. So they had always remained silent before. If Yinglong didn't show up in person, Su Yan's ending would either be to enter the space gate and meet the Emperor of Heaven, or to stay where he was and have his legs broken by the Hongming Guardian. Even with the love of the Queen Mother of the West and the cause and effect with Yinglong's mother, he couldn't escape a beating. Looking at the back of the person entering the space-time gate, Zhu Yin's cheeks showed black lines. Chapter 889, the place where the omniscience and omnipotence are, the void world. Yuchao had many dissatisfactions with you before, but he didn't do anything secretly because of our face. Now you have locked up its dragon girl and interfered with the actions of the Emperor of Heaven. Add to that the things about Bai Zhe and Tu Bo. If I don't beat you to death, I'm worried that the Queen Mother of the West and I will work together to smash it. Don't think that it has no emotions and desires. Just like a wooden stake. Yuchao's mind is famous for being dirty in the whole fairy world. Otherwise, your little wife Rua Nu wouldn't have almost a whole family of loyal martyrs. Yinglong grabbed Su Yan and opened a time and space door to get rid of the method of reversing cause and effect of the Emperor of Heaven. He smiled and teased Su Yan, who loved to make trouble without knowing it. Yuchao didn't beat Su Yan to death, or secretly make his family heroes, because they wanted to balance the high-end combat power of all parties, and they didn't want to provoke the Emperor of Heaven to come to the rescue. But as Su Yan's behavior became more and more out of line, and the spirits of creation awakened, the situation was in chaos. It was reasonable for Yuchao to choose to hit Su Yan and break his legs when he saw Su Yan jumping out to make trouble again. Those who dare to offend Yuchao will basically experience the dangers of the fairy world for 100 years. Long summarized to Su Yin with a smile. Is your heart so dark? I didn't feel it when I saw you in Yuta before. Su Yin couldn't help but frown when he heard it. And he complained? That's because you haven't offended him hard enough. And haven't touched his bottom line. Otherwise, you will know what it means to have a group of Hongming guardians surround you. Watch the young and weak Yazi forcefully. And carry out group beatings. Long brought Su Yin to the outer edge of the long river of time. Found an empty seat at random. And said, you should sit here with me now. Otherwise, the Emperor of Heaven and the Hongming guardians will find your position. Be careful that they will rush over and hold you down. You will accompany me to Edi later. And it's time to settle some grudges. Are we going to the Void Realm? Su Yin sat next to the ancestor of Long. Was stunned. And asked, yes. The time for the will of heaven to revive is much faster than we thought. The door to the Void Realm can now be seen in its prototype. And it will take a while to force it in. Long said. Then go. It just so happens that Senior Baizé asked me to bring a message to Master Channy. Su Yin exhaled a breath of turbid air. Sat on the ground and stretched lazily. Manifested the form of a little fox. And lay straight on the legs of Long ancestor. His mind was empty, and he didn't want to care about what happened next. In a sense, Su Yin himself understood the will of heaven. After all, the essence of dimensional war is actually the process of big fish eating small fish. Just like the Xiaoyu dynasty dumped in the surrounding areas and gradually monopolized some important materials, so as to achieve the real meaning of peaceful occupation of other countries with resources and strength. The original fairy world devoured other worlds, which could prolong its lifespan and delay the time of reincarnation. These things are actually good for the Holy Spirit or the Emperors of Heaven. The powerful people in the original fairy world are all vested interests. But the will of heaven is too extreme. The plan of the netherworld and the extinction of the world and the spirits forced the Emperors of Heaven, including some holy spirits, to sing against it. Su Yin used to try to understand it. But as the yin and yang of the Emperor of Heaven came out, Su Yin gave up thinking and prepared to stab the butt of the Lord of Heaven with a knife. If the Emperor of Heaven really slaughtered him like this, it would be hard to say whether he could survive. But the Taoist friends around him, and some confidants would definitely die. The original intention of Su Yan's cultivation of a realm was to live forever and enjoy the world. Once the disaster of extinction of the world and the spirits came out, it was tantamount to directly burying Su Yan's original intention and dream of insisting on cultivation. The heart of Tao has suffered a devastating blow. It would be too aggrieved not to draw a knife and cut it. If Su Yan didn't cut the will of heaven twice, he would feel that he was secretly colluding with the will of heaven. Su Yan lay on the lap of Long, his eyes empty, as if thinking about something. Time passed gradually, but Su Yan, who was at the edge of the long river of time, did not feel anything. Long took off his shoes and socks and soaked his feet in the long river of time, gently stirring the ripples. And something happened in the human world accordingly. The door is open. Su Yan gradually came back to his senses from his imagination. Long, who was manipulating time, suddenly spoke to Su Yan, who was looking at the mirror animation of the long river of time. Are you really ready? Long looked at Su Yan and asked again. Don't worry, ancestor. When you are in front and fighting with Master Channy, I will stab you at the right time. Su Yan answered with a firm face. The characteristic of the will of heaven is that it is omniscient and omnipotent when it is in the primitive fairyland. Anything born in the primitive fairyland cannot hurt it in the slightest. Only things that come from outside the cognition of Tianyi can cause the possibility of harming it. The Yinglong ancestor has the power of the flesh and blood world. When dealing with the will of heaven, the ancestor must be the main force. Although Su Yan was born in the flesh and blood world in his previous life, he had never been exposed to flesh and blood technology in his previous life. However, these did not prevent him from using the inner alchemy method of returning to the void and combining with the Tao, using the Yinglong ancestor as a springboard to borrow power from the flesh and blood world avenue, and thus sneak attack the original avenue that was fiercely fighting with the Yinglong ancestor. That's right. Su Yan gradually climbed onto the shoulder of the ancestor and was about to head to the void world with Yinglong. But he suddenly thought of some small questions and said, Sure, Boo. Mother, I just want to ask some small things in advance. If we really defeat the will of heaven, then the avenue of the flesh and blood world will not turn against us and devour us. Right? I still remember you once said that the world of my previous life has reached the end of the reincarnation period, and the flesh and blood masters are almost crazy. They have destroyed the flesh and blood technology world before reincarnation. Then it is reasonable for the flesh and blood avenue to defeat the original avenue and devour the original fairyland? Before going to the void world, Su-yin suddenly thought of a very critical question and asked Ying-long. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. You have tried your best. If you can't stop it, it can only be said that you are not good enough. But don't let it end up that you win the will of heaven. But the flesh and blood gene people in the next world pick peaches. Su-yin can't accept such an ending. Stable. Ying-long looked at Su-yin, who was serious, and smiled and gave him a thumbs up. I can't block my account. Su-yin. What do you mean by stable? Please explain it to me. If you cheat, you should at least let me know what the function is. Right? Chapter 890 Final Meeting. What does stable mean? Su-yin looked at Ying-long's ancestor with surprise. And Ying-long raised his eyebrows slightly. Stable means very stable. And you can't pick peaches in the flesh and blood world. Be more venomous later. That guy. He once played with my mother's feelings. Ying-long reminded Su-yin with a teasing face. At the beginning, Ying-long was fooled by the creation theory of the last week of the will of heaven, so that she missed a lot of things in the Taichu immortal realm. Even the 4 dragon gods and 3 tribes she created in response to the call of Yuchao were used by Yuchao as chess pieces to start a great war between heaven and earth. If she hadn't met Su-yin and went to the flesh and blood world for further study through him, Ying-long should still be frantically looking for the paradox of time in the long river of time. Ying-long knew that she was not good at speaking, so she hoped that Su-yin could curse for her later. Otherwise, even if she defeated the will of heaven, she would still feel unsatisfied. Ying-long hung Su-yin on his shoulders and left the edge of the long river of time and returned to the human world. It's been a long time since I saw you. Ying-long. In front of the door to the void world, the Emperor of Heaven, who had never appeared in the big area, stood here and smiled at Ying-long, saying, I knew I would definitely wait for you here. Behind the Emperor of Heaven, there was a dark curtain that could not be sensed by any means and could only be seen with the naked eye. It was wriggling. This black curtain was the nameless door that gradually opened with the revival of the will of heaven and could accommodate the materials here to enter the place where the soul was placed. The nameless door was mysterious and profound, and it could not be explored. It appeared with the will of heaven and disappeared with the silence of the will of heaven. I didn't expect that with your identity. You would actually guard us in front of the nameless door. I didn't expect it. Ying-long saw the figure of the Emperor of Heaven and said with a smile, in fact, compared to your existence, I am more interested in the Queen Mother of the West. Unfortunately, your existence hinders me. The Emperor of Heaven said bluntly. It's useless to be interested. There are some things you can't envy. The Queen Mother of the West, who has escaped from the predicament, is even less likely to remember the past. Ying-long sneered, and the two said something that Su-yin couldn't understand. That's right. The Emperor of Heaven sighed and said, Are you really unwilling to leave? I am carrying the laws of the will of heaven. If not, I am not willing to do something meaningless. You and I can't really die here. Fighting with you is meaningless. We might as well go our separate ways. The spirit of creation is equivalent to the law itself. If the spirit of creation is not destroyed here, it will not die. The battle between the spirits of creation is meaningless. Get out of the way. Ying-long did not retreat. He looked directly at the figure of the Emperor of Heaven guarding the door. His face sank, and he shouted. The Emperor of Heaven looked more and more amused, and he said with a slight smile, It seems that you are extremely confident in yourself. The Emperor of Heaven showed a strange smile, and really made way for the two to enter the nameless gate to the void world as Ying-long said, I hope you can really be as confident as you say. Otherwise, I will be very disappointed. Ying-long looked at the face of the Emperor of Heaven, with a hint of disdain on his cheeks, and then led Su-yin to the black curtain, entering the void without space and time. It is even impossible to see and perceive here. All the means and abilities of living beings are completely lost at this moment. If a living being does not understand the void world, entering the creeping black curtain is basically equivalent to death. I know what you want to say. Ying-long noticed Su-yin's unusual movement. Although she couldn't see Su-yin's expression, she roughly knew why the little fox was moving on her shoulder, and said lightly, The Queen Mother of the West was actually one of us at some time in the past. But she got rid of the curse of killing the sky and escaped from creation and reincarnation through her own understanding of death. Although she was gone, the Queen Mother of the West is an existence that existed in the past, is now, and will always exist. Here, no matter how the creation and reincarnation are, there is still a place for the Queen Mother of the West. She is also destined to be born forever because of her previous understanding of death. In some reincarnations in the past, the Queen Mother of the West was a member of the spirit of creation. But she found the fate of getting rid of the curse of killing the sky and the creation, and lived forever again. No one knows how she got away. She disappeared forever with the method of liberation. And she will always exist. As the oldest reincarnation, the Emperor God has been bored and tired of his own existence in infinite time and endless reincarnation. But he cannot be freed. The Creator Spirit has committed the felony of killing the sky. As punishment for them, the will of heaven chooses to satisfy all their desires. In reincarnation after reincarnation, the desires in the hearts of sinners are wiped out, making them completely lost. That guy, in the final analysis, actually hopes for the death of the will of heaven more than us. But no living being can do it in countless reincarnations. Not many living beings dare to face the absolute omniscience and omnipotence here. Ying Long sent a message to Su Yin in a calm manner, telling Su Yin some things about the Emperor God. The Emperor God has been sleeping, and using some means to keep himself from getting lost, completely forgetting his identity and his past. The reason why he acted so cruelly was that he just wanted to finish the matter quickly, and go back to sleep, to fight against the negative effects brought about by the reincarnation of 100 generations, and resist the loss caused by the curse of killing the sky. Since Ying Long said that he was confident that he could kill the will of heaven, the Emperor of Heaven would naturally not hinder him, and even gave Ying Long a convenience in some very important places. For example, together with the Emperors of Heaven, they blocked the creation spirit and the Hongming Guardian, who were trying to go to the void. As long as the will of heaven really fell, then the Emperor of Heaven could also get rid of the curse on him. He wished that the will of heaven would die immediately, and he had tried to get rid of the avenue countless times, but all failed. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as he can get rid of the thing that caused all the disasters. He is his brother Haoqian. Well, Master Qianni is extremely unpopular in a sense. Su Yin couldn't help twitching slightly when he learned about some of the deeds of the Emperor of Heaven. He seemed to understand why the Queen said before that the guy who had experienced reincarnation for hundreds of years was a lunatic, and asked him not to provoke him unless he had anything to do. Obviously, the Emperor of Heaven, who longed for a way to be liberated, had entangled the Queen Mother of the West for a long time. But the Queen Mother of the West was no longer the creator of the past. How could she remember the past? There was no means to help the Emperor of Heaven to be liberated. In the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West, the Emperor of Heaven, who ran to her house and talked crazy all day, must be a completely lost and crazy creator of the world. We are almost there. All the answers are there. The will of heaven with emotions. Ying Long seemed to see something in his eyes, and his eyes narrowed slightly, and sent a voice transmission to Su Yin, signaling him to be alert. The will of heaven is very eloquent, and lying is as smooth as eating and drinking. Selling living beings? It can also let living beings count money for it. Chapter 891 The Way of Life in the Void. The Infinite One of All Things. Soon after Su Yin and Ying Long entered the nameless gate, the Emperor of Heaven stationed in front of the gate turned his head indifferently and looked at the starry sky, and slowly said, "Don't you think this is wonderful? Emperor Xuanqiong, Nine-Light Cloud Girl, Huang Lao Dao. Or, are you here to obey the will of heaven and repel me?" Emperor, dressed in yellow plain clothes, Xuanqiong held up a jade-like green lotus leaf umbrella, slowly walked out of the void, and smiled at the indifferent Emperor of Heaven. "Don't be so extreme in your thinking. After all, Miss Ying Long is also one of us. How can we harm her? It is better to say that we are here. The challenge so such a celebration. How can you make the Chao and other Taoist friends hinders? Although their relationship is not intimate, they also belong to the countless colleagues who live in countless cycles under the same roof. They have done the same thing. That is, when they gradually realize the curse of the sky, they have the root of all things and unlimited things. It has been challenged, but they are all defeated by no exception, and they are still crushed. It is an infinite person, and is the essential reason for the existence of everything in the world. They had heard about the deeds of Ying Long and the Wilderness Palace, but they did not take action, just watching from the sidelines. Living beings who have not seen the will of heaven with their own eyes will always have some unrealistic fantasies about it. Only after seeing it with their own eyes can living beings feel suffocation and despair, and know how to keep silent. Therefore, after Ying Long chose to enter the void world, where the will of heaven is located again, the three creation spirits, who had been watching from the sidelines, appeared in the world, trying to challenge the guardian of heaven's will for Ying Long, and ensure that no living beings can hinder the battle between the two before they decide the winner. They admire Ying Long's courage, and like the Emperor of Heaven, they hope to be free from the heaven-killing curse. The heaven-killing curse makes their emotions and desires gradually disappear and become unlike themselves. Wearing a jade crown and colorful flying clothes, the kind old man called Huang Lao Dao by the Emperor of Heaven walked out of the void with a smile and said, while chatting, "Why not stop the yin and yang qi first? The little guys on the ground can't stand the Emperor of Heaven's tossing. After all, Yinglong is not like us who have been forgotten by all spirits. She still has a large number of descendants and blood relatives on the earth." In front of the nameless gate, several creator spirits, who have experienced the most reincarnations, have gathered. Their positions are chaotic and unclear. They have no intention of helping Yinglong, nor are they prepared to continue to destroy the world according to Youchao's intention. Instead, they stop everything in their hands and stand quietly in front of the nameless gate, waiting for Yinglong and Tianyi to decide who is better before talking about other things. Youchao also came to the nameless gate, but did not show his own form. He just glanced at the creator spirit waiting in front of the nameless gate. Yinglong, who had entered the nameless gate earlier, and Su Yan also came to the end of the black curtain. At the end of that cluster of light and Tao Rhyme is the essence of this place, and it is also the source of all the disasters that are currently caused here. There are many names for it: the infinite of all things, nothingness, heaven's will, the root of all things. However, its most widely known name is called the Tao, heaven's will. Yinglong led Su Yan out of the darkness and came to a dim and lightless space that could be seen, but it was empty. An island of neither size floated in a void world that could absolutely not accommodate materials. On the ordinary island, there was a cluster of black bamboo forests growing in disorder, and a group of amorphous things sat facing the direction of the nameless gate. Its body shape changed countless times in a breath, with living beings, dead things, and invisible and intangible but definable shapes. It is the will of heaven, a person without a specific image, but the origin of everything. Are you back so soon? The will of heaven, whose shape is constantly changing, looked at Yinglong, who shouted at him as soon as he entered the door, and responded indifferently. It exuded a dead silence and a sense of oppression that was difficult to dispel, and said lightly, "I know what you want to say, and I also know that the reason you brought Su Yan here is to try to use him as evidence to refute my previous statement. But unfortunately, I didn't lie to you. The reincarnation here is only 4 days old." Yinglong sneered and said to the amorphous object, "Then you tell me how to explain Su Yan's existence." Yinglong just opened his mouth, but the will of heaven said the sentence that Yinglong was about to say next. The will of heaven glanced at Su Yan, then turned his gaze to Yinglong and said, "You want to say, what is the meaning of the existence of an extraterritorial demon like him? And use the extraterritorial demon as a point of argument to deny my creation, and then prove that you are driven by your own will, and are not the background board I set when I created the world. And your thoughts and feelings are also true and sincere, not false. Am I right?" The will of heaven asked the two. "You did say what I wanted to say. So were you drunk when you created the world? Created an extraterritorial demon? And by the way, created the second heavenly Tao, and created a second set of cultivation methods that are different from the internal and external alchemy, with the transformation of blood as the main body?" Yinglong did not give in and pressed the will of heaven. "Why is there a personal attack?" Su Yan, who was lying on the shoulder of Yinglong's ancestor, muttered secretly in his heart, expressing his dissatisfaction in his heart. "I can't understand where your resentment comes from." The will of heaven waited for Yinglong to finish speaking, then slowly asked back, "You don't need to be so emotional when asking me. Since you can come to me, I will naturally patiently answer all the confusion in your heart. His existence is inevitable, and the bond between you and him is also necessary. Only in this way can the dimensional war proceed smoothly, thereby extending the life of our world. This is just a rehearsal. Only when I am absolutely sure will I officially launch a war against that flesh and blood world." The will of heaven waved to Yinglong and Su Yan, and streams of scarlet color emerged from their bodies, gradually condensing into a creature with a blue body, a single eye on the face and chest, and a humanoid body. After it appeared, it stood side by side with Yinglong and bowed to the will of heaven, saying, "The virtual supreme way has seen nothingness." The will of heaven looked at Yinglong and whispered, "I have never deceived you. But because of your preset personality, you absolutely cannot accept things beyond your cognition. What is it?" Su Yan still lay on the shoulder of the ancestor, looking at the creature that suddenly appeared beside him, and asked the ancestor Yinglong, "The great Tao of the flesh and blood world." Yinglong looked at the will of heaven and the azure creature beside him, frowning and saying to Su Yan, "It is also our strongest means." Su Yan was stunned. For the first time, He looked directly at the will of heaven, and then at the great Tao of the flesh and blood world. The thoughts in his mind suddenly became a mess. Chapter 892. Your character is really bad. In the theory of heaven's will, it is not to completely deny Yinglong's experience, but to say that from the most recent reincarnation to the present, only 4 days have passed for heaven's will, including its previous plot against Yinglong and its use of words to trap Yinglong in the time paradox. All these things are actually just its setting of the world, so as to bring out the existence of the extraterritorial demon Su Yin, and based on this, bring out the existence of the flesh and blood world, and launch a nearly perfect replica of the original fairy world exercise. The original avenue wants to invade the flesh and blood world, but the flesh and blood world is an outside existence. Heaven's will cannot make an assessment of combat power. So when reincarnation comes again, it artificially adjusts the background story of this world and creates a world system similar to the flesh and blood avenue for invasion exercises. Therefore, Heaven's will told Yinglong that it could not understand the resentment of all beings, nor could it understand why Yinglong was so angry. In its view, this place has only been born for a few days, and some of their emotions are also based on the preset, deduced by the real heaven and given to their minds. It has already told the truth and presented the arguments with reason and evidence. Why doesn't Yinglong believe it? It is the ultimate way. A different heaven, with power infinitely close to me. It is the thing I created and given to the imitation flesh and blood world to simulate the great way. The void, which is called the will of heaven and is actually an amorphous object, raised its invisible hand and gently waved to Su Yin and Yinglong. Strands of blood-red mist suddenly surged from their bodies, and a blue one-eyed human figure condensed from their bodies. As soon as it appeared in the void world, it respectfully performed a salute to the will of heaven. Although the will of heaven is in a myriad of forms, it reveals a sense of calmness and calmness. It looks at Yinglong and Su Yin quietly, as if revealing a trace of helplessness. It was as if he was helpless because he had repeated his explanations, but the other party didn't believe him and came to accuse him. Master Ancestor, do you have any other tricks? Su Yin silently slipped off the shoulder of Yinglong Ancestor and tried to stand in front of Yinglong to delay time and let the Ancestor think of a way. Although the will of heaven was reasonable, Su Yin actually had no feelings about its words, because Su Yin knew a sentence. I think therefore I am. Some of my things may be false, but I can think now, recall the past, and perceive the joy, anger, sorrow and happiness of past memories. Then, my behavior, logic and emotions are also the products of the superposition of past experiences, cognition and experience. So for me, I am one of the real things. What tricks can we use? Our strongest means have been taken away by it. Yinglong looked at the will of heaven, glanced at Jidao beside him from the corner of his eyes, laughed and said, How come you are so calm knowing so many things, and the truth of the creation here? Huh? Su Yin was caught off guard by the sudden question of Yinglong Ancestor, and said what was in his mind directly. When the world was born, it seems to have nothing to do with me. Right? After all, if it is true that according to what Master Tianyi said, the world was born 4 days ago, then my friend and I were born at the same time. I think therefore I am. In my opinion, Master Tianyi, who has always known the truth, is an alternative freak in the entire primitive fairy world? After hearing this, Yinglong was slightly stunned, and suddenly smiled and said, That's right. You may not be so sensitive to the law of time, and you are not like Mama, who is the source of time and space. After learning that the area under her jurisdiction was invaded, she broke the defense directly. Although the power of time and space has gradually returned to the world after the creation of the world. In essence, time and space have always been regarded as Yinglong's treasures. Yinglong is the source of time and space. Tianyi will manipulates time and space. As one of the roots, Yinglong naturally feels offended. Tianyi will leaned against the bamboo forest, facing the nameless gate, listening to the conversation between the two. His expression fluctuated slightly, especially when Su Yin said, For the whole world, God's will is something different. The fluctuations of heaven's will slightly intensified. But Su Yin and Yinglong could not detect it. The essence of heaven's will is everything and everything, and its form has been changing endlessly. No matter how drastic the changes in its demeanor and spirit are, no one else can detect a single bit. After Yinglong complained to Su Yin about the unhuman deeds of heaven's will, he looked back at heaven's will sitting on Jiaoyu Island, and said with a relaxed expression, I already know everything. But Yinglong said meaningfully, I have one last question that I hope to get your response. That is, how should you explain what is happening in the outside world? Is this also part of your plan? Heaven's will, Nothingness. Not long after Yinglong's words fell, the sky outside the void suddenly turned blood red. Flesh and blood tissues, like silk threads, squeezed out from the dome, clinging to the space of the original fairyland and crawling into the world with difficulty. The pitch-black arms covered with ring-shaped bones poked out from the blood red, slowly tearing the space of the original fairyland. A creature with a white body and thin figure and male signs stood on the crack of space. The tattoo-like lines on the surface of the body slowly crawled and cracked, exposing the eyes of different colors and patterns inside to the air and watching the original fairyland. With his appearance, the second person also came to the original fairyland from the flesh and blood world. It was completely inhuman, with gray matte skin all over its body. There was only a circular hole on its head that could not be closed, and its arms made crisp collision sounds like sword blades. One by one, the creatures in the flesh and blood world stood at the broken place of the world barrier, greedily looking at the land above the original fairyland. Their world is now on the verge of reincarnation. There is no position for the creator spirit in the flesh and blood world, and no living being can escape from the reincarnation, unless they can escape from the flesh and blood world before the reincarnation starts again. They have been looking for a shelter that can accommodate their survival. At the broken part of the world barrier, a blood-red figure walked forward. It had 4 arms, and some white bone tentacles grew on its back. There were 3 symmetrical pairs of fox eyes on its face, revealing a serious look, holding a long-handled staff similar to a spine. It seemed to be able to penetrate the world barrier and cast its eyes on the void world. In the void, the will of heaven was silent, looking at the creatures of the flesh and blood world that had begun to invade. "Why are you silent?" Yinglong said to the will of heaven with a slightly teasing tone. "Didn't you say that you created the flesh and blood world? I think you should be able to easily solve the situation in front of you, and then continue to slaughter all living beings and implement your screening plan. Right? You did not read my memory. But do you remember what you said to me when we first met? You can't recognize things outside of cognition. And now I will return them to you word for word. I can't recognize things outside of cognition. And you who are omniscient and omnipotent can't recognize anything outside the world. It modified our cognition?" Su Yan's mind slowly emerged a strange creature that he didn't recognize 100%. It was blood red and had 6 pairs of fox eyes arranged symmetrically on its face. The moment it appeared in his mind, Su Yan felt that a string in his mind suddenly broke, and the method of returning to the void and merging with the Tao, which had disappeared, and the induction with the power of the flesh and blood world, were re-established. Although Su Yan knew that he was not very smart, he heard the words of Yinglong's ancestor and the changes in his body, and immediately realized a terrible thing. In the original fairy world, the omniscient and omnipotent will of heaven, without any martial ethics, had already attacked him when he entered the void world. It used some unknown means to invade his brain and modify his cognition of the world without reading his memory, until the figure outside the world, called the extraterritorial demon by the will of heaven, appeared and pointed out the cognitive obstacles in his mind. Su Yan finally recovered his cognition of the original fairy world and felt the return of power. "You did something to yourself?" the will of heaven said slowly to Yinglong. "It's just that in the world next door, I made some modifications to the little brains. When I have any doubts about their existence, the supreme beings in the flesh and blood world can see a countdown. Since you said they are fake and created by you, why don't you know about this?" Yinglong smiled and looked at Tianyi and said, "One thing after another is in front of me. Whether it is Su Yan or the flesh and blood creatures that are invading now, they have told me very clearly that you are trying to fool me." Yinglong's debate with Tianyi has actually been confirming another thing. In the tens of thousands of years of forbearance, Yinglong actually suspected one thing a long time ago. That is, the will of heaven has the ability to modify the cognition of creatures. Otherwise, as the root of time and space, it is impossible to find flaws in the long river of time. This is a guess made by Yinglong after he met Su Yan and recalled what he had done for tens of thousands of years. Yinglong's debate with Tianzi is to try to confirm the truth of the guess of modifying cognition. A thing like Tianyi, who loves to lie, would definitely deceive Yinglong after seeing him. Once Tianyi modifies his cognition, some objects outside the world arranged by Yinglong will jump out to forcibly remind Yinglong that his cognition has changed. Of course, the reason why Yinglong debated with Tianyi was not only to confirm his guess. The most important thing was to slap Tianyi, who lied and deceived living beings all day long, in the face. Otherwise, Yinglong could completely leave the original fairyland and invade the original fairyland directly from outside the sky, and then let Su Yan work together to stab Tianyi. But doing so was actually completely meaningless. Yinglong's previous anger at being deceived by Tianji's will would always be blocked in his heart. Without slapping, mocking, and laughing, Yinglong felt that even if he used his flesh and blood to fight Tianyi with his fists, he could not vent the depression of being deceived by Tianyi in the past. Boom boom. On the dome of the void world, which was originally empty, and even had no concept of time and space, some creeping objects vaguely emerged, and it was like an octopus tightly attached to the void world. Su Yan could even see an object similar to an insect mouthpart sucking the dome of the void world. Besides Su Yan, Yinglong's body also underwent some changes. The dragon horns on both sides of his forehead gradually grew upwards, and 4 horns that Su Yan could not identify grew behind his head. His flawless white arms were covered with a layer of blood red, and gold patterns were faintly visible. Heavenswell looked up and looked at Yinglong, whose body had undergone some changes, and said, "The half-body of the flesh and blood will? What did you promise to the opposite avenue to let it completely give its half-body to you to devour and merge? Although I hate your behavior, I have to say that your intelligence is really good. When you were next door, the method of returning to the void and merging with the Tao was still very useful. Is that so?" Heavenswell sighed to Yinglong. "The means I used to deceive you and increase my credibility eventually made you what you are now." Chapter 893: A full-scale invasion from the flesh and blood world. Should I sigh at your luck? Or should I sigh at your grudge? For me, it is also a difficult decision. When Yinglong's cognition of the world was modified by the will of heaven, the foreshadowing that Yinglong had buried in advance was naturally activated. Countdowns and coordinates appeared in front of the strongest people in the flesh and blood world. They did not even consider the possibility of being deceived. They all took action at the same time, trying to escape from the world that was already facing reincarnation. The flesh and blood world directly turned against Tiangang and launched a full-scale invasion of the original fairy world. The personified body of the flesh and blood will even appeared at the forefront of the invasion of the original fairy world. The will of heaven, for the first time, showed extremely obvious emotions in front of Su Yan and Yinglong, and sighed. Yinglong looked at the will of heaven, who was still sitting upright, and after a few cold laughs, his figure slowly disappeared in the void world, merged into the dome, and merged with the flesh and blood while that was invading the original fairy world. Although Yinglong despised Tianyi's character, he admired him in some aspects. She was able to control the will of flesh and blood, and there was certainly a lucky factor in it. It was rare for her to encounter a will of the great Tao that had no spirit of creation, was on the edge of reincarnation, and entered a weak state. But the main reason why she could obtain this part of power was Tianyi's method of returning to the void and merging with the Tao, which enabled Yinglong to invade the flesh and blood heavenly Tao and continue to extract the power of the long river of time to suppress the flesh and blood Tao. If there was no Taoism of Tianji's will, Yinglong would actually be unable to suppress the flesh and blood Tao. No matter how weak the Tao is, it is still an omniscient and omnipotent existence in the world it is in. But its power has declined, and most of its power is used in the creation of reincarnation. What about you? Yinglong has left. The will of heaven, which is currently sitting in the void, has a physical body, but it is not actually the real will of heaven. The real will of heaven is actually the unified name of the entire world. The will of heaven saw Yinglong leave, and Su Yan still stayed in the void realm, and couldn't help asking him. The direct confrontation between you and the ancestor is obviously not something I can get involved in. I plan to stay in the void realm to see if there is a chance to stab you twice. Faced with the confused question of the will of heaven, Su Yan shrugged and said very straightforwardly, "In front of it, lying and concealing are completely meaningless." Su Yan just had a little experience of its omniscience and omnipotence, so he honestly told the will of heaven his intentions. After all, the will of heaven has now been fully invaded by the flesh and blood world, facing the ancestor Yinglong who has transformed into the will of flesh and blood. The will of heaven is fully focused on the front battlefield. The personified body currently staying in the void realm only retains a part of the power to protect itself. Intent on attacking me? Heavenswell shook his head gently and said, "Attacking me is meaningless. The reason you are still here is probably because you are worried that you will be arrested by Yu Chao and the spirit of creation after you go out, and then threaten Yinglong who is leading the troops to fight. It's safer to stay in the void realm. The void realm is only separated from the outside world by a barrier, and is the closest to the outside world. The flesh and blood will and the primordial will are now fighting outside the world barrier, restraining each other. How the will of heaven originally planned to invade the flesh and blood world. And now the flesh and blood world is following the script to invade the space barrier, where the primordial immortal realm is located. It is actually the safest for Su Yin to stay under the eyes of the flesh and blood will. Once he leaves the Void Realm, he will be in great danger, and will have to face the pursuit of Yu Qiao and the Hongming Guardians. I also consider that aspect. But the idea of attacking Master Tianyi actually prevailed. The Tongyu Divine Sword slowly slipped out of his sleeve, and was held in Su Yan's hand. He looked at Tianzai and said, "Actually, there is something I can't figure out all along. I wonder if Master Tianyi can spare some time to answer it for me." Tianzai slowly said, "You should ask about your birth, and then speculate on my so-called omniscience and omnipotence. Right? Your birth is very special. When Yinglong threw you into the world of cultivation, I must have been able to instantly detect it. I sensed something wrong with you. But Yinglong concealed your existence through the power of merit. All living beings define me as omniscient and omnipotent. But to be more precise, I am not omniscient and omnipotent. I just exceed the cognition and knowledge of all living beings. So in the eyes of all living beings, I am omniscient and omnipotent. The will of flesh and blood and the will of heaven are blasting against each other outside the world barrier, like two groups of cell organisms whose size cannot be measured by visual measurement, extending a series of tentacles to tear the world barrier on the opposite side. But there are some root rule forces attached to them. There is no colorful Taoism, nor any fireworks. Just biting at the other side. Biting the world barrier on the opposite side to invade. Letting the strongest in their own world invade, so as to plunder the other side's foundation and source power. Do you really have the emotions of a living being? Su Yin was silent for a moment, and looked at the blood-red light curtain above the dome. The fight between the flesh and blood will and the original will should be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. So he looked at the incarnation of the will of heaven sitting in front of the bamboo forest and asked. This time, the will of heaven did not respond to the question as calmly as before. Even when seeing Yinglong showing a semi-fused body with the will of flesh and blood, the will of heaven did not show much emotional fluctuation. But under Su Yan's question, any living being could clearly notice that the face of the body of the will of heaven actually showed a smile, and chuckled. Your question about the emotions of living beings has touched my blind spot in knowledge. I can't answer it. But I can roughly know the emotions of living beings, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires hidden in the hearts of living beings. Then, Su Yin looked at Tianyi, who was sitting upright, and said, "Please allow me to ask Master Tianyi a question on behalf of some seniors and fellow Taoists. That is, what is the image of those heaven and earth beasts created by you personally and regard you as their parents in your heart? Since their birth, they should have perfectly performed the mission you entrusted to them. Why not give them a way to live? The creation theory of the will of heaven is obviously not just a background setting as it says. They perfectly executed my commission." The will of heaven gave an affirmative answer and said lightly, "But life and death are determined by fate. No matter who they are, they have a chance to survive in the chaos of heaven and earth. Their existence is just too dazzling and has become the target of all living beings. The responsibility for this matter is not mine. If they want to blame, they can only blame themselves for being soft-hearted and the desires of all living beings. The divine beasts of heaven and earth shouldered the mission of creation in the early days. However, now the major tribes in the primitive fairy world have long been on the right track and entered the new era. The divine beasts of heaven and earth that taught and enlightened all living beings in the past are high-quality refining materials and elixir materials in the eyes of the creatures of the new era. Isn't the weapon in your hand the best evidence? Tongyo's Taoism is very useful. Right? The sacrificial knife in your arms is also capable. Right? If you go one step further, it can even reach the level of a dragon girl. It was never me who killed them, but their own kindness and benevolence, as well as their nostalgia for the past and unrealistic fantasies. They mistook the past for the present. I gave them a mission, and at the same time, I gave them power that ordinary people cannot reach. It's a pity that they themselves did not keep up with the changes in the world." The will of heaven spoke calmly. The will of heaven is fair, and there is a threshold for the pressure it exerts on the world. If you can break the shackles, you can survive. The gradual extinction of the beasts of heaven and earth cannot be simply concluded by the words right or wrong. It is the collision of the changes in the world. Resource conflicts. The collision of the old and new ideas. And the collision of the desire for strength and jealousy of all beings, which led to the decline of the beasts of heaven and earth. The will of heaven explicitly refused to take the blame, because the gradual extinction of the beasts of heaven and earth really had nothing to do with it. If those kind beasts could gradually change their mentality like the gods when the times change, their current situation would not be like this. Behind the spread of the theory of immortality of the strong, there is also the will of heaven to fuel it. Reveal the change of the wind direction here to all living beings in advance. Okay, After receiving a serious reply from the will of heaven, Su Yen did not open his mouth to debate. Because Senior Baizhe and some heaven and earth beasts just wanted to know what attitude their parents had towards them. The will of heaven has already answered the question very well. And Su Yen did not need to continue to ask and debate. Su Yen made a sword flower and took the Tongyu divine sword back into his body. Red mist spread on his body surface, connecting with the world of flesh and blood will, and turned to walk out of the void world, ready to cooperate with the ancestor of Yinglong. One is restraining the will of heaven in the outside world, and the other is digging for the bottom in the world of primitive will. But before leaving, Su Yen seemed to have thought of something, and turned back to ask Tianji. By the way, Master Tian, I suddenly thought of a question. Can you help me solve it? Tianji looked at Su Yen, and the body of all changes smiled and said, because my goal will definitely be achieved. No matter how it starts, how it goes, or how it ends. For me, it is a sure win. What Su Yen wanted to ask was that, through the previous conversation, he felt that the will of heaven didn't seem to care much about its most important move, the existence of the netherworld. It had always been Yu Chao who was busy there. But it didn't care at all. The will of heaven had made it clear to Su Yen that when it saw all living beings, it was inherently fair. After hearing this, Su Yen stopped and looked back at the will of heaven who said the win-win theory, with a look of surprise on his face. It meant that it knew that all members of the netherworld would lose. But it didn't stop it, because this was also what it expected. No matter which side of the new and old order wins or loses, it can achieve its goal, including now that the will of flesh and blood leads the strongest to attack the world of the original will. It can still achieve its ultimate goal. How to win? No. It should be said that its ultimate goal is not to launch a dimensional war against other worlds. How can the will of heaven win after losing everything? Are you fooling me? Su Yen, whose brain was almost burned, suddenly remembered that Tianyi loved to fool living beings. He suddenly came to his senses and questioned Tianzi. But Tianyi just smiled and didn't continue, revealing some negative emotions. Who knows? Maybe he is deceiving you to influence Yinglong. Or maybe he is telling the truth. Anyway, I don't know. Tianzi smiled and looked at Su Yen in a very human way and said, after all, you have no choice now. You can only go all the way. That's right. Su Yen smacked his lips and walked out of the void. Although Tianzi loved to fool living beings, it was not wrong now. At this point, there was no choice for him. He could only go against Tianzi of the primitive world all the way. Chapter 894 Win-Win. The will of heaven sat on the island, and did not stop Su Yen from leaving. Nor did he care about the battle between the flesh and blood will and the primitive will outside the world. He just lowered his head slightly and looked at his palm. The palm of the will of heaven also has 5 fingers, but it is out of tune with the surrounding space. The slightly illusory palm contains everything and everything. In an instant, it completes 7,200 changes, as if it is empty and endless, and is separated from the surrounding space. Do I have the emotions of living beings? The will of heaven looked at his palm and muttered to himself. I should still have emotions, but the time is too long. So long that I have forgotten it. Do you think you have something you have forgotten? The fox asked me a good question, and I, who have limited omniscience and omnipotence, cannot answer it directly. Whether the will of heaven has the emotions of living beings, and whether it can resonate with normal living beings. It seems to be an ordinary question. In fact, the will of heaven itself is not clear. It knows very clearly that its former self, its original self, must have possessed the emotions of a living being. It also climbed to the highest peak step by step, like other living beings. But it has forgotten everything else. It has forgotten its original appearance and identity, and its original dreams and ties. It only remembers that it should be a living being at first. But it really can't remember what race it came from. The Emperor of Heaven, who has reincarnated for hundreds of generations, has only experienced 648 billion years. In the impression of the will of heaven, it has personally triggered more than 300 reincarnations when it went crazy. In plain words, the will of heaven has personally smashed and crushed the original world more than 300 times. The will of heaven only remembers that one reincarnation is 1 year old. It is now more than 800 years old. If it does not deliberately dig up and search for some things that are too long ago, it will not be possible for it to recall them. It has long forgotten what it is. But those things are relevant. The so-called memories will only make it feel empty and lonely in the end. Even the spirits of creation could not always accompany it. In the end, they would try their best to escape or die. Heaven-killing curse. Therefore, When Su Yan asked it whether it had normal emotions and resonance with living beings, the will of heaven could not answer, because it itself did not know the answer. But it knew one thing. That is, it did not have any emotional fluctuations when the beasts of heaven and earth passed away. Just as it said, it gave the beasts of heaven and earth missions and corresponding powers. But their mission has long been over, and they are now reduced to the point of extinction, just because their concepts have not kept up with the changes of the times. After completing their mission, they have long been free from any constraints. Even if they turn around and attack the former mission subject, destroy the demon race, the human race, or unite to destroy the world, there is no problem. This is their freedom. And it is also natural during the process of heaven and earth. Or it is fate. The will of heaven and Yichao, in the past, never paid attention to these things. After a long time, the low hum of the will of heaven came faintly from the void. I should still have emotions, but maybe I haven't used them for too long, so they are a little dull. After the murmur of the will of heaven ended, the reaction in the present world was that the original will outside the world seemed to be injected with hormones, changing from the original defensive counterattack to an intense attack, and once suppressed the will of flesh and blood in a short time. Englong, who was integrated into the will of flesh and blood, almost cursed directly when he saw this. The original will differentiated the power of the spirit of creation, although the overall strength will not be reduced. There will be lags when mobilizing some brute forces. In the world of the will of flesh and blood, there is no guardian of the spirit of creation at all. Their world is the strongest when the flesh and blood is reincarnated. Now, Englong has recycled all his power to suppress the original will, but never expected that the original will could be so fierce, changing its previous style, and once reversely suppressing itself with a rough posture. Did you take some drugs? You didn't even care about the consumption of the original power, and jumped over to ride on my face. Englong cursed secretly in his heart. The original will has no words. It just attacks. On Su Yan's side, he has sneaked out of the void world, manifested the form of a little fox, and looked out of the nameless gate, ready to look at the wind to confirm whether he can get out. Su Yan did not forget that when they were about to enter the nameless gate to the void world, they were blocked by the Emperor of Heaven. But for some reason, the Emperor of Heaven finally chose to let them go and guard the gate. Other creation spirits, Hongming guardians, and Yichao are very likely outside the gate at this moment. Although Su Yan has the method of returning to the void and merging with the Tao, and can borrow the power of flesh and blood will, he is not crazy enough to fight against multiple creation spirits, or the biggest evil forces in the original fairy world such as the Yichao gang. But after Su Yan poked his head out, the situation outside was different from what he expected. He did not see the Emperor of Heaven fighting the Hongming guardians, or the creation spirits, or Yichao's face full of indifference, saying to check his courage. Outside the nameless gate, there was nothing. There was no figure of the Emperor of Heaven, nor were there any other hostile forces, the creation spirit and the guardian of Hongming. It was quiet. Is there no one here at all? Su Yan sent out his divine sense to sense the environment. After confirming that there was no ambush, he walked out carefully, looked around with a confused face, and said secretly, "The Emperor of Heaven is not here, and even Yichao is not here. So, the problem is big. There are no living creatures in front of the nameless gate. So where can they be?" Su Yan can only think of two locations. The creation spirit is either in the broken world barrier, or now in the original fairyland, and is engaged in a head-on confrontation with the forces led by the Queen. Su Yan returned from the nameless gate, and he had two things to do. The first thing is to go to the broken world barrier, and tell the win-win theory of the will of heaven to the ancestor Englong who is fighting with the original will. Su Yan did not understand the will of heaven, so he could not judge the truth of its words. But if all this information was told to the ancestor Englong, then there was a high probability that the ancestor Englong could guess the ultimate purpose of the will of heaven. The second thing is to defend the creatures of the flesh and blood world. To be honest, even if they are fellow countrymen in a sense, but Su Yan is extremely wary of them. The reincarnation of the flesh and blood world is essentially because the power of the flesh and blood creatures has caused irreversible erosion and pollution to his original world. Therefore, it is necessary to use the reincarnation restart characteristics to purify the entire world. The strongest in the flesh and blood world. To put it bluntly, they are a group of irreversible pollution sources. Wherever they go, whether living beings or inorganic matter will be distorted. Every minute and every second of their existence is pushing the world to rush towards the reincarnation restart. Su Yan wants to send a message to Englong. then returned to the Earth to inform the Old Order forces, to prevent the strongest in the flesh and blood world from ascending to the 5 worlds, and try to intercept them in the universe. Well, or send it to the underworld. Anyway, Su Yin doesn't want to see the stone in the courtyard scratching the little bell and laughing foolishly when he wakes up one day. Chapter 895, digging up the coffin of the original will. The broken world barrier. If I remember correctly, it should be in that direction. Su Yin saw that there was no one outside the door. After spending a little time to sort out his thoughts, he moved to the outermost area of the broken world barrier, trying to pass important information to the Yinglong ancestor outside the world. As Su Yin expected, the creation spirit and Yu Chao who disappeared in the nameless gate were either in a large area or in the broken world barrier. When Su Yin came to the broken world barrier, he saw the Emperor of Heaven, who he had met once, and Yu Chao, and a dozen completely unfamiliar beings. But the aura they exuded was far beyond the level of the Holy Spirit realm. Even if he didn't need to introduce himself, Su Yin knew clearly what kind of beings they were. Su Yin's arrival, except for making the Emperor of Heaven and Yu Chao look slightly sideways, did not cause any waves or any kind of commotion, because they were all in a confrontation. The full invasion of the will of flesh and blood is not only a fight between the wills of the 2 worlds, but also a confrontation and brutal fight between all living beings, thus creating opportunities and strengthening the foundation for the will of one's own world. In the place where the world barrier is broken, the strongest people in the original fairy world, led by Yu Chao and Emperor Tian Wang, guard the broken barrier and watch the strongest people in the flesh and blood world. In the flesh and blood world, the existence with a white and thin figure, wearing a white cloth, and various pupil patterns on the body, now transformed into a giant eyeball, with several overlapping and rotating flesh rings, like star rings, with a large number of eyes around it, and a strange Sanskrit sound murmured around it, shocking the universe. Those seemingly humanoid flesh and blood strongest people. There is no human at all. The faceless man turned into a starry sky worm, whose body size could no longer be described by numbers. Endless black holes lingered around it, and its surface was uneven with black bone spikes, and its face was simply a black hole. And some huge humanoids, with shawls all over their bodies, sharp or twisted. They have revealed their hunting or predatory forms, ready to attack at any time. But the 2 sides were still relatively stable, because although the spatial dimension was damaged, the strongest people on both sides of the original will and the flesh and blood will did not dare to rashly break into the enemy world, and were all spying on the opportunity. Su Yin looked at the confrontation between the 2 sides for a moment, maintained the shape of a little fox, and tiptoed to the side, ready to go to the damaged gap in the world barrier, and send a message to the blood-red 6-eyed man who did not reveal the truth, so that the other party could pass the message to the ancestor of Yinglong. Su Yin didn't recognize the creature with blood-red skin, 6 eyes, and an eyeball staff in his hand, but it had helped him, and Yinglong ancestor break the distorted worldview of the will of heaven. It was very likely that the other party was a special existence similar to Yu Chao. Therefore, Su Yin was ready to contact it. Where do you want to go? Su Yin, who was creeping on tiptoe to reduce his presence and make himself almost invisible, suddenly felt a hand pinching the back of his neck and forcibly pulling him out of the latent state. Queen Mother of the West lifted Su Yin up and looked at the little fox that appeared here with a strange face and said, "Shouldn't you be in the Void Realm? Why did you come to the border of the 2 realms?" Su Yin followed Yinglong away. Queen Mother of the West and other heavenly emperors knew that Yinglong must have taken the little fox with him to seek revenge on the will of heaven, and they also vaguely guessed something. Therefore, Queen Mother of the West felt strange when she saw Su Yin suddenly come here. "My lady?" After Su Yin was pinched, he did not show any fright or struggle reaction, although he could not sense the approach of the living creature before. The moment the other party's arm touched his hair, Su Yin already knew who the other party was. "Why did you come here?" It turns out that all the seniors are here?" Su Yin was carried by Queen Mother of the West, and finally had time to look behind him. Although the 2 sides were separated by billions of light years, Su Yin could still feel some familiar eyes cast on him. "My queen, I was going to ask you this question. Didn't you run away from home with Yinglong? How did you end up in the dirtiest place in the entire primitive fairyland? The strongest people of the flesh and blood will all look strange at first glance, and they exude a force that is obviously corrosive and polluting. They are simply the source of filth for the creatures of the primitive will. The dung beetles would spit secretly when they came." In the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West, Su Yin, who sneaked to the battlefield, was no less than using shit to build a sand castle. Although the queen was particularly tolerant of the little fox, she didn't want the little fox to hold her cheek and kiss her with his hands that had played with shit, or to touch other parts. Therefore, when she saw Su Yin appear, she directly came behind Su Yin with the Kunlun mirror and pinched him. Why am I here? The whole thing is very complicated to say. Su Yin roughly explained the current situation to the Queen Mother of the West by voice transmission. The ancestor of Yinglong has transformed into the will of flesh and blood, and is fighting with the original will, grinding each other's foundation. And he needs to send a message to the ancestor of Yinglong, and ensure that while weakening the foundation of the original will, it will not cause devastating damage to the lifespan of the original fairy world. The original fairy world has gone through the Hongming era, the Chaos era and the Taichu era, and has come to the Primitive era. According to the cycle of 6.4 billion years, it is now in its prime, and the strongest in the flesh and blood world will reduce the lifespan of the world when they are fully fired, so that the doomsday time of reincarnation will come early. They actually have such ability? The queen thought they were just ugly. Knowing the abilities of the alienated creatures on the opposite side, the Queen Mother of the West showed an obvious surprise, and was shocked. As the lucky god who controls the death and decline of the original fairy world, the Queen Mother of the West is already a very filthy and evil existence in terms of physiognomy. But the Queen Mother of the West does not have the ability to directly threaten the lifespan of the world will. The queen is shocked that there are more ominous beings in the world than her. The abilities of these extraterritorial demons are really quite auspicious. They are just a little ugly. Could it be that their power is exchanged for their looks? Queen Mother of the West muttered to herself in her heart. It is because of their characteristics that I am going to send a message to the ancestor. On the one hand, to tell her that I have discovered the intelligence of the will of heaven, and on the other hand, I hope to minimize the damage of destruction. After all, we don't have the ability to survive and jump around when the reincarnation starts again. Su Yin said to the queen with a helpless look on his face. When the ancestor Yinglong and the will of heaven fought, the most injured were not the two main ones, but the minions below. Su Yin didn't want the flesh and blood will and the original will to enter the reincarnation at the same time after the two fought. The two big guys must be able to withstand it. But he and other predecessors can't stand it. Only the spirit of creation can eat melons on the side. And the guardian of Hongming maintains a trace of true spirit, following behind Yu Chao and watching the spirit of creation eat melons with relish. Although the queen doesn't want to get close to the dung heap. Since you have said so much, I will go with you. The Queen Mother of the West thought about it and shook her head, put Su Yin in her arms, walked towards the spirits of creation, prepared to say low to them, and then went to the place where the world barrier was broken to send a letter to Yinglong. Chapter 896, The Ultimate Purpose of the Primal Will. Queen Mother of the West? This is not like your character. Queen Mother of the West's sudden appearance made most of the creation spirits look at her sideways. And the Emperor of Heaven even smiled, and said to the Queen Mother of the West, who suddenly appeared here, Queen Mother of the West has a beautiful personality. If she is allowed to look directly at some filthy things, then one of her and the filthy things she sees must die. Over the years, Queen Mother of the West has never lost. The strongest people in the world of flesh and blood can no longer be defined by the words of beauty or ugliness. As long as they look directly at them, or look over them, they can feel the spiritual pollution. Letting Queen Mother of the West look directly at those things is more uncomfortable than killing her. The Emperor of Heaven even teased without hesitation. I am not familiar with you. Queen Mother of the West's cheeks showed a look of disgust. And she did not have a good face for the Emperor of Heaven. Since the Queen Mother of the West could remember, she had no good feelings towards the Emperor of Heaven, because she always felt that these creation spirits were very enthusiastic. So enthusiastic that the Queen Mother of the West felt that there must be something wrong with his brain. After experiencing reincarnation, the Queen Mother of the West had long forgotten her past experiences, and that she had once been a member of the creation spirit. In a sense, her fundamental existence was actually earlier than the Emperor of Heaven. These most ancient creation spirits were once familiar with her. But the Queen Mother of the West had long forgotten all of this. Moreover, no one would mention all of this, because the existence of the Queen Mother of the West was also a taboo in the creation spirit. No one knew how she was freed from the heaven-killing curse. And no one knew how she could still keep her true spirit immortal, and be born with the reincarnation of the world after getting rid of the heaven-killing curse, including the omniscient and omnipotent heavenly will. He did not know how the Queen Mother of the West got rid of the curse. It may be that the will of heaven is empty, and it is worried that other creation spirits will imitate the Queen Mother of the West. Or it may be because of other hidden dangers. The Queen Mother of the West has become a taboo, and no creation spirit talks about her under the high pressure of the will of heaven. No creation spirit dares to contact her rashly. And the Emperor of Heaven only approaches her to get close to her, wanting to understand the way to liberation from her, but has been dragged back by the will of Heaven more than once. It also caused the Emperor of Heaven to assassinate the will of Heaven several times. Ha ha ha. Seeing the Queen Mother of the West put on a face, the Emperor of Heaven did not feel offended. He chuckled a few times and slowly moved his eyes away from the Queen Mother of the West, and even ignored the fox in her arms. Xuanqiong Gaotijan. Jiuguang Yanu and Huang Laodao smiled and did not say anything. Although the Queen Mother of the West in front of them is the Queen Mother of the West, she is not the Queen Mother of the West in the past. There is a natural separation and unfamiliarity between them. And coupled with the suppression of the will of Heaven, they naturally will not deliberately step forward to say lo. After all, they are not like Juyin, who is still enjoying eternal welfare. They have very obvious rebellious intentions and want to stab the will of Heaven. They were ordered not to approach the Queen Mother of the West. I am going to do something. It should be okay to get close to the damaged barrier. Right? Queen Mother of the West asked the Emperor of Heaven and Yu Chao. The invisible and intangible Yu Chao shook his head and said something slowly. After listening to the Queen Mother of the West and the Emperors of Heaven, they nodded thoughtfully. What did the Lord of Heaven say? The Creator Spirits or the Hongming Guardians present seemed to understand Yu Chao's words. But Su Yan in the arms of the Queen Mother was confused and didn't hear what Yu Chao said at all. Strictly speaking, Yu Chao actually has no mouth and can't speak. Its words and deeds are just imitating the behavior of living beings, so that the living beings who see it will not fall into panic and horror. Things that look like oneself but are not oneself can often arouse the most primitive fear in the hearts of living beings. Yu Chao's behavior is to imitate living beings, except for the time when it was forced to speak by Yinglong. It conveys its meaning through thoughts and preaching, no matter how awkward its words are. The living beings around it can always understand its words and meanings at the first time. Therefore, Su Yan really had no idea what Yu Chao said. After all, Yu Chao was not talking to him, helped to stop them. Although Queen Mother of the West nodded and agreed with what Yu Chao had just said to her, she didn't care much. She didn't originally want to contact those strange creatures on the opposite side. She was just going to get closer so that Su Yan could send a voice message to Yinglong. She was not interested in fighting with a flesh and blood deformer. This matter is related to Yinglong, which will help her to press the will of Heaven under her crotch. When Queen Mother of the West turned around, she seemed to remember something and said to the creation spirit. As soon as these words came out, the creation spirits, who were originally indifferent and not prepared to intervene, suddenly became energetic. Oh! The Emperor of Heaven took the lead and came directly behind Queen Mother of the West, facing Yu Chao and the Hongming Guardians led by him, and smiled. Whether to help Queen Mother of the West depends on her mood. But if you say you can kill the will of Heaven, then you are my brother. The Emperor of Heaven, who had gone through hundreds of reincarnations and whose emotions and thoughts had been worn away, wanted nothing more than to sleep forever or to have his memory washed away, like the Queen Mother of the West, and no longer be restricted by the fate of creation and destruction. What stood in his way was the will of Heaven, and taking revenge on the will of Heaven was one of the few things that could make the Emperor of Heaven emotional. Seeing that the Emperor of Heaven and the High Lord of Xuanqiong were both blocking him, Yu Chao, who had no emotions or instincts, almost cursed them directly. The Emperor of Heaven and the High Lord of Xuanqiong were among the strongest among the spirits of creation. The Guangdao name could be over 100 characters throughout, which was enough to prove their strength from the side. Otherwise, there would be no need for sentient beings to add the modifier of 100 to praise their greatness. With the Emperor of Heaven, the High Lord of Xuanqiong, and the Nine Lights and Cloud Girl blocking the way, Yu Chao could not break through no matter how anxious he was. And the Hongming Guardians also showed difficulty in facing the three. It's not that they can't fight, but afterwards, facing their crazy revenge, unless they don't go out, or follow Yu Chao all the time. Otherwise, go! The Queen Mother of the West didn't care about those little things. She suppressed her psychological discomfort and lifted Su Yan to the junction of the two realms, turning her head away, not looking at the strange-looking and filthy strongmen on the opposite side, worried that one of them couldn't help crossing the border and going to war with them. This way, Su Yan ignored the boundary between the two worlds and directly poked his head into the flesh and blood world. He called out to the being with 3 pairs of fox eyes, saying, "Send a message to the ancestor of the flesh and blood will for me. Say." Kan Wu said that he can achieve his goal no matter whether he wins or loses in the end. Su Yan disagreed with the creator spirit, or Yu Chao and the others. He was born in the primitive world in this life, And his biggest backer came from a flesh and blood will. He was not worried about being attacked by both sides when crossing the two worlds. Therefore, he naturally poked his head out and shouted to Liu Yan. The ending was just as Su Yan thought. When the creatures in the flesh and blood world saw Su Yan poking his head out, they subconsciously wanted to attack him. But the six-eyed demon holding the staff raised the staff and smashed it directly on the head of the creature who wanted to sneak attack Su Yan. Then, with a look of indifference on his face, he said something to him. When Su Yan was passing on the message to Liu Yan, he used voice transmission to express the meaning of his words. While the six-eyed demon god spoke the language of their world, Su Yan looked at the six-eyed demon god as if he was looking at Yi Chao. You? Can you tell me if you agree or not? Otherwise, I will be very embarrassed if I am stuck here. Chapter 897 Cognitive Distortion. The blood-colored six eyes slightly raised their heads, looked at the universe and starry sky of the flesh and blood world, looked at the existence that was pitch black and seemed to be made up of countless muscle lines, and slowly began to retell the words that Su Yan had told him before. After receiving the message from the devourer of all things, the giant dragon made up of black muscle lines paused for a moment and looked at the damaged place in the world. Winning can achieve the goal, and losing can also achieve the ultimate goal? Yinglong, who was resisting the will of flesh and blood and attacking the original will, was slightly stunned after hearing this, and his thoughts were temporarily disordered. Obviously, Yinglong could not parse the information in the empty words of the will of heaven. Whether you win or lose in the end, you can achieve the ultimate goal? The essence of winning and losing is two lines, one to the left and the other to the right. How could the two lines that should be parallel go in opposite directions and finally point to the same goal? But this message was sent by Su Yan, so Yinglong had to think seriously. Do you have any ideas? Yinglong was unable to interpret the meaning of the information, and asked the flesh and blood will, which was like a floating mucus polymer, surrounded by countless information flows. The flesh and blood will floated in front of Yinglong, and the data flow around it was like a star ring. It said indifferently without any human elements, it cannot be interpreted. The original will is extraordinary. The root power is above us. It is a monster. Its fighting will seems to be a little weak. The flesh and blood will, and the world it commands, because of the genetic flesh and blood skills. They have devoured other worlds for the first time. But every time the flesh and blood creatures cannot outrun the pursuit of reincarnation through devouring. Although the flesh and blood creatures are dead, those memories and skills are stored in the body of the flesh and blood will. The original will seems to be different from the world will that the flesh and blood will has devoured before. And it seems that it has not exerted its full strength until now. After the original will world was split, the will of heaven divided its own power and forcibly created the rank of the spirit of creation. The power of the spirits of creation contains part of the origin of the will of heaven, which is also the reason why the spirits of creation cannot be eroded by the self-cleansing of the world. The original will that recycles the power of the spirit of creation, drives the world into self-destruction mode, eliminates Yu Chao, and recycles all power and energy is the final form of the original will, an ultimate body that stands inside and outside the world and can only be the only one. But when fighting with the will of flesh and blood, the original will did not recycle the root of the spirit of creation, nor did it stop Yu Chao from entering a silent state. The way of heaven is still maintaining the operation of the world and the evolution of organisms and nature. Even part of its own consciousness is still in the original world. The will of flesh and blood cannot answer Yinglong's question, and can only tell Yinglong all the currently known and unknown information, as well as some of its own analysis of the original will. Win or lose can achieve the ultimate goal. No solution. What does that guy mean? He shouldn't be deliberately fooling the little fox. Right? No. That's not right. Although the little fox is not very strong, he has a very strong instinct to seek good fortune and avoid disaster, which makes him completely ignore the information sent by Yu Chao's pursuit. It must be beneficial to us. Due to the lack of information, Yinglong was unable to speculate on the logic of the behavior of the will of heaven. But she didn't think it was a lie. Su Yan might not have other abilities, but he had an instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm that made Yinglong dumbfounded. He could unconsciously choose things that were most beneficial to him. He was responsible for making the choice, and Yinglong's great luck was responsible for implementing the plan. The original will is far more powerful than us in terms of its origin. The will of flesh and blood said lightly. It seems to be waiting for something. With our current power reserves, entering the world self-destruction mode should be able to maintain the stalemate of 300 million universes. Please make a decision as soon as possible. The so-called self-destruction mode mentioned by the will of flesh and blood is equivalent to a way to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Once it is turned on, all civilizations in the flesh and blood world will be destroyed one after another. All power will be added to it, and all natural evolution will stop. In other words, even if you have great abilities or can create an object that allows the will of the world to ascend on the spot, you cannot be promoted or achieve things in the self-destruction mode. The whole world will be locked, and everything will become firewood to power the will of flesh and blood. No, it should be said that the will of flesh and blood has taken back all the possibilities below it, and the world is completely over. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise our cooperation will fail completely. Its strength has far exceeded all the world wills I have encountered. The will of flesh and blood seemed to be aware of the original will, and felt that it seemed to be waiting for something, and could not help but instinctively urge its partner Long to make a choice. The original will is very likely to wait for the skill to cool down and try to swallow itself in one breath, or to dismember the flesh and blood world in various ways and fry it. The flesh and blood will without emotion also has the desire to survive. The thing in front of him, it is a bit strong, and it is not comparable to those who are easy to deal with in the past. Let Su Yan ask the Emperor God to see if they have a solution. The giant dragon, twisted by the dark muscles, conveyed a thought to the devourer of all things. The blood-red six eyes looked at the anxious Su Yan again and slowly said, "The message has been conveyed. Your mother asked me to tell you that she couldn't think of a solution. So she asked you to ask the elders around you who know about the original will." The penholder probed into the flesh and blood world, and most of Su Yan still stayed in the original world. After hearing this, a big question mark appeared on his head. But it was only a moment of surprise. Su Yan immediately retracted his head, looked behind him, and said to the Emperor of Heaven, "Senior, let me ask you a question. Master Tianyi said something not long ago. He said that he could achieve his goal in this war regardless of winning or losing. Can you guess what he is up to? No matter whether we win or lose in the end." The Emperor of Heaven murmured in his mouth, and his expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yu Chao, who was leading the Hongming Guardians in the back, with horror on his face, and said, "Damn Kan Wu. How dare it? As despicable and shameless as always. Run away. Kan Wu, that despicable person, wants to choose a substitute." The Emperor of Heaven realized something, and his expression on his cheeks changed drastically. After calling his colleagues, he didn't care about the confrontation and teleported directly to the flesh and blood world opposite the broken world. After hearing about the selection of substitutes, Emperor Xuanqiong Gaudi, Jiao Guangyanu, and Huang Laodao suddenly understood something and chased after the Emperor of Heaven. But after they made their choice, the damaged land of the world that was close at hand suddenly changed into the nameless gate that the spirits of creation were extremely familiar with. The Emperor of Heaven was stunned when he saw this. Staring at the nameless gate in front of him, his face gradually twisted, and he roared angrily into the gate. Nothing. Obviously, the will of heaven used its usual trick of distorting cognition as always, making the Emperor of Heaven, who wanted to escape, step out in front of the nameless gate. In the primitive world, the will of heaven does not even need to take action. Just a trick of cognitive distortion can defeat all the creatures who want to challenge it. It can arbitrarily manipulate the cognition of creatures, making them think they are doing the right thing. But in reality, they may be slaughtering their relatives and friends. The Emperor of Heaven thought that he could escape from the world by moving to the damaged land of the world. But because of the distortion of cognition, he personally returned to the front of the nameless gate. The damaged land of the world that was so close at hand became a ravine, abyss, that living beings could never reach. In front of the eyes of the Emperor God, the figure of the will of heaven vaguely emerged. It was still sitting in the shade of the bamboo forest, watching everything with a calm face. The mouth on the body of the 10,000 changes opened and closed slightly, as if saying something. Everything is already destined. There is no escape. Chapter 898, The Purpose of Nothingness. Why did they all run in the wrong direction? As the Emperor of Heaven shouted, saying that the will of heaven was selecting a substitute, Su Yan and Queen Mother of the West witnessed with their own eyes that the creation spirits swarmed towards the nameless gate, and Yu Chao and the Hongming Guardians watched all this with strange expressions. Su Yan spoke with a look of astonishment on his face. The Emperor of Heaven clearly said to escape to the flesh and blood world. But in the end, they all ran to the door of the will of heaven's house. Of course, the astonishment was only for a moment. Su Yan, who had also experienced cognitive distortion, soon knew what had happened to the creation spirits. The will of heaven changed their cognition and made them do things that ran counter to their ideas. And the bloody six eyes outside the primitive world watched all this happen throughout the process. And through the analysis of the Emperor of Heaven's lip language, conveyed all the words he had just said to Yinglong, who was the incarnation of the great Tao. The will of heaven is choosing a substitute? What substitute? Why does the will of heaven, who has the final say in the primitive world, and can fight the whole world with his eyes closed, need a substitute? After hearing the news, Yinglong frowned and looked at the primitive will that was struggling with the will of flesh and blood. According to the analysis of known information, among the countless possibilities, 3 possibilities that meet its need to choose a substitute have been selected, combined with the statement that it can achieve its goal regardless of winning or losing. The will of flesh and blood relaxed its focus on the entanglement and tried its best to deduce the behavioral logic of the original will. Only in this way can it find an opportunity to turn the tables. Otherwise, other means cannot defeat the monster-like original will at all. The following solution can be obtained. The ultimate goal of the original will may be to transcend the self-cleansing mechanism of the world. If it wins the dimensional war, it can extend its life by devouring the roots of the world. If it loses the dimensional war, it can also fall from the position of the Tao. If the above speculation is correct, the original will is very likely to have emotions. Please be alert. It is very likely to have the idea of dragging burial objects. The missing intelligence chain was finally supplemented and reminded by the Emperor of Heaven. The will of flesh and blood combined with its own situation came to a very unreasonable guess. The will of the world is the Tao. They are all special beings born in response to the world, responsible for defending the world from the outside and evolving the world. They are a part of the world's self-defense mechanism. Most sentient beings may not have any intersection with them in their entire lives. The great Tao is just an abstract concept. They will not appear unless something happens. Nor will they interfere with the self-evolution of the world and the suffering of all living beings. They will only quietly watch the development of the world. Only when the world faces invasion or its lifespan is about to end will it become active due to instinct. The great Tao cannot have the emotions of living beings. The relationship between the flesh and blood will and Yinglong is based on cooperation based on interests and some very realistic reasons. When Yinglong first found the flesh and blood will, the flesh and blood will was at its weakest, and all its power was used to cleanse the world. However, Yinglong was able to extract power from the source of time in the original world and rub the flesh and blood will against the space barrier for a while. If it does not agree to Yinglong's request and voluntarily put on the collar, the flesh and blood will is very likely to change people. The core of the inner alchemy tradition can be summed up in one sentence. Observe the way of heaven, steal, and follow the way of heaven. This is a kind of power that is dangerous to the great Tao, and should not exist in any world. It should be locked from the root. But for some reason, such power is rampant in the primitive world. Yinglong's own existence cooperated with the method of returning to the void and merging with the Tao, and almost pushed the weak flesh and blood will offline. The two reached a cooperation, although the flesh and blood will itself was not very willing. When the world's root nature is exhausted, the corresponding world will be abnormal, and the opposite original will may be waiting for such an opportunity. For some reason, the original will with the emotions of all living beings wants to break away from the concept and become a living being. The flesh and blood will surrounded by data streams made a summary. In a sense, you have fallen into the trap, and we have become a prop to help the original will achieve its ultimate goal. Things have come to this point, and nothing can change. The final outcome of the flesh and blood will is either to consume the original will's root nature to the bottom, so that it can choose a substitute to take the initiative to break away, or to completely fail and become the nourishment for the development of the original will. At this point, the flesh and blood will also want to understand why the original will has not revealed its ultimate form and has not recovered the scattered root nature, although it wants to transcend its self-defense mechanism and become a real living being. It obviously does not want the original world to be invaded by the extraterritorial demons. Those scattered roots, the incarnation of heaven, Yu Chao, and the entire world are actually the energy prepared by the original will for the next great Tao. As long as this part of the roots can be mastered and manifested in the final form, it is not difficult to repel the will of flesh and blood and the strongest flesh and blood. If the next one is smart enough, it is not difficult to even swallow up the flesh and blood world. From the beginning, the original will has prepared everything. The only thing missing is an opponent who can consume the power of the roots of its world. Now, this missing need has also appeared. Everything has become a foregone conclusion, and everything has fallen into the big net spread by the original will. Based on this inference, the will of flesh and blood will say to Yinglong that we have been tricked and become props of the original will. Long was silent after hearing this. The difficulty and insidiousness of the will of heaven far exceeded her imagination. She now even began to doubt whether the will of heaven knew everything at the beginning, and even provided her with some small help when she took the power of the will of flesh and blood. The will of heaven doesn't care who it helps. Whoever can find other worlds first. It will secretly provide some power to help them seize power. And finally let the creatures that get help attract the extraterritorial demons. Do I have other cognitive impairments? Long asked the will of flesh and blood again. No. The will of flesh and blood responded, saying, but we are not in a good situation now. It shouldn't be a big deal. The little fox and the little dragon will find a chance for us. Long looked sideways, looking towards the direction of the primitive world, and said with a slightly worried look, although she had left the primitive world, she had buried some small foreshadowings for Su Yin and the Dragon Clan. At the beginning, when she was in Long's treasure house, she had already passed down the method of returning to the void and merging with the Tao. As long as the creatures of the Dragon Clan recited her name, they could borrow power from the flesh and blood will. With the cooperation of the inside and the outside, they should be able to cause heavy damage to the will of heaven. I just don't know. Why is the dignified world will, the unquestionable and invincible will of heaven, the void, so dissatisfied with its own rank, and even willing to attract external enemies to get rid of its original position? Long doesn't know these things, and even the will of flesh and blood doesn't know. In terms of the size of the world will, the original world is one level higher than the will of flesh and blood. The current equal power is its power to suppress itself. Its understanding of the world and its cognition of the dimension and plane are far more profound than the will of flesh and blood. As the manifestation of the Tao, the void is so eager to escape that Long can't help but start to doubt whether there is a pit after becoming the will of the world. Otherwise, why did the first thing the will of heaven, the void, do after the birth of emotions, was to escape? I just hope little fox, little dragon, and little dragon don't become so-called substitutes. The possibility of them is not high. The next will of heaven should be born in the spirit of creation. Zhu Yin is very dangerous in a sense. The Emperor of Heaven and others should be terrified now. Enter self-destruct mode to buy time for little fox and others to cooperate with each other. Let me see what kind of monster it can do. Chapter 899, this is a feeling of relief. The missing information was completed, allowing Long and the will of flesh and blood to infer the ultimate goal of the will of heaven. The will of heaven in the primitive world was actually plotting something very simple. In Long's view, the primitive will had some intelligence for some reason, and it was tired of sitting in the only position and wanted to become a living being. Therefore, the will of heaven secretly planned and laid out many things for itself to be able to transcend. However, there has always been a lack of an opportunity. It needs an equally matched opponent to consume the root power of the primitive world and cause the only one to shake, so that the will of heaven can be freed from the only one. On the one hand, the will of heaven is waiting for an opportunity, or a miracle, and on the other hand, it is deliberately cultivating and guiding the creatures of the primitive world, prompting them to become stronger, and secretly burying some possibilities. If everything goes well, the primitive world can form an army through the cultivation of the inner alchemy life, adding some fun to the boring life of the will of heaven. If it encounters obstacles, the will of heaven can also get out of it and prepare enough power for the next great way, so that the successor can resist all invasions with those powers. In this way, the will of heaven, Kan Wu, can achieve its goal regardless of winning or losing. When the foreign war is victorious, the primitive fairy world can accommodate infinite possibilities and bring some small fun to the omniscient and omnipotent Kan Wu. If the foreign war fails, Kan Wu can also take this opportunity to get rid of the shackles and become a living being, allowing the successor to take out the sealed power and sweep away the greedy world wills from other dimensional worlds. Kan Wu is definitely not a temporary idea. It may have planned countless reincarnations. It has been sitting there silently waiting for the time to come. Once the time is right, nothing and no one who enters the game can stop Kan Wu. Long and the will of flesh and blood are currently facing the choice of death or gritting their teeth to persevere to the end. They can no longer escape. The original will never give up on them. For the will of heaven, winning or losing is actually irrelevant. It will be considered successful as long as it can achieve any of its goals. But for the dragon and the will of flesh and blood, once they fail, there is only one way to go, which is death. The will of flesh and blood chooses to start the self-destruction mode, locking the possibilities in the flesh and blood world. and all kinds of civilizations are heading towards extinction at a very fast speed, recovering the root power that it once spread into the world. Everything is just to hold on until the will of heaven chooses the option of failure, in order to buy time for Su Yin. Delay the tentacles of the will of heaven, so that he and the dragons can cooperate with themselves to defeat the original will. And in the original fairyland, in front of the broken world barrier, the spirit of creation was distorted by the will of heaven, and collectively withdrew from the confrontation, causing the strongest, who had already manifested their flesh and blood bodies in the flesh and blood world, to be ready to move. Yu Chao and the Hongming guardians took over the duties of the spirits of creation. A breeze blew gently, and Yu Chao gradually revealed his figure and stretched out his arms, and began to repair the damaged space with the power of natural rules. Thousands of fine threads intertwined in the damaged area, densely entangled and tangled to form a powerful band. The blood-red six eyes glanced at Su Yin, and then slowly turned their gaze to Yu Chao. The staff in his hand, which was like a spine, was raised, and the pupil of the single eye at the top of the staff suddenly shrank. The crimson mist formed a spell with a certain rule power and blasted towards the blockade. Two flesh and blood creatures like Yu Chao stepped forward, with their heads on the sky and their feet on the ground, hindering the healing of the damaged world barrier. The endless crimson spells containing primitive wildness, brutality and pain collided with the silk net woven by Yu Chao. Yu Chao and the Crimson King were fighting across the distance of the world barrier. The pollution sources and Hongming guardians were close to the barrier. Once either side was lost, the next step would be a tough battle. My queen, let's go! Su Yin looked at them briefly, not paying attention to the two, but looking at the Queen Mother of the West, sighing slowly and saying, "She should tell you what you need to do." The Queen Mother of the West retracted her gaze, and her brows, which were originally tight because of seeing the flesh and blood creatures, gradually relaxed. Looking at Su Yin in her arms, she said, "If you need anything, you can ask the Queen Mother and other heavenly emperors. I will do my best to help, but Yinglong's chance of winning should not be too high. Until now, the will of heaven has not yet recalled the power of the spirit of creation, and Yu Chao has not forcibly awakened the heavenly emperor through the laws of nature to increase the corresponding law source power. They still feel at ease now." The Queen Mother of the West walked back with Su Yin in her arms, shaking her head slightly and saying, "The 5 heavenly emperors master the 5 major laws. Any loss of any one of them can severely damage Yu Chao. At present, only the Queen Mother of the West, the King of the East, and the Mother of Love are in the active stage. The Emperor of the Central Courtyard and the Emperor of the North were still sleeping, and the corresponding laws were in a semi-quiet state. In such a situation, even if the Queen Mother of the West could not know Yinglong's thoughts, she knew that she should be at an absolute disadvantage in the battle with the will of heaven. I also know these things roughly." Su Yan's azure eyes flickered slightly, and he had a process for how to dig up the coffin of the will of heaven and weaken the combat effectiveness of the original will. Therefore, the ancestor should currently place his hopes on us, hoping to come up with a hand and an outside to severely damage the will of heaven. What did she say? Or what did she think? The Queen Mother of the West asked. When I was in the Yinglong treasury, the ancestor once taught me the method of returning to the void and merging with the dragon clan, which was the secret method of the great accomplishment of the sky-watching thief that I had used before. Su Yin subconsciously looked back, a little hesitant, but still said, "And Your Majesty's Xia Yu ultimate secret method." "Oh!" The Queen Mother of the West raised her eyebrows slightly, feeling a little surprised by the words Su Yin said. The so-called Xia Yu's ultimate secret method is the worst scenario that Wusheng Emperor has ever made. It is a scenario that was made to prevent all the people of Xia Yu from becoming prisoners of war after the entire Xia Yu dynasty was completely destroyed. It is to forcibly intercept the immortal world's earth veins by controlling the luck and earth veins. Once Xia Yu is defeated, it will threaten to ignite the original immortal world's earth veins. It is a secret method of forcibly dragging someone down. To defeat the powerful enemy of the Xia Yu dynasty, one must pay the price of blood afterwards. The damage to the earth veins will take time to heal slowly. During this period, the quality of the fairy spirit in the land where the earth veins are missing, and the output of the fairy spirit vegetation of exotic flowers and plants will be reduced to the lowest level, or even extinct. However, the Emperor Wusheng has been thriving in the primitive fairy world and has become the Emperor of Men. The backup plans he had before are temporarily unavailable. After all, the Emperor Wusheng is now one of the vested interests, and naturally will not do anything that harms his own interests. However, the preliminary arrangements for the plan to detonate the primitive fairy world have indeed been completed. if the Emperor Wuxing said to detonate the primitive fairy world. The Queen Mother of the West would not be surprised. But when Su Yan said this, the Queen Mother of the West felt a complex emotion in her heart. It was a kind of relief mixed with emotion. And a little bit of pampering. It was like an old mother was happy with the growth of her cub. Chapter 900. Sending off Master Tianyi to the grave. Go and do your thing, madam. Bring a hammer and nails later to reinforce the coffins of some old guys. Seeing Su Yan's determination, Queen Mother she felt very relieved and decided to go and reinforce the coffins of the emperors of the north and the central courtyard world, who symbolize order, to ensure that they had no chance of coming out before the battle between heaven and earth. Queen Mother she originally did not intend to personally intervene in these matters. But seeing that Su Yan had made up his mind, it was not a bad idea for her to go a little. The Creator Spirit, the Emperor of Heaven, and the Guardian of Hongming. The three seem to be the same in a sense. But the responsibilities they shoulder are actually completely different. And there are also some slight differences in their strength. For example, the invasion of the extraterritorial demons is the responsibility of the Creator Spirit and the Guardian of Hongming. External affairs have nothing to do with the Emperors of Heaven. And they don't need to worry about anything. They just need to exist to be the greatest help to Yuqiao. Queen Mother of the West was going to reinforce the coffin, while Zhongting and the Northern Emperor were sleeping in a different space to ensure their deep sleep. She also took Prince of the East and the Loving Mother with her to hold a pajama party at home. The 5 Emperors of the Sky fell into sleep at the same time, which would inevitably lead to the decline of the laws of death, life and reincarnation, thus affecting the power of Yuqiao, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. In front of Kunlun Mountain, Queen Mother of the West said goodbye to Su Yan and prepared to start the action. Huh? Why did you push me out? Queen Mother of the West pulled Prince of the East to reinforce the coffin board, and asked the Loving Mother to prepare pajamas. Only Zhu Yin was pushed out of the house by Queen Mother of the West, looking at the white jade platform full of jubilation, with a face full of complaints. You, the Creator Spirit, are not in the 3 realms. Nor do you worry about the eternal suffering of reincarnation. Sleeping or not can't affect the way of heaven. Please take care of the little fox, and help close the door tightly. Stop Yuqiao from running over and knocking on the door. Queen Mother of the West waved to Zhu Yin with a smile on her face. 3 black lines appeared on Zhu Yin's forehead. We, the Creator Spirit, have worked hard and made great contributions. Why don't you take me with you on such an interesting thing? Are you worried that I don't have enough high-quality crystals to record it? Su Yan, who said goodbye to Queen Mother of the West, came to the temporary clan of the Dragon Clan as soon as possible, found the 4 Seas Dragon King to tell him his purpose, and hoped that they could activate the 4 Seas God that had been sealed. Maybe you have some feelings? The Black Dragon King looked at Su Yan and shook his head and said, Ao Renlin had already gone to Deep Sea City to unseal the 4 Seas God. You don't need to worry about us. The ancestor of Yinglong is in trouble now, and they have no reason to refuse Su Yan. Before he arrived, Ao Renlin had already returned to the Dragon Clan to get the key to Deep Sea City, and went to the location of the Dragon Clan's final weapon, unsealing the 4 Seas Gods to prepare to cooperate with Yinglong ancestor. The method of blood fusion and the method of returning to the void and merging with the Tao have been spread in some clans, and they can show the invading enemies some color at any time, said the Dragon King of the West Sea. The clans that are bound by blood relations may be more human than rational on weekdays, but it only takes a moment to reach a consensus when they suffer losses. The existence of the ancestor Yinglong is an extremely sacred supreme existence in the Dragon Clan. The 4 Seas Dragon Clan can sacrifice for the ancestor, even if it will eventually die out, because the Dragon Clan exists not because of the Dragon Clan, but because of Yinglong. No matter whether Yinglong is reasonable or not, the Dragon Clan's support for the ancestor Yinglong is fanatical and unthinking, especially at the moment of life and death. Yinglong is different from the previous deaths. According to common sense, she is now completely rebellious, and once she dies, she will die. As long as Yinglong is still there, the Dragon Clan will still be the Dragon Clan even if it is extinct. But once Yinglong passes away, the Dragon Clan will lose the luck of creation and Yinglong's merits of opening the sky. Even if it exists, it will just linger on. Once the source of blood disappears, it is no less than extinction for some mythical beasts. According to the will of the ancestor Yinglong, we respectfully send off the unspeakable master to the sky. Sky! Sky! Su Yan walked out of the Dragon Clan with a strange look on his face. Before leaving, he looked back. The atmosphere in the whole Dragon Cave was extremely fanatical, and even some disrespectful slogans were shouted that were not polite but mixed with some etiquette. I thought it would take a lot of effort to get the ancestors to unseal the gods of the four seas. Unexpectedly, I didn't say anything. All the brothers were climaxing. Now, let's go find His Majesty the Emperor Wuxing. Su Yan barely held his expression and walked towards the nine-tailed fox clan outside the Bayou Qiongtai. He only needed to convince the Emperor Wuxing to implement the next thing smoothly. The rest of the things would depend on Yinglong's mother. It's just that the omniscient and omnipotent existence was injured. Can it still be called the omniscient and omnipotent existence? Su Yan had no answer to this, and was also very curious whether the will of heaven would be injured because of this. Although its tone was slow and steady, and it was also happy to share its knowledge. Su Yan felt an absolute confidence in it, and the calmness derived from absolute confidence. It didn't care about some of its own people, and it didn't care at all, so it would say so much to itself. Tao gave birth to the gods of heaven and earth. It must have such confidence. Your Majesty, Su Yan, who was in the form of a young man, came to the White Jade Qiongtai and called out to the Emperor Wuxing. There were not only the Emperor Wuxing in the courtyard of the White Jade Qiongtai, but also the holy spirits and gods of the entire Kunlun Lishan and the Old Order. They were all sitting in front of the stone table in twos and threes, or sitting by the Fusong tree, although there were many people present. And there were also drinks and food supplies. Most people did not move their chopsticks, and were silently watching the broken barrier, the will of flesh and blood and the original will, Yu Chao and the Crimson King, the supreme existence of the two worlds, fighting and fighting each other. And the victory or defeat between them directly affected the future of the two worlds and the fate of all living beings, whether it is the Netherworld or the Old Order. At this moment, they are no different from ordinary people. They are all worried about their own fate. Is there something wrong? Emperor Wuxing suddenly heard Su Yan's call, turned his head slowly, and looked at Su Yan and asked, "Can I have a word with you?" Su Yan took 3 or 2 steps forward, not unfamiliar, and transformed into a little fox and jumped onto Emperor Wuxing's shoulder. He grabbed Emperor Wuxing's shoulder with a pair of fox claws and said, "It's just that. There are some things I want to discuss with your Majesty. What is happening in Time Waitian is absolutely unfavorable to us. But our allies are at a disadvantage now and need some help from us. For example, what price will be paid to blow up the original fairyland?" Emperor Wuxing's eyes widened slightly, looking at the white-haired fox on his shoulder. Blow up the 5 directions world. Chapter 901 Nothingness. Blow up the 5 worlds. After hearing this, Wuxing Emperor looked at the white-haired fox on his shoulder in a daze. After a moment, he slowly said, "Although I don't know what you mean, what you said is very difficult to achieve. The secret method of the Xiaoyu dynasty is equivalent to a ritual. If you want to implement it completely, you need to pay a sacrifice. If you want to detonate the earth veins of the 5 worlds, you need to pay a huge amount of immortal crystals that are even countless." For Su Yan's sudden question, Wuxing Emperor didn't know the truth inside. But considering that Su Yan's fox had always been reliable in doing things on weekdays, she still explained Xiaoyu's secret method of artificial earth veins to Su Yan. It takes energy to build an earth vein, and the Xiaoyu dynasty has always used the undead tribe. They have the characteristics of immortality, even if they are squeezed to death. After a period of time, they have no soul in their bodies, and can gradually recover through the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The Xiaoyu dynasty relied on artificial earth veins to call the shots in the central province, making the territory of the Xiaoyu dynasty always fertile and free of uncontrollable natural disasters. This was a forced exploitation of the areas involved by the mountain gods and river gods. The method of detonating earth veins was born based on Xiaoyu's research on artificial earth veins interfering with celestial phenomena. Artificial earth veins require energy, whether it is intended to control the fertility of the land or celestial phenomena. It requires huge energy as support. The energy currently gathered by the Wuxing Emperor can only detonate the earth veins of one world, thereby causing shocks and causing Xiaoyu's enemies to suffer heavenly punishment. The energy required to detonate the earth veins of the 5 worlds is simply an astronomical figure, which cannot be satisfied even if the people of the Xiaoyu dynasty are sacrificed as sacrifices. I also expected these things. Su Yan sighed and said, "Therefore, I borrowed some from the queen before, and then added the immortal crystals that I originally wanted to use as a betrothal gift and house purchase. It should be able to meet the most basic conditions for sacrifice. Right? The hundreds of millions of years of accumulation of the Queen Mother of the West, plus the wealth in the Yinglong treasury, are already the limit of Su Yan. It can be said that he has spent all his betrothal gifts and betrothal gifts. After taking out all the things, Su Yan is now poorer than when he just left home, Su Yan said, and drew a gap in the void to signal the Emperor Wuxing to look inside. The Emperor Wuxing glanced inside, and the whole fox couldn't help but be startled, and subconsciously gave Su Yan a question mark. The resources here should be said to occupy a few % of the entire primitive fairyland. Right? The treasury of the Queen Mother of the West is so rich. The wealth and resources accumulated inside. Even the Emperor Wuxing couldn't help but tremble slightly when he saw it. The resources that Su Yan currently possesses are probably more than the entire Xia kingdom in the Zhongting world. It is the first time that Emperor Wuxing has seen such a huge amount of resources. He is shocked by the background of the Queen Mother of the West, and has a deeper understanding of the term 5 heavenly emperors. The financial resources of one person are far better than the sum of hundreds of billions of Xia people. Holy spirits and gods. Should it be? I don't know either. Su Yan, in addition to feeling sorry for the loss of the betrothal gifts, actually has no strong attachment to the resources in the space. Any living being, after seeing the treasure house of Julong's self-contained resource ecological park, will most likely be indifferent to wealth and resources. Zhuin's treasure house. Every living being inside is valuable, all of which are rare and rare objects and natural treasures, and have built an ecosystem based on fairy crystals. Senior Zhu Yin's treasure house embodies the ultimate luxury and extravagance and ostentatious attributes. These treasures should be enough. Wuxing Emperor retracted his amazed gaze, and after calming down a little, he said, I will arrange the next things with Yu Huaxingzi. But it is absolutely harmless to the people of Xiaoyu. It's just that due to time constraints, I can't explain the ins and outs clearly. You can ask the Queen or Senior Zhu Yin for those things. Su Yan patted his fluffy chest and promised. Queen Mother of the West went to reinforce the alien space again, and urged Dong Wangong and Ci Mu to sleep. Dragon Dad, under the instruction of Ing Long, unsealed the gods of the 4 seas, and the mountain gods, river gods and mountain spirits continued to persuade them rigidly. Su Yan found Emperor Wuxing and persuaded him to restart the artificial veins of the Xiaoyu dynasty. The internal operation logic of the entire primitive fairyland is very simple and complex. Under the rule of Yichao, the 5 heavenly emperors, and the chaos heaven and earth, the natural laws here are maintained, and new natural laws are deduced based on the fairyland to promote the development of the world. Each of the 5 heavenly emperors controls an original law that is enough to affect the operation of the world. Their simultaneous slumber will cause some turbulence in the natural laws. Mountain gods, river gods and land gods are equivalent to the cornerstones of stabilizing the primitive fairyland. With their existence, the land of the primitive fairyland is indestructible. Even the damage caused by the self-explosion of the Holy Spirit can be quickly healed in a short time without harming the environment of heaven and earth. And under the mountain gods, river gods and land gods, there is a special existence. It is the foundation of the primitive fairyland, and the existence that maintains the stability of the primitive fairyland. It is the Big Chun tree. The roots of the Big Chun tree, which has never changed since ancient times in the northern world, have long penetrated into the deepest part of the land of the primitive fairyland, and spread all over the world. The Big Chun tree has the property of being as solid as a rock. Although it is now turned into a long-lived fairy, its roots and stems still remain in the land, forming the foundation of the original fairy world. Su Yan's ultimate goal is to remove the roots and stems of the Big Chun tree that remain in the land. After losing the foundation, the land and mountain gods who serve as pillars and beams naturally lose some of their power to control the land. At that time, the artificial ground veins can be restarted, thus causing damage to the original fairy world. The will of heaven is a concept. Even if it has a personified entity, its essence is that it is completely meaningless for the entire world to attack its personified entity, and it will not be hurt. Only outside the original world, attacking the entire world, or shaking the foundation of the world, is there a possibility of harming the will of heaven. Perhaps after shaking the foundation of the Big Chun tree and detonating the ground veins of the 5 worlds, some of the fairy vegetation will become extinct in the next countless years. A large part of the rare and exotic grasses will be reduced, and some creatures will die as a result. But Su Yan felt that everything was worth it, compared with the will of heaven to destroy the world and the soul. What he was doing now could be considered extremely mild. It has nothing to do with justice and ideals. I just want to live a lazy life. When I have nothing to do, I go to the brothels and the rivers and lakes to listen to music and show off my swordsmanship. Su Yan looked towards the north world, raised his hand and stroked his chest, exhaled a breath of foul air, and gave himself another psychological preparation. He didn't know how many lives would die on this trip, But in the face of the destruction of the world and souls, all sacrifices were not as important as the will of heaven. But Su Yan knew what he was doing, and he had seen the scenery of Yudu. So he prepared himself mentally to ensure that he would not have any hesitation or doubt when taking action. Senior, let's go! Su Yan greeted the Empress Dowager Su in the subconscious dream space, summoned the Tongyu Divine Sword, the sacrificial knife, and the red jade hairpin sword, and opened the door to the northern world to remove the roots of the Big Chun tree. The power of the Empress Dowager Su and the Holy Mother of Xiantong is indispensable. Their power can erode and slightly change the eternal and solid characteristics of the roots of the Big Chun tree. I feel a little weird. Empress Dowager Yusu in the subconscious dream world looked at the outside world through Su Yan's vision and said with some jumpy thoughts, the big thing that ultimately determines success or failure is to pull up the roots of a big tree. Now I always have a subtle feeling of reaching out to touch the crotch of the male beast. How do you feel? Empress Dowager Yusu asked the Xiantong Holy Mother, who had split herself into nearly 10 billion. No feeling. All sacrifices are just for a better new life. They may die, but their spirits will remain in the world of happiness and infinity. The life that has gained a new life will completely let go of the obsession and embrace its own new life. The Xiantong Holy Mother, dressed in white plain clothes, turned around, with a slight trace of maternal radiance of holiness and love on her body, and said with a smile on her face. Some black lines appeared on Empress Dowager Yusu's cheeks. You clearly want to eat corpses. And you can say it so nobly, which is also a skill. The body and soul of a living being will die. But as long as a living being still remembers the deceased, it is not considered dead. The souls of the dead may return to the forgotten river, but the bodies they left in the world have traces of their existence. And the obsessions scattered in the mountains and rivers of the earth echo the memories of the dead. As long as all of these are collected, it is equivalent to preserving the sense of existence of the dead themselves. As long as you still remember them, they are not really dead. They just changed their form and residence and are still alive. This is the understanding and sublimation of the concept of life and death of the Holy Mother Xiantong after her resurrection. She is willing to selflessly accept all living beings into the boundless world of happiness and life. And everyone understands each other with their hearts and lives without communication costs. Of course, these concepts are seen by the Empress Dowager Su as the Holy Mother Xiantong is even crazier. From hysterical resentment and jealousy, it has become a silent madness. Senior, I'm going to go. After walking out of the space gate, the shape of the Big Chun tree appeared in front of Su Yan. Although the Big Chun tree borrowed the longevity fairy to be born and ran away, the volume of the longevity fairy only occupies a small part of the Big Chun tree. The big cypress tree in front of Su Yan, its crown still poking into the void, its roots reaching the bottom of the primitive fairyland like a spider web throughout the primitive fairyland. Su Yan took a deep breath, and the method of returning to the void and merging with the Tao was instantly activated and blessed to the whole body, prompting the Queen Mother Su's alienation method and the Xiantong Holy Mother's assimilation method to be strengthened. Su Yan moved his body, ignoring the spatial obstacles, and came to the branch of the Big Chun tree. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the bark of the Big Chun tree. The 36 ghosts and gods in the Tongyu Divine Sword started to count its birthday. The way of assimilation was like a borer, and began to drill holes in the bark, allowing the power of the way of alienation to penetrate into the interior of the Big Chun tree, thereby weakening the rock-hard nature of the Big Chun tree and allowing Su Yan to enter. Ka. The brown bark gradually turned black and gray, no longer as solid and tight as before, and made bursts of cracking sounds. But at the same time, Su Yan's ears also heard bursts of sounds, like a stone mill grinding objects. The space around him gradually became distorted, and a strange force descended on him, tracing back to the time when Su Yan was alive like a thorn in the bone, trying to crush the fox in the placenta that had not yet grown up. The figure of the Emperor of Heaven, carrying the yin and yang qi and the root power, slowly fell from the void, looking at Su Yan on the branch with an ugly face, without saying a word. How come you still have time to come here? A stream of orange-red hot air emerged from the bottom of Su Yan's feet, blowing away the interference of the yin and yang energies. Shu Yin stepped out of the void, frowning and looking at the Emperor of Heaven with an extremely ugly and angry face. The Emperor of Heaven in front of him was abnormal. He was not Ying Long who mastered the power of time. But now, he could ignore some rules and restrictions and exert his power on the long river of time to suppress the former Su Yan. Has Ying Long been dismissed? Zhu Yin secretly guessed in his heart. After the Emperor of Heaven struck, he did not continue to attack Su Yin, but looked in the direction of Su Yin and angrily said, "Hundreds of reincarnations have passed, and the past is enough to write off the so-called eternal power and lifespan given to us. It's just a scam. You are jealous of our existence, and intend to let us, the creatures with perfect lives, experience your pain. They may not know your origins, but I know your existence. You are angry, jealous, and even vent your twisted psychology by taking your anger out on us." The Emperor of Heaven was cursing. What he saw from his perspective was not the combination of the big cypress tree, Su Yin, and his colleague Zhu Yin. He is now in the void world. In front of him is an island that has existed since ancient times and a bamboo forest. The Will of Heaven is still sitting on the futon, with a variety of shapes and faces, talking about some great truths and facts. But the Emperor of Heaven has long been tired of these, and there is no regret in his life. He is the son of destiny. For the first time in his life, he has successfully established a huge force and swept the world to become an existence that is actually higher than the way of heaven. Later, he killed the way of heaven. He became the supreme being here. Until the reincarnation started again, he knew the spirit of creation, saw the existence of the great Tao, and became one of them. In the second reincarnation, he was already one of the supreme beings in the world he was born in. He experienced the joy of manipulating the world, and even the heavenly Tao became a prop for his creation. The Emperor God shaped a world with his own understanding of the world, and led his subjects to a new peak, reincarnation after reincarnation, forming forces again and again to lead them to a new height, until the Emperor God got tired of playing. After a new reincarnation began, he began to enjoy the peace and quiet of returning to the fields. After countless reincarnations, the Emperor God sealed his memory after the creation of the world and entered the mortal world to spend his new life. He married and had children. Because of his personality, the Emperor God embarked on a journey without surprise. Just like the first life, he became the supreme. When the reincarnation started again, his memory of this reincarnation returned. After a short period of satisfaction, it was replaced by the emptiness brought by countless reincarnations. He witnessed his wife and sons, one by one, died in the great cleansing of reincarnation. After a short period of satisfaction, there was a greater emptiness. The Emperor God gradually began to sleep after the creation of the world like other creators. Occasionally waking up, he would study how to escape from the primitive world, or escape directly to the heavens after the creation ended. But he failed without exception, until he noticed something abnormal in a certain reincarnation. The Will of Heaven possesses the emotions of living beings, and it also knows how to smile. It smiled and said something to the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West said something to it, and its ever-changing body showed an expression of anger and despair on its cheeks. It grabbed the teacup on the stone table of the island and smashed it at the Queen Mother of the West, roaring. After that, the Queen Mother of the West completely disappeared from the ranks of the creation spirits. Nothingness. You despicable villain. The so-called creation spirit is just a doll you forcibly capture to accompany you and talk to you. You? It's just a monster with a twisted mind. This is a punishment for you stealing power. You vent your anger on us, making us wander in a state of neither life nor death, like you. The Emperor of Heaven roared angrily, venting his anger and dissatisfaction to the Will of Heaven in his eyes. Chapter 902 Farewell to Heaven's Will. Nothing. The angry and roaring Emperor God launched a fierce attack on the Will of Heaven in his own perspective, and the overflowing yin and yang qi indiscriminately crushed everything around. The creatures exposed in front of the yin and yang millstones did not even have time to utter a wail before their souls were annihilated and disappeared forever in the primitive fairyland. The land blessed by countless mountain gods and land gods also collapsed inch by inch in the roar of the Emperor God, and the entire northern world was exposed to the coverage of the yin and yang qi. The term disintegration is very appropriate for this. Is there such a story here? Zhu Yin stood in front of Su Yin, and the turbid and hot air rose around the big cypress tree in Zhongshan, briefly resisting the indiscriminate killing of the Emperor God. Zhu Yin looked at the Emperor God, who was in a violent state with interest. There are some things about the Will of Heaven that are not discussed in the circle of the creation spirits. That thing is a taboo. Just like some creation spirits, who joined later would not know that the Queen Mother of the West was once a member of the creation spirits. Creation spirits also have taboos and taboos. Therefore, when Zhu Yin heard the Emperor of Heaven roaring and cursing the Will of Heaven like crazy, and spitting out some information about the Will of Heaven, he suddenly felt very interesting and satisfied his desire to spy. The will of heaven is not only emotional. It may even have been a normal creature before. But I don't know how it mastered the power of the thief of the sky and stole the original power of the great Tao, making it trapped in the position of the incarnation of the great Tao, and completely trapped. These things were revealed by the Emperor of Heaven. And the words vaguely revealed the meaning of the existence of some creation spirits. One of the reasons why the will of heaven was empty and deliberately created the special rank of the creator spirit was to find some Taoist friends who could communicate with him and would not disappear due to reincarnation. Or puppets. It's a pity. Facts have proved that most creator spirits cannot resist the dual erosion of reincarnation and endless time. Their emotions will become indifferent and eventually fall into the cycle of creation, sleep, and destruction. As the oldest member, the reason why the Emperor of Heaven is still active until now is largely because the hope in the heart of the Emperor of Heaven has not been extinguished. In ancient times, the Queen Mother of the West escaped the fate of reincarnation and lived forever. The Emperor of Heaven even suspected that there was a creator spirit who escaped from the Queen Mother of the West and was freed from the monster of the will of heaven. However, with the departure of the Queen Mother of the West, the method of liberation of the creator spirit was completely lost. It is even possible that the method of liberation is here, but the will of heaven deliberately buried it. A cognitive distortion can permanently hide the secrets that it does not want the world to know. When the Emperor God is awake, he spends most of his time pursuing those ancient secrets. No. 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 The Emperor God, who is trapped in cognitive distortion, regards Su Yan as the void of the will of heaven, and all his firepower is directed at Su Yan's forehead. Although Senior Zhu Yin has bought time for him to shelter from the wind and rain, the saturation bombardment of the supreme Taoism still makes Su Yan terrified. If Senior Zhu Yin fails slightly, and he continues to erode the big tree, he will be brushed by the Taoism of the Emperor God covering the northern world. At the least, he will be seriously injured. And at the worst, he may need to go back to the universe space to soak in the real spring. Su Yan was terrified the whole time, and he used all his strength to activate the way of assimilation and the way of alienation to corrode the bark of the big cypress tree. The same situation as Su Yan was also happening at the destination of Long Ba and Wu Shengdi, the Nine Lights Cloud Girl and Huang Lao Dao, who were controlled by the will of heaven, appeared in front of Long Ba and Wu Shengdi respectively to hinder what they were trying to do. However, compared to Su Yan, who had to maintain the Taoism and remain motionless, the situation of Wu Shengdi and Long Ba was much easier. They could shuttle through the endless void to dodge and complete their actions, without having to be beaten like Su Yan. How long will it take you? Zhu Yin, who was holding off the Emperor of Heaven, looked at Su Yan on the branch and asked, "If it takes more than a cup of tea, remember to support your universe. Next, there are some yin and yang energies that I may not be able to take care of." Zhu Yin needed to protect Su Yan, and also the creatures in Zhongshan and the northern world. The Emperor of Heaven was now spreading wider and wider, and had spread to the courtyard world and the western world. Zhu Yin had to be distracted to take care of Shiha and the Queen Mother of the West's home. The yin and yang energies of the Emperor of Heaven were like the ultimate enhanced endless life, which could endlessly derive everything and pour it onto the earth. Su Yan was his main target, and the Emperor of Heaven's means were as deep as the abyss and could not be seen to the bottom. Some of the Mist Taoist methods were still resisted by Zhu Yin using his body of the candle dragon. "It's done," Su Yan called out to Senior Zhu Yin. On the trunk of the big chun tree in front of him, a sparkling water ripple channel had been eroded by the assimilation path, which could directly lead to the bottom of the root of the big chun tree. The defense of the big chun tree was enough for Su Yan to buy time to remove the roots of the big chun tree. The Yinglong ancestor delayed the will of heaven, and the Crimson King also delayed Yu Chao and the Hongming Guardians. Su Yan only needed to destroy the ground veins of the Five Directions world before they came back, and he would have completed the intention of the Yinglong ancestor to severely damage the will of heaven. "I just don't know. Will the omniscient and omnipotent be injured?" Su Yan thought secretly in his heart. But his figure did not stop drilling into the water ripple tree hole. Su Yan's figure fell rapidly towards the roots of the tree, and the tree hole that lost the interference of the assimilation and alienation forces also healed again in a moment, as if it had never appeared. The Emperor of Heaven in the outside world also gradually calmed down after Su Yan left, but he did not get rid of the cognitive distortion, and still cursed with an unhappy face. As always, all his Taoism and the power of the law did not hurt the will of heaven at all. It even disappeared from in front of him with a nonchalant look, revealing absolute confidence from inside to outside, and did not take him seriously at all. "Senior, you have to work hard." Su Yan, who fell to the bottom of the tree root, gradually began to expand his body and manifested his Dharma body. He used his divine power to change his immortal body into an abnormally large one. As long as Suyin wanted, he could even become larger than any world in the original fairyland. This is an ability that seems to have no practical significance after becoming a holy spirit, but it is very pretentious. After manifesting the nine-tailed fox Dharmakaya, Suyin directly placed his arms on the roots of the Dachuan tree, ignoring everything else, and fully activated the three powers of assimilation, alienation, and nothingness, and then let the Tongyu divine sword transmit the information related to the Dachuan tree to his mind. Su Yan's speed of eroding the roots was much faster than the speed at which he wanted to forcibly break through the Dachuan tree. This was due to the Tongyu divine sword. After several minutes of analysis, some information about the characteristics of the Dachuan tree had been transmitted to Su Yan, and the power of Baizai could also play an effect in it. Su Yan's power started from the Dachuan tree and spread to the roots throughout the original fairyland. The roots, that should have been as solid as a rock, and should not be destroyed by any living creature, slowly crawled and vaguely separated from the earth. Correspondingly, the celestial phenomena above the Five Directions world became extremely terrifying, with a dark green color on the horizon, and various extreme celestial phenomena descended on the earth. Even some wonders floating above the starry sky also produced various anomalies due to the invasion of their origins. Get up. After feeling that it was almost done, Su Yan's claws dug deeply into the tree roots, and his Dharma body began to expand, dragging the roots of two large cypress trees forward, intending to drag the large cypress trees directly to the ground, so that it would completely lose its control over the land of the Five Directions world. Let me lend you a hand. The voice of the Xiantong Holy Mother sounded in Su Yan's heart, with the Empress Dowager Su opening the door to the subconscious dream world. Countless Xiantong Holy Mothers walked out of it. One Holy Mother dragged the root of a large cypress tree, like a tug of war, trying to directly knock down the tree that had existed since ancient times. One after another, large trees broke out of the ground, clinging to the Big Chun tree and rising to the clouds. Under the control of Empress Dowager Yusu, countless seeds were thrown out. After landing, wooden beasts of tens of thousands of feet were born one after another. The big trees in the sky threw down vines for the wooden beasts to drag. At the moment when Su Yan, Xiantong Holy Mother, and Empress Dowager Yusu exerted their strength at the same time, the entire primitive fairyland ushered in the strongest earthquake in history. The indigenous gods in the mountains and the soil were shaken out, looking at the doomsday scene like the return of the Emperor of Heaven in fear. The Big Chun tree, which has never changed since ancient times, slowly tilted and tilted towards the northern world. Although the angle was slight, there was no doubt that the Big Chun tree was indeed slowly falling. Far away in the underworld, the immortal Chansho, who was trapped with the dragon girl, suddenly felt a palpitation and subconsciously looked at his body and the place where he was born. My mother is gone? Hang? The dragon girl, who was lying flat and unwilling to move, suddenly heard the immortal Chansho murmur a low voice. Some of them did not hear it too clearly, and a dragon roar with a question came out of her mouth. My biological mother is gone. The immortal Chansho looked at the entrance and exit sealed by Zhu Yin with a face full of shock, and said, what happened to the outside world of the god Zhu Yin? What happened to the tree? Faced with the anxious questioning of the immortal Chansho, Zhu Yin did not answer the immortal Chansho's confusion and fear, but just looked at the collapsed Big Chun tree with a face full of amazement, and took out a high-definition crystal to record this shocking scene. The Big Chun tree is no different from the treasure of the original fairy world. On weekdays, when Zhu Yin wanted to touch the roots of the Big Chun tree, he would be dissuaded by Yu Qiao. The reason why it was pushed down like this is because of the special situation. The will of heaven and Yu Qiao were both held back by various things. Otherwise, Yu Qiao would not let Su Yin touch its lifeblood. The angle of the Big Chun tree was offset, and the most direct manifestation was that the whole world collapsed. The tides flowed back and submerged the earth, and endless seawater poured back into the continent and fell into the cracks in the ground. The angle of the Big Chun tree became more and more crooked, and the cracks in the earth became wider and wider. The horizontal plane of the entire primitive fairyland even tilted to the east and west. If Su Yin continued to toss the Big Chun tree, the primitive fairyland might really split in half, one east and one west, and wander in the universe. It's simply amazing. Zhu Yin took the crystal and looked around, recording the strange phenomenon after the Big Chun tree collapsed, and then looked up at the sky. From nowhere, it extended and descended in the northern world. It was larger than the Big Chun tree and presented a semi-transparent arm with spells flowing. It came from nowhere. But as soon as it appeared, it raised its hand and grabbed the collapsed big tree, and then pulled the big tree out of the northern world, and pulled out Su Yin, who was maintaining his Dharma body, and billions of Xiatong holy mothers. After the spell hand pulled out the big tree, it ignored the gift attached to it, raised its hand high, held the big tree and smashed it into the big pit, smashing the original fairyland that was split to the east and west back to flatness. After a wave of fluctuations, the original fairyland that was originally decomposing returned to normal, and even the cracks on the land caused by the earthquake disappeared without a trace. The will of heaven appeared. Zhu Yin looked around and looked at the world that seemed to have nothing happened and complained. This should be the most violent time it created the world. Chapter 903 Why are you resisting? The eternal Chun tree has fallen. The will of heaven, which has been sitting in the void, has to withdraw from the battlefield outside the heaven for a short time and straighten the collapsed Chun tree to stabilize the existence of the original fairyland. The hand of the sky, with black spells flowing, stretched out from the void, grabbed the trunk of the Chun tree, pulled it out with the strength of pulling mountains and rivers, and pulled Su Yin and the Xianton holy mothers out together. Afterwards, the hand of the sky lifted up the Chun tree and smashed it heavily into the original Tiankeng, replanting the Chun tree in the Tiankeng, and also smashed Su Yin and the Xianton holy mother into the pit to suppress them. The hand of the black spell slowly disappeared, and the original fairyland, which was originally falling apart, became stable because of the return of the Chun tree. The natural disaster scene that seemed like the end of the world was gradually disappearing, and it turned back to the dark scene when the Yin and Yang Qi were shrouded. Are you injured? Zhu Yin came to the newly planted big Chun tree, raised his hand and touched the trunk of the Chun tree, and transmitted the message to Su Yin, who was suppressed underground through vibration. But there was no response from the bottom of the big Chun tree for a long time, which made Zhu Yin frown slightly. Su Yin is gone. The voice of the Xianton Holy Mother came from the soil. The Xianton Holy Mother, who turned into a white snake, drilled out of the soil and looked at Zhu Yin floating in the air and said, "We have searched the land once, but we didn't see his figure." One after another, the white snake heads arched out from the soft soil, and billions of white giant snake heads shook back and forth, which looked particularly weird. Little fox, he is gone? Zhu Yin said with confusion. Yes, we have searched for millions of miles, but we didn't see his figure and breath. He disappeared out of thin air the moment the big Chun tree fell. The assimilated body of the Xianton Holy Mother said with certainty. The whole land was filled with Xianton Holy Mothers. There were tens of thousands of assimilated bodies close to Su Yin, who witnessed with their own eyes that the moment Su Yin was hit by the big cypress tree, he disappeared. Afterwards, the Xianton Holy Mothers went around to look for Su Yin, but there was no trace of Su Yin at all. They couldn't even sense the location of the sacrificial knife and the body. Su Yin disappeared directly in the primitive fairyland. Disappeared directly? Zhu Yin subconsciously raised her head and looked in the direction of the nameless gate. The guy who could quietly kidnap Su Yin under her nose was probably only Tianzi in the entire primitive fairyland. Right? In the void world. Pain. 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 Su Yin almost blew out his lungs because of a tree hit by Tianzi in his chest. Until now, he still hasn't recovered his breath. He lay on the ground, covering his chest with holes and screaming. The hardness of the big cypress tree is one of the strongest materials here. Su Yin couldn't completely withstand the will of heaven. He held the big cypress tree and hit it. His upper body and lower body were almost completely separated. However, because it had been a while since the injury, it was almost recovered. Su Yin covered his healing wound and looked around with a painful expression. He tried to crawl out and find another way to dig up the big cypress tree completely. But when Su Yin saw the surrounding environment clearly, the expression on the fox's face could not help but be stunned. In the void without the concept of space, an island floats above the void. A small bamboo forest is planted on 1/3 of the island. The sound of bamboo leaves rubbing against each other is automatically emitted in the windless state. The empty figure of the will of heaven leans on a stone table without table corners. The body of the 10,000 changes looks at Su Yin calmly without any joy, anger, sorrow or happiness. Su Yin also looks at the will of heaven. The two look at each other and fall into a brief silence. However, compared with the old man of the will of heaven before, Su Yin noticed that it now has some blood on its body. Those blood-red mists are not like the enlightenment in the original fairyland. They are somewhat similar to the substances after he opened the method of returning to the void and merging with the Tao. I'm injured. The will of heaven seemed to see what Su Yin was thinking, and said without any concealment, when you tried to push down the big tree, I had to distract myself to deal with the chaos you caused in the primeval forest. Ying Long and the will of flesh and blood took the opportunity to leave wounds on my body. The omniscience and omnipotence of the will of heaven are based on the interior of the primitive world. It knows everything in the primitive world like the back of its hand. There is no secret in front of it. And Ying Long, who is located outside the heaven, and the power of the extraterritorial demons are unknown forces beyond the cognition of the will of heaven. It is not incomprehensible that it was injured when it was distracted for a while. Although the will of heaven has an absolute upper hand, the will of flesh and blood is not an easy opponent. It is normal to be bitten back by the flesh and blood world for a moment of carelessness. Am I kidnapped now? Su Yin looked at himself, and then looked at the will of heaven. The will of heaven did not respond, which was considered as tacitly accepting Su Yin's self-knowledge. Then, it slowly unfolded some scrolls, and projected them in front of Su Yin, saying, although I have the ability to read memories, I still feel that I have some curiosity, and it is more in line with my heart to get answers from you. The first scroll unfolded, and the projection played on it was the battlefield of Tien Weishan, and the perspective was very high. Su Yin could see that the flesh and blood will, which was several circles smaller than the original will, was like a blood-red octopus, with tentacles rooted in the original will, opening countless big mouths and biting the surface of the original will. The arc of energy explosion flashed, and most of the blows of the flesh and blood were not painful to the original will. Only by repeatedly hitting the same place can some scars be left on the SHL of the original will. The content of the second scroll was the confrontation between Yi Chao and the Crimson King. The deep red, filthy, bloody and wild power spell torrent had already cracked the prohibition interwoven by Yi Chao. As the 5 heavenly emperors fell asleep, the power of Yi Chao clan fluctuated, allowing the Crimson King, the strongest person in the flesh and blood world, to gain the upper hand. The third scroll showed the battlefield between Wuxing Emperor and Yu Huaxingzi. Yu Huaxingzi was beaten into a blur by Zhou Guangyan, who broke all the laws with one force. Wuxing Emperor directly broke into Xia Kingdom and started a killing spree. He snatched the treasure of the human emperors from Xia Wenzong's hands. The human emperor, who had transformed into a complete body, fought with Zhou Guangyanu. On the ground, some black thunders were moving quickly, connected to the wedge that Wuxing Emperor had driven into the ground to absorb the luck when he gave birth to Huaxingzi. A black line that spread from the courtyard world to the 4 worlds of the southeast, northwest, and northeast slowly constructed a huge formation, which was continuously extracting the energy of the earth veins, intending to sacrifice the power of the earth veins to directly dismember the original fairyland. In the 4th scroll projection, Dragon Dad and the 4 Seas God ran wildly on the left and right, occasionally taking action to kill some land and mountain gods that appeared. Huang Laodao's body was divided into 3 to chase Dragon Dad and the 4 Seas God, and the remaining 1 rescued the dying land and mountain gods. Huang Laodao's method was very rough. He directly needed the dead land and mountain gods, and then poured the scattered broken souls into the container, and maintained their most basic vitality without caring about it. The last scroll projection, there was no picture in the content, only a sentence written on it. Sleep. Do not disturb. Obviously, the last scene without a picture should correspond to the Baiyu Qiongtai of Kunlun Lingshan, the entire primitive fairyland. At present, it can be said that the creatures are resisting the intentionally or unintentionally. The will of heaven looked at the scroll floating on the void, smiled, and asked Su Yin. The reluctance and resistance of the creatures have always been within my expectations. Therefore, I ordered the 9 heavens mysterious woman to create an organization and drive the netherworld to clear the obstacles for me to resist me. But you can see the ending. The resistance of those whose interests are damaged is weak. But you, the vested interests, are particularly hard-working in resistance. I am very curious about what motivates you to resist me so hard. After all, it is easy for you to go to the New World. If Ying Long or Queen Mother of the West speaks to Yi Chao, it is not impossible to give you hundreds of millions of quotas. Returning to the primitive fairyland of the chaotic era, adding hundreds of millions of creatures is actually not a bad thing. There are still some trivial matters that need to be handled by the creatures. Such an arrangement. Do you have any opinions? The will of heaven looked at Su Yin and asked slowly. Is this discussion? Su Yin looked at the will of heaven with a strange expression. No. I'm just saying a hypothesis. The will of heaven shook his head decisively, rejecting Su Yin's guess. Su Yan was silent for a moment. And the figures of Yinglong ancestor, Queen Mother of the West, and the Emperor of Heaven, who he had just met not long ago, slowly appeared in his mind. Su Yan organized his words many times in his heart, trying to use gentler words to express his conclusion. Master Tianyi, you are saying, is there a possibility that whether it is the ancestor of Yinglong or the Queen Mother of the West, they are actually against people but not things? The will of heaven asked himself why the vested interests were resisting it. And even the nine heavens mysterious woman often indirectly let it go, and even changed her number to sell out the netherworld. After Su Yan thought for a moment, he told the answer to Master Tianzi in a very gentle way. First of all, Yinglong ancestor had no interest in destroying the world and the souls, and she didn't want to care about that. The operation of heaven and earth had its own laws to follow. But the reason why Yinglong ancestor was so angry and resentful was entirely because of the deception of the will of heaven. Not only did it delay Yinglong for tens of thousands of years, it also indirectly killed the Four Seas Dragon God, the Five Elements Qiling clan, and all the friends in the Wilderness Palace, and some comrades. Now the 10-headed phoenix is still oozing pus all over its body, and the stench is unbearable. It is regarded as a symbol of disaster. Wherever it goes, there will be curses and disasters from nothingness, which is a pure disaster. And all this is because of the will of heaven, which suddenly appeared to deceive Yinglong. The Queen Mother of the West sat at home singing and dancing, lingering on the beauty of beautiful subjects all day long, very happily touching and pinching the faces of beautiful female fairies at the banquet of 10,000 immortals, and occasionally holding pool parties with old friends and female fairies. She lived a very comfortable and contented life, quietly waiting for the birth of a husband who was worthy of her beauty. But one day, she suddenly felt sleepy, and when she woke up, the beautiful subjects were gone. The proud little foxes wandered in the world of cultivation and became pale and thin due to hunger. The godson Chongming was so hungry that his cultivation fell. There were even some traders who dared to shit in her carefully decorated dormitory. The Queen Mother of the West blew up the dormitory directly, and never set foot in the previous dormitory again. That was her elaborately decorated bedroom, originally used as a wedding room. But everything was ruined because of her sudden sleep. And the Tianyi Zun, who had been hiding behind the scenes and fighting against the netherworld and Yichao, was forced out by the will of heaven. The soul of Jiutian Zun was split and evolved into Tianyi Zun. The existences that went against the will of heaven were basically all forced out by it. For example, Senior Zin, who was not persecuted by the will of heaven, didn't care about the destruction of the world and the extinction of souls, and still sat on the high platform and watched the show happily. Unless the old sisters like Queen Mother of the West asked her to do so. She was not even willing to move. And she was indifferent. Is the responsibility all on me? After listening to Su Yan's story, Tianji did not refute, but continued to ask Su Yan, maybe? Then, what about you? Why are you so hard against me? A demon from the outer world of the world came here to save the suffering? Well, tell the truth, Su Yan said hesitantly. In a sense, I actually agree with your plan for Master Tianyi. After all, my current lifespan is close to infinity, but it is linked to the world. Once reincarnation comes again, I will have to die. It's a pity that I'm just a fox and don't have any ambitions. I do hope to live longer, and I am very satisfied with my achievements. Although those guys in the original fairy world say that I am a gigolo. This is also the natural talent of our old fox family, which they can't envy. Then why are you so hard against me? Tianji heard this and raised his hand to interrupt Su Yan's words, indicating that he should not beat around the bush here and get straight to the point. Now Tian is still fighting with the will of flesh and blood. I like the pie you painted, but I hate the final outcome of the pie. Su Yan looked at the will of heaven and said bluntly, suppose I have an infinite lifespan, and the final outcome is just to become a weapon in the dimensional war, and I have no time to enjoy my previous efforts. Then I don't want such immortality. The reason why Su Yan worked hard to practice was actually that he didn't have any lofty ambitions. He just wanted to be happy. But no matter whether it was the former cultivation world or the original fairy world, if you want to be happy and carefree, you need strength. Without strength, even if you spend money to go to brothels, the talented women will look at you with contempt and disdain, and will not receive you. You will not get the slightest experience at all. Moreover, it is very easy to die if you are weak. Su Yan does not want to become a scarf. Therefore, he has been practicing seriously. It is not serious. But if there is a chance to become stronger easily, he will be willing to pay some price for it, and work hard to fight for it. If the will of heaven just wants to simply prolong the lifespan here and delay the arrival of reincarnation, Su Yin will be happy about this. But the will of heaven does not think so. It wants to capture one world after another. The will of the sea swallows everything and kills all the creatures in other worlds, including the creatures in the primitive world, leaving only those who are suitable to become warriors. Su Yin finds it difficult to agree with this. In this way, even if you have an endless lifespan, what is the meaning of immortality forever? For eternity? Under the command of the will of heaven, serving as a worker with no salary, no holidays, no entertainment, and extremely busy? Even street lamp pendants would not dare to exploit slaves like this. If this does not go against the will of heaven, then Su Yin feels that he may not be a nine-tailed fox again, but a loyal guard of the house. After answering the questions of the will of heaven, Su Yin drew out the Tongyu divine sword and the sacrificial knife, and slowly rose from the form of a little fox to the form of a young man, ready to fight to the death with the will of heaven. There is no point in saying more. If the will of heaven does not change its philosophy, is unwilling to apologize to the ancestor Yinglong and the Queen Mother of the West, and then cure the heart disease of the Nine Heavens mysterious woman, then everything that happens later is out of the question. It's meaningless. In the primitive world, I am one in all, and everything is under my control. The will of heaven glanced at Su Yin, and Su Yin, who was about to swing his sword, suddenly shrank back, and the Tongyu divine sword and the sacrificial knife in his hand were as soft and sticky as noodles. Su Yan's eyelids twitched slightly, and all the dirty words were stuck in his throat. He was very curious now. If the will of heaven in front of him was really as the Emperor of Heaven said, it was not the original avenue of the primitive world, but the existence of the great thief of the sky who stole the will of the world. How did it steal the power of the world? I got your answer, and my curiosity was satisfied. The will of heaven waved his hand, put a cushion on Su Yin and said, I understand your difficulties, and why you are against me. So what suggestions do you have to extend the lifespan here? You must know that the lifespan of the world cannot be increased for no reason. Reincarnation is equivalent to the growth of a snake shedding its skin. Chapter 904. Please invite Su Yin to speak. Reincarnation is like a snake shedding its skin, which is the process of my growth and development. In simple terms, you can understand that my growth needs to absorb nutrients from this. When the next reincarnation begins, I can become stronger. And for all living beings, I can also get a higher starting point. Although it is a new world after reincarnation, the world can also inherit the foundation of the previous world. The will of heaven looked at Su Yin and told him an objective thing slowly. In its eyes, reincarnation is actually like organisms storing food for the winter in spring and autumn. When winter comes and there is no food, they eat the stored food. After eating and drinking enough, the will of the world can become stronger next year. Reincarnation is an indispensable adjustment, just like the avenue in the flesh and blood world. Every once in a while, it will automatically enter what we call reincarnation, what they call self-cleaning. Once the mechanism of reincarnation is lacking, will the original fairyland become abnormal? Weird. Although reincarnation is indispensable, there are other substitutes. As long as I can devour the will of other worlds and obtain enough nutrients to maintain the growth of the world, I can avoid the time of reincarnation again. The will of heaven simply said 2 points, raised his hand, and unfolded a scroll again. But the content in the projected picture was very old, as far back as the time when the human race was born. The human race initially had the ability to explore the world and began to explore in the fairyland at that time. Gradually, the human race developed and harmed the creatures and homes of other creatures. The creatures whose interests were harmed launched a crazy revenge on the human race at that time, and almost left all the exploration team members in that forest. There is no absolute perfection in the world. It is impossible to obtain an absolutely infinite lifespan without paying any price. We are just like the human race in the painting. When we explore the world outside, we will inevitably be counterattacked by the natives. They are definitely not good people to you. To put it in words you can understand, before the plan started, I built countless models and recorded the comparisons under different variables and data. After countless comparisons, I selected the most reasonable model. The will of heaven spoke and asked one of the representatives of the vested interests here and in the future why they rebelled against it. It did not hide it, and directly told Su Yin the choice it faced. Reincarnation is unstoppable. Reincarnation is equivalent to the process of the world while absorbing nutrients and growing. But this process can be replaced by devouring other world wills. As long as the other world wills can be devoured, the original will can continue to grow and develop without going through the process of reincarnation. And if you want to devour other world wills, you will inevitably arouse fierce resistance from the creatures of the opposite world. Those creatures are just like the Aborigines in the painting. After their homes are invaded, they will definitely retaliate against the humans who invaded their homes. Here, the will of heaven showed Su Yin its attitude towards the dimensional war. War is not a joke. It places high demands on the creatures of the primitive world. And even a large-scale purge is just to select a group of qualified undead witch warriors, while it devours the will of other worlds. The undead witches will enter the opposite world and start a cleansing. In simple terms, the creatures in the opposite world will be traced back to the source without leaving a single one. Otherwise, after the original fairy world devours the opposite world, the aboriginals whose interests have been violated will inevitably retaliate against the creatures in the original fairy world. The will of heaven directly eliminates future troubles from the source. This is its love and kindness to the original creatures, building a relatively harmonious home for some creatures that are still weak to survive. After the will of heaven finished speaking, it lifted the ban on Su Yin and said, "Trust is built on consensus. Creatures who hold resentment against us cannot reach any consensus and trust with us. Even if there is a probability of a few percent, I will never allow it. Now, you can discuss me, but if you can't convince me from the concept, or convince me with reasonable data, there is no need to continue speaking." The will of heaven stopped talking at this point, but just signaled Su Yin that he could speak. The creatures of the original creatures may hate themselves, but the will of heaven feels that they are not wrong. You have reason to hate me now, but all the creatures in the future should thank me. Master Tianyi, have you achieved your goal? Su Yin looked at the soft Tongyu divine sword in his hand, and did not respond to Tianzi's question. He looked at Tianzi in front of the bamboo forest, and asked as if he thought of something. Tianzi nodded gently and said, "Although I have the power of omnipotence and omniscience, the so-called omniscience and omnipotence is only the omniscience and omnipotence in your cognition. My goal has been achieved, so a choice has fallen in front of me. I need to make a choice based on the answers of you. Wu Shengdi, Yinglong and some creatures. Yinglong represents the past and ancient existence, and Wu Shengdi represents the human emperor and the Mesozoic era. Su Yin is undoubtedly a representative of the new generation. He may have some twists and turns and ups and downs in his half-life, but there is no doubt that he should be the happiest and smoothest. Originally, the Emperor of Heaven, who best represented the spirit of creation and the old antiques. Because of his mental state and too many swear words, the will of heaven never considered him to come and talk. In addition to Su Yin, Wu Shengdi, Yinglong, there were some other beings who came, but they could not see or perceive each other's existence. So the will of heaven did not introduce them to Su Yin, because Yinglong was outside and Su Yin was destroying inside. The will of heaven had achieved the purpose of losing. So, it deliberately summoned the spiritual bodies of some representative creatures to itself. Listen to their attitude towards their own destruction of the world, and also tell them about the choices they face. The will of heaven decided to listen to their words, and then make a choice from losing or winning. Choose losing. It can get out of the current predicament. Choose winning. It still needs to sit on the seat of the avenue, and accept the torture of the thief of watching the sky. Winning has never been a choice, but a fact between the thoughts of the will of heaven. Although the will of flesh and blood is very strong, it is still a little weaker than the original will that has been reincarnated more than 800 times and devoured the will of dozens of worlds. It's just that the will of heaven hesitated, and it became uneasy when faced with choices involving itself. Human nature is evil and suspicion chain? Su Yin looked at the will of heaven that needed to provide evidence, and refuted with data and feasibility to prove that its destruction of the world and souls was inferior. Theory of human nature is evil. In Su Yin's cognition, this thing should belong to the same category as the theory of immortality of the strong. It is a belief, not something that needs to be debated. Chapter 905 The Way of Arithmetic and the Way of Deduction. The purpose of the will of heaven has been achieved, but it hesitated when it came to its own choices. It is not like the will of flesh and blood, a manager derived and hatched by the will of the world. It was actually a creature in the primitive world at the beginning, but it was born with unparalleled talent. It relied on its own talents and means to finally achieve the thief of the sky. No creature knows how it was achieved, but the will of heaven in the primitive world is different from the will of other worlds or the way of heaven. The position of the Great Way gave it supreme power, but also gave it endless pain, the resentment and hatred of the Emperor of Heaven. In fact, in the empty eyes of the will of heaven is nothing at all, just loneliness and emptiness. It has even forgotten who it is and its emotions. Everything in the world is a piece of paper in its eyes. The world has no secrets for the will of heaven. It wants to leave its current position, but it has some expectations in its heart. This is why the will of heaven is hesitating now. It listened to the opinions of all living beings and spoke out its overall plan, hoping to hear a strong rebuttal from all living beings. The means of the will of heaven are cruel and ruthless to all living beings at present, but they are also the most beneficial to the great cause of billions of generations in the future. The choice it makes is the best choice for all living beings in the primitive fairyland. Su Yin sat on the cushion given by the will of heaven. The small little fox held his arms with his hands, tilted his little head, and the fox's cheeks were squeezed together, thinking hard. While Su Yin was thinking, the time around him, including the time outside the domain, seemed to slow down. The time now is not abundant. The flesh and blood while outside the domain is frantically attacking the primitive world. The Crimson King is about to break the blockade of Yuchao. When the will of heaven summoned the spiritual bodies of everyone, it had already done some work in this regard. The speed of time and time cognition here are different from those in the outside world. No matter how long Su Yin thinks, it will only take 3 seconds for the outside world, 1 second to enter the void world, 1 second to think and talk with the will of heaven, and 1 second to return to the outside world. What did His Majesty Wuxing Emperor say? Su Yin consciously thought for a moment, raised his head, and asked Tian Zixiai. She said that my great cause is perfect, but there is a flaw that needs to be corrected. Tian Zixiai's body showed some slight fluctuations, and said, she said she doesn't trust me, which roughly means that I should roll down from my position, and she will succeed to the throne and leave the primitive world to complete the great cause. In a sense, Wuxing Emperor and Tian Zixiai have some similarities. Although Wuxing Emperor agrees with Tian Zixiai, Wuxing Emperor does not trust Tian Zixiai. She will never hand over her fate to Tian Zixiai. Wuxing Emperor only believes in himself and the loyal ministers who have been violently tamed by him and have fought with him. Wuxing Emperor's general meaning is, I think what you said is very interesting, but I don't trust you. You should step down from that position and let me take over. Otherwise, we have nothing to talk about. Should I say, worthy of your majesty? This answer perfectly matches my impression of your majesty, Emperor Wuxing. After Su Yin sighed, he looked at the will of heaven and said, my idea is that what you are currently planning is indeed very good, but it is completely inconsistent with my concept and logic. I feel the pressure just after listening to your description. Although the world has gained infinite lifespan, we, the Holy Spirits, will also benefit from it. From now on, our lifespan will be infinite, but the price we may need to pay is not proportional to the benefits we can obtain. From the moment the dimensional war started, we are destined to live in a high-pressure state. When we invade and expand, the risk of us being attacked by the will of other worlds is also increasing. We need to prepare for war throughout the whole process and run around to become stronger on a regular basis. It's just dancing on a tightrope. Well, you don't even want to pay wages. When Su Yin said this, he couldn't help but complain about the will of heaven. I agree with part of what you said. When the dimensional war started, some of the responsibilities that should have been borne by the great Tao did fall on the sentient beings. The will of heaven said lightly, but you also got unlimited lifespan and land after the world was annexed. And you can also get the possibility of being promoted to Hongmeng or the Emperor of Heaven. Therefore, income and expenditure are proportional. I really won't pay you wages, but you can go to other worlds to rob, and I won't collect taxes from you. Su Yan's expression almost didn't hold back when he heard this. What a good way to go to other worlds to rob. After all, isn't it that we are risking our lives to conquer the world for you? What you said makes sense, but it only relies on the original immortal beings. So, with the human race, they can reproduce at a fast speed and produce enough to attract the attention of all beings. In the early childhood, they only have a few years to start practicing martial arts and skills. In about 16 years, they can reach the foundation building stage. Some excellent ones can even reach the golden elixir or even the nascent soul stage. For the human race, as long as there are enough resources, 100 years can create a patrol of human mortals, and 1,000 years can even give birth to a true immortal. Although it is more difficult for the human race to break through the gods and holy spirits, they can buy enough time for you. Don't ignore that after the world expands, the base number of all creatures will also expand accordingly. The divine beasts suffer from a long childhood and high energy consumption. But you are also the easiest race to reach the top. You and the human race have a mutually beneficial relationship. As soon as Su Yin opened his mouth, he didn't even finish his words, and the will of heaven interrupted and presented the corresponding data and models to Su Yin to verify the credibility and authenticity of his words. The birth of the human race was planned by it. It was born under various coincidences. It was also a race that grew tenaciously and reproduced rapidly after experiencing the storm in the primitive fairyland. The more pressure the human race faces, the faster they reproduce. Although it is undeniable that the offspring born within the human race are not destined to be extraordinary at birth, like the divine beasts of heaven and earth, or the divine beasts, the human race's reproduction speed is really fast, and the base number is large. One successful person appears in 10,000 people, which is definitely a very scary number in the base number of trillions. It took Su Yin hundreds of years from pregnancy to birth. And even after hatching, she still had to stay in infancy for hundreds of years. The human race has already replaced several generations. But the advantages of the heavenly beasts and the divine beasts are in the later stage. They are born with innate magical powers. And it is easy to comprehend the corresponding magical powers in Taoism. There is no need to waste time and thoughts on other skills and moves. It is often easier to break through some bottlenecks in the later stage. The human race is suitable for laying out the quantity, while some divine beasts are suitable for attacking or guarding. The will of heaven has already thought of everything. And Su Yin doesn't need to worry about these things. What you said makes sense. But I want to say that the sentient beings in the primitive fairyland are under such high pressure. Su Yin opened his mouth and was about to speak. But the will of heaven spoke again. They won't. Don't. Hey! Su Yin, who was interrupted again, couldn't help but pick up the Tongyu divine sword and swung a blue sword light at the will of heaven sitting in front of the bamboo forest. The sword light was as deep as the abyss of the sea, and it slashed towards the will of heaven with the momentum of embracing all rivers. However, after the sword light touched the body of Wan Hua, it directly merged into the body of the will of heaven without causing any waves. Any known power is invalid for the will of heaven, unless it can stand outside the original world and attack the entire world. After receiving the sword, the will of heaven also realized his own loss of composure, and did not say anything, but just waved his hand to signal Su Yin to continue speaking. After Su Yin calmed down his impatience a little, he continued to speak to the will of heaven. My mouth is clumsy. I don't know if Master Tianyi has some auxiliary props to borrow, but we may not be able to express ourselves clearly in words. Su Yan's mouth is not clumsy, but he really can't stand the repeated interruptions of the will of heaven. But this is not something that cannot be understood. The will of heaven's plot contains its beliefs. That is, the belief in the theory of the evil nature of living things. Su Yin tried to comment on the plan of the will of heaven, and naturally, he would be refuted and explained by the will of heaven. In your mind, imagine the scene and the possible variables, and you can deduce it. The will of heaven pointed to Su Yin and temporarily lent him the way of arithmetic and deduction of the nine heavens' mysterious woman, so that he could express his thoughts in his heart through concrete things. Actually, there is such a thing? After obtaining the way of arithmetic and the way of deduction, Su Yin was greatly surprised. After imagining some specific things in his mind, he clicked on the way of deduction to get the future deduction of the preset scene. The way of arithmetic is like modeling, which can materialize some abstract ideas and assumptions. And the way of deduction is based on the things materialized by the way of arithmetic, so as to predict the future. Arithmetic and deduction are the power of the nine heavens' mysterious woman. Su Yan's way of nothingness and reality is not as fancy and interesting as the way and law mastered by the nine heavens' mysterious woman. Su Yin was amazed at Tianyi's ability, and also found the nine heavens' mysterious lady's Tao very interesting. This time, Tianyi did not speak, but just watched Su Yin entertain himself and explore the application of the nine heavens' mysterious lady's Tao, waiting for him to speak. I have roughly understood how to use it. Su Yin spent a moment to familiarize himself with arithmetic and deduction. He raised his hand to extend a part of his universe, and began to import the presets in his mind into the universe. Su Yin was not surprised that the will of heaven could say words like modeling. The will of heaven on the stage may have devoured a world similar to the previous life. It should have seen technological creations. First, I will import the data you imagined into the model. Master Tianyi. Su Yin imported the presets into it, and summoned the 36 ghosts and gods in the Tongyu divine sword for help. Seeing this, the will of heaven also assisted Su Yin and imported some raw data into the universe space where he was deducing. With a preset accurate model, the deduction method directly draws energy from the will of heaven for deduction. The world opens from the new world after the screening. More than 99% of the creatures here have died, leaving only a few strong men who have fought their way out of the siege. And the tribes they lead are still living tenaciously. The whole world has returned to the world of the chaotic era. although there are only a few old and weak people left in the world. With the return of the 5 heavenly emperors, the human race and the surviving monsters and beasts are all multiplying and thriving. The world has become a stage for the human race. The monsters and beasts have retired or attached themselves to the 5 heavenly emperors to cultivate themselves. Tens of thousands of years have passed in a flash. And it has become easier for the creatures that have come to the chaotic era to give birth to strong people. Until the birth of a Hongming realm creature. Just when they tried to challenge the heavenly emperor, the will of heaven took the initiative to open the prelude to the dimensional war. And the world will it chose was undoubtedly the will of flesh and blood. The primitive world launched an invasion of the flesh and blood world. And at this time, the will of heaven in the universe space slowly stood up from its seat. It raised its arms. And the power it dispersed returned to its body. The primitive world, which should have relied on tentacles to attack like a sphere, gradually underwent some changes. A half-body that looked like a human slowly grew on the round sphere. The will of heaven, which had revealed its full form, slapped down the spherical will of flesh and blood, and pierced its sharp 5 fingers into the flesh and blood world. It dragged it to its front and put its hands together, squeezing its L to crack. The creatures of Hongming realm and the Hongming guardian led the undead, which to invade the flesh and blood world. The flesh and blood will, which was imprisoned and refined by the will of heaven, could not move. So it could only look at the creatures of the Hongming guardian and plunder the power of the heavenly Tao with the method of returning to the void and combining the Tao to deal with the flesh and blood natives. After a period of time, the flesh and blood world was emptied. And the will of heaven also refined the will of flesh and blood. Its power became stronger, and reincarnation was delayed, because the primitive world swallowed the flesh and blood world. And the territory inside the primitive fairyland was also expanded. The Hongming realm strongmen were busy reclaiming new land, and did not make any usurpation to touch the resources of the Emperor of Heaven. In this war, the power of the Emperors of Heaven also increased because of the growth of the world. The will of heaven, which was guiding and controlling all this behind the scenes, did not return to its original form. It still maintained its shape with half of its body growing on the sphere, searching for something in a gray void that Su Yan could not understand. It seemed to have found something, but remained silent until billions of years had passed in the original fairyland, when some Hongming realm creatures set their sights on the heavenly emperors. The second dimensional war has begun. Yu Chao descended into the primitive fairyland and told all living beings that the demons from outside the domain are about to invade our world. This is a world weaker than the will of flesh and blood. The will of heaven did not take action personally. It just raised its hand to smash the L of the opposite world, and let the Hongming realm strongmen in the primitive fairyland wreak havoc. However, the creatures in the Hongming realm faced the enemy's avenue. Although they had the method of returning to the void and merging with the Tao, casualties were inevitable. It's just that the will of heaven distorted their cognition and made them think they were invaded. They were fighting hard to resist. However, all this was just that the will of heaven felt that the creatures in the Hongming realm were a bit overflowing. And some of the creatures in the Hongming realm were artificially cleared to maintain a balance. The emperors of heaven are the pillars of the primitive fairyland, and their existence is far more important than the creatures in the Hongming realm. Therefore, the primitive fairyland needs a balance. And the power enhancement of the emperors of heaven must be higher than that of the creatures in the Hongming realm. The creatures in the Hongming realm cannot pose a threat to the emperors of heaven because of their number. And the Hongming guardian, in conjunction with the existence of Yu Chao, must also have the power to check and balance the 5 heavenly emperors. Su Yan deduced to this point, and his eyebrows twitched slightly when he saw the development of things in the deduced world. In terms of killing intent, it has to be Master Qiani. The data inside is correct. If I reveal my true body, it will be like that. Tian Zizi did not use mind reading or detection thinking ability. I don't know why Su Yan stopped deducing. Therefore, it can only be simply attributed to him thinking that he was lying. So he deliberately explained to Su Yan. The half-body world will in the picture is indeed the true appearance of Tian Zizi. However, it divided the power and forcibly created the class of the creator spirit. And the corresponding original will also return to a low-level form. Chapter 906 Will I be this handsome when I grow up? The deduction of the world is still going on. The will of heaven has made very detailed and in-depth thinking about the planning of the future world. Except for the need to conduct a ruthless screening before the implementation of the plan to select the tenacious creatures suitable for the new world. There is no shortcoming other than cold-bloodedness. It even takes into account the conflicts between ethnic groups and the ambitions of creatures to expand disorderly after they become powerful. Even the mortals in the mortal world take it into consideration. So much so that it can be said that in the entire huge and exquisite original will life extension concept, the existence of the will of heaven itself is also fighting on the front line. During the invasion, the will of heaven rushed to the front of all creatures. After the invasion, the will of heaven also served as a pie-splitting. Even on weekdays, the will of heaven did not rest. It needed to maintain its complete form to find other world wills. When the internal ethnic groups of the primitive fairyland were about to explode due to resource problems, the will of heaven also needed to serve the world will found in advance for all living beings, so that huge resources could fall into the primitive fairyland and alleviate all the contradictions that might erupt in the primitive fairyland due to resources. The interests of the cultivators of all levels, and the means of balancing the strength of the cultivators were all well reasoned and laid out in front of Su Yin, leaving him no room for rebuttal. As for the meaningless things about invasion, cruelty, and mercy, neither Su Yin nor the will of heaven could talk about them. They had already involved war and their own interests, and talking about those minor details would only make the other party laugh. It is better to die than to die. What is wrong with fighting for one's own world's interests? The atmosphere in the primitive world has always been like this. The deduction of the world continued. After devouring the will of the second world, the strength of the will of heaven increased again. The sphere of its lower body underwent some slight alienation, but it was not too obvious. In the primitive fairyland in the deduction world, because of devouring the resources of the second world, some cultivators discovered a brand new continent. The creatures of the Hongming realm and the cultivators under their command did not care about the resources of the 5 great gods who existed since ancient times. They all went to the new world. The strength of the 5 heavenly emperors grew with the world. When they devoured the second world, they already had the power to suppress the Hongming realm creatures alone. The world fell into peace for billions of years again. Su Yin saw the world enter a peaceful period, and suddenly looked at the will of heaven and asked, "Speaking of the future of the world you imagined, Master Tianyi, I saw you fighting on the front line. And you can even say that you are the most laborious. You are obviously the only and absolute existence here. And even the reincarnation can't hurt you at all. Why are you fighting so hard? Do you have any ideals or goals?" Although Su Yin didn't know that the predecessor of the will of heaven in front of him was a creature of harmony, he knew that the will of heaven had its own emotions and thoughts, and it couldn't be guessed with the same logic as the justice of heaven and earth. But when Su Yin saw this, he couldn't understand the motives of the will of heaven. According to the normal logic in the past, all living beings thought that the will of heaven would be lacking when it was reincarnated, and it needed to be compensated by something, or the spirits of creation needed to make up for the lack of this stage. But the description of reincarnation by the will of heaven was very understated. Just a normal meal. Obviously, reincarnation could not hurt it, and even the power of the spirit of creation was distributed by it. Su Yin was a little confused here. In the past, including Yinglong's existence, it was speculated that the will of heaven might be afraid that reincarnation would hurt its origin, causing the spiritual wisdom that was born with great difficulty to dissipate. So it tried to extend the time of reincarnation and prolong the life of the world. But these speculations were broken after Su Yin witnessed a corner of the great cause of the will of heaven. So why is it the will of heaven? In the entire life extension plan, it has been playing the most tiring role. And it also faces the risk of being severely hit by the will of the world of the same level, and even has to regulate the conflicts between resources and ethnic groups within the original world. During this period, it cannot rest at all, and cannot relax any vigilance inside and outside. It is the will of heaven with the emotions of living beings, not the original avenue of the world of flesh and blood will. Its current behavior is against biological instincts. Su Yin currently only sees its efforts, but has not seen any gains. As for the increase in strength, is this what the will of heaven needs? At this moment, the will of heaven, while beating Yinglong violently, also pinched himself with one hand and forced himself to reason with it. Even so, it did not show its complete form. For such an existence, strength is definitely not what it pursues. Su Yin was confused by the will of heaven. He has been paying for nothing throughout the whole process. Is there really such a selfless creature in the world? Su Yin has never seen such a good person. He has a favor with Yinglong, and then a blood relationship. He also has a supply and demand relationship with the Queen Mother of the West. Even with the help of Juyin, there is also a relationship level of Yinglong's ancestor. Everything is cause and effect, and there is no such thing as pie in the sky for no reason. What am I planning? When asked by Su Yin, the will of heaven fell into a trance. But it was only for a moment. The will of heaven looked at Su Yin again and said calmly, "What am I planning? I don't want anything. In your eyes, the existence of living beings is divided into different classes due to family, talent, opportunity, etc. But in my eyes, in the whole world, there should be only me who is a normal living being. And your existence is just a passing cloud. Sometimes, you may disappear with a close or open eye. Or you may be blown away by a gust of wind. You should understand my description. Right? Su Yan looked strange and said, "Can I understand your meaning, as that we don't even have the same life form? How can you understand my thoughts? It's just a waste of time to talk to you." Not accurate. But there is also this part of the meaning. The will of heaven nodded gently, and did not continue to answer. There are some things that cannot be explained, if you have not experienced them yourself. No matter how hard you try to explain them to others, they will not be able to understand it all, and will only look back at you as if you were a fool. In the previous reincarnation, the will of heaven actually did 3 meaningful things. The first thing was that after it merged with the Tao, it also vented its joy in the primitive world through descending, reincarnation, and soul division, just like the Emperor of Heaven, celebrating that it became the first existence to truly reach the top. It was not until it was completely tired of playing that it began to manage and evolve the primitive world. After it took over the primitive world, it did the second thing, and forcibly created the class of spirit of creation in the primitive world. This is a special class that shares eternal life with it, and can obtain the power of the origin of the world. The void dispersed its own power, and created the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. To obtain this power, it is necessary to kill the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. This is a very strict condition. Although the incarnation of the heavenly Tao is not as omniscient and omnipotent as the great Tao, it also has the power to mobilize the natural laws of the entire world. For a normal creature to kill the incarnation of the sky, the first step is to reach the top of the world, have ambition, and also need a combination of opportunity and luck. Just reaching the top of the world is already a heaven-defying condition. Not to mention that it also requires opportunities and luck. But the will of heaven, emptiness, sets such harsh screening conditions, because emptiness is looking for its own kind, and the position of the Creator Spirit is also given to them. Talent, brains, luck. These are the only requirements of emptiness for its own kind. At the beginning, it did find some of its own kind. Each Creator Spirit is the best in the world's reincarnation. Empty feels what true happiness is, and finds people who understand each other. But such happiness is not lasting. The Creator Spirits, who violate the law of reincarnation and rebirth, often enter a state of fatigue after 5 to 6 reincarnations. Although the Creator's body and soul will not change, their spirits will inexplicably fall into a state of fatigue. The Creator Spirits felt tired, seeing that their friends were in pain. The will of heaven could not bear it, so it gave them a way to get rid of it, hoping to see them again in the future. The will of heaven can understand their pain. Because of its omniscience, it often feels bored and annoyed with everything, so much so that it has to suppress this power. Only in this way can it barely get a sense of freshness. The creation spirits left one by one, and new creation spirits came one by one. But in the end, they all left or exiled themselves, and fell into the outer domain. The will of heaven patched this aspect, not allowing the creation spirits to contact the outer domain outside the creation world. But the result was useless. The kind it found for itself would always try its best to leave. The creation spirits are all smart guys, so the will of heaven has to keep busy patching. One day, the void was angry and destroyed everything in the original world. It destroyed the world as if it had lost its mind, as if it wanted to completely destroy the original world. But no matter how it destroyed, the moment the world went to exile, it was destined to be reborn. By the time it came to its senses, the world was reborn from destruction again, according to the laws of nature. However, because the world was destroyed too many times in a short period of time, a group of death crystals of natural laws gathered in the new world. Queen Mother of the West was born from the rebirth of destruction. Queen Mother of the West can chat with the will of heaven. After all, she can't be born without the will of heaven going crazy. Unfortunately, one day, Queen Mother of the West also chose to leave the position of the Creator Spirit. The will of heaven completely closed herself off and stopped communicating with the Creator Spirit. She stayed in the void and gave up thinking and watched the world's self-destruction. During this period of giving up thinking and forgetting her past and emotions, the will of heaven came up with a third thing. The Creator Spirit left because of the unchanging. Everything in the world, including them, did not change. They gradually got tired of it. They who have gained the unchanging, although there will be no change in their eternal life, as long as the world gains the characteristics of changeability. They who have not changed can also see the changing world as if it is alive. Forgotten the will of heaven in the past, they began to lay out to make the world changeable. The birth of the human race. Secret preaching. Dramatic changes in the original fairyland. The connection between heaven and earth. The netherworld. The development of isolated zones. And the new world after the connection between heaven and earth. It took several reincarnations to create a Taoist tradition that was almost perfect for spreading. And it also waited for a long time until the human race was born and began to implement the plan. Although there were human races in Su Yan's previous life, the two are completely incomparable. And they are just similar in form. If they are combined, it may trigger reproductive isolation. The will of heaven has been waiting for a long time. So long that it has doubted its own existence. But it is in a state of no retreat. Even if it has been shaken, it can only persist after despair. But it is not sure whether it can persist. This is why Su Yan asked it why it was paying for the whole plan without seeking rewards. Why? It was just to entertain its own kind. But its own kind had already left. The will of heaven wanted to leave. But it was already in the deepest part of the abyss. And it could not retreat. Taking a step back would be the nothingness outside the domain. As the will of heaven, where can it go? Sitting in front of the bamboo forest on the island, the will of heaven fell into silence. Gradually began to dig out the extremely huge memory in his mind. And found his tiny emotional memory from the knowledge of all things in the world. Trying to recall what he was trying to do. But the will of heaven did not ponder for long. Because of the sudden change in the outside world. He looked at Su Yan, who was deducing the model data with a puzzled look on his face. The world preset by the will of heaven was originally prosperous and absolutely prosperous. For some reason, after swallowing the sixth world will, which was equivalent to the third reincarnation, the situation suddenly took a sharp turn. And the world being deduced suddenly righted. After everything calmed down, the atmosphere inside the deduced world became extremely strange. Except for the core area, the whole world became dead and depressed. And the number of strong people became increasingly scarce. And they were even facing the will of heaven feeding them. The creatures in the deduced world were unable to open their mouths to eat the resources delivered to their mouths. Master Tianyi. Su Yan raised the deduced world in his hand and sent it to Tianzi, saying, "Please take a look. Is this reasonable? Have you imported other parameters into it?" The will of heaven looked at the lifeless world and the hundreds of Hongmeng realm creatures that had become inactive in the Kuzhua territory. "I didn't import other parameters. I just slightly corrected some loopholes." Su Yan shook his head and said, "Rewind some time, and you can see what happened." After checking the model data and the parameters he set, the will of heaven frowned slightly on the body of Wanhua, and then went back to the time of the deduction world. Back to the world before the sudden riot. Wanting to see why Su Yan only slightly changed some words, and caused such a huge change. The time in the deduction world returned to the time point of swallowing the will of the fourth world. The world returned to peace. As stable as the preset model of the will of heaven. The status of the Hongmeng realm creatures is still not as good as that of the Emperor of Heaven. And Yu Chao supervises the changes and evolution of the world. But what is different from before is that after countless years, some of the Hongmeng realm creatures have children. And some have families before becoming Hongmeng realm. When one person gets the Tao, all his family members will rise to the heavens. Their families and clansmen also get rights and form the Hongmeng family divided by territory. They grow by one getting one, and two getting two. However, these Hongmeng families do not dare to touch the heavenly emperor above them. So they can only continue to ask for more from the lower ones. The world's atmosphere has changed. The existence of the Hongmeng family is a behemoth for any living being. And after years of development and swallowing a large amount of resources, every living being in the Hongmeng family has an extremely terrifying foundation. Gods and holy spirits are emerging in an endless stream. But after a certain period of development, frictions occurred among the members of the Hongmeng family in some realms. Originally, it was just some trivial matters. But the Hongmeng family has existed for too long. So long that they have forgotten what kind of living beings they used to be. They only know that they are the best among people. Except for the heavenly emperor and the laws that cannot be touched. No living being in the world dares to violate their majesty. The trivial matters between some juniors involve the family worship. And as the bloodshed occurred, some members of the Hongmeng family also intervened in the incident that caused the conflict. Although the incident was settled, it also planted conflicts between the two Hongmeng families. It deduced the will of heaven in the world and mastered the big and small things in the world. It knew that there were too many creatures in the Hongmeng realm, and it was time to prune again. Therefore, when it devoured the will of the fifth world. It did not deliberately suppress the will of heaven on the opposite side, and buried hundreds of Hongming realm creatures in this invasion. The hostile world was annexed and resources were invested in the original world. But the Hongming family did not go to open up. They first set their sights on the family that fell in Hongming. When they were cannibalizing each other, they also sealed the door to the resource area, so that other creatures in the original fairyland could only watch and not eat. Yu Chao tried to correct it, but was blocked by the Hongming family, until it led the Hongming guardians to come forward, forcing the Hongming family to compromise and lift the ban. However, there was nothing that could happen to other creatures. Creatures who wanted to obtain resources could only join their ranks. Talented people are unwilling to be ordinary, so they either marry into the family or change their names to become a branch of the Hongming family. Gradually, the excellent ones are monopolized by the family. The excellent ones become more excellent, and the mediocre ones become more mediocre, until the sixth world will appears. The will of heaven swallows up the resources and invests them. The Hongming family once again monopolizes the resources and undoubtedly obtains the right to distribute. The conflict between the excellent and the mediocre broke out. After the turmoil ended, it did not lead to peace, but instead set off a larger turmoil. Due to historical reasons, the Hongming family and the Hongming family have accumulated countless conflicts and blood feuds, and this turmoil involving countless realms has completely exploded. In the end, the emperors of heaven were also involved. Yu Chao was completely powerless and could only watch from the sidelines. The 5 emperors of heaven are the bottom line of defense here. They have the absolute power granted by the will of heaven. After the iron-blooded suppression, the creatures under the hands of the emperors of heaven took away 80% of the world's resources. In addition to the original share of the heavenly emperors, 90% of the resources that have been mined in the entire world are in their hands and their subordinates. The nine-tailed foxes and other fox tribes in the western world have eaten them all. The resources were plundered by the Hongming family and eventually fell into the hands of the heavenly emperors. The world's resources are 1 stone. The heavenly emperor occupies 9 buckets, and the rest of the creatures share 1 bucket. The will of heaven owes all living beings 8 buckets. After this battle, the entire deduction world has become lifeless and lifeless. The will of heaven quietly looked at the deduction world. Except for some texts added by Su Yin, it did not move. It made some parameter modifications. The deduction world began to go back and deduce again. Yu Chao and Hongming Guardian were strengthened. The heavenly emperor and the Hongming family were balanced, and the world was peaceful. The Hongming family set their sights on the heavenly emperor, and the will of heaven invested resources in the world. The world returned to peace, and the evolution and growth of the world became slightly slower. The peace lasted until the will of the sixth world. After the Hongming family devoured new resources and merged talents, the number of family members increased to an extremely large number, and they could not help but look at the territory and resources of the heavenly emperor. This time, the heavenly emperors were defeated by the invasion, but they still had the ability to escape. After a period of time, Su Yin, an adult, suddenly appeared in the deduction world. At that time, he held the Tongyu divine sword and rode the four seas god like a disaster. Wherever he went, there was no intact place, and everything turned into nothingness. Yinglong, Jun, and the 5 heavenly emperors regrouped and led their former generals to counterattack the Hongming family. The whole world was completely bloody. The strength of the two was originally on par, but the Hongming family relied on advanced preparation and numbers to win over the heavenly emperors. Yu Chao and the Hongming guardians tried to stop Yinglong and the Queen Mother of the West in Kunlun realm. From the time trace, Yinglong once again gained the power of the spirit of creation, and killed Yu Chao and the Hongming guardians together. The heavenly emperors no longer needed any resources, and they just killed people wherever they went. This was to avenge the Hongming family's sneak attack, and they killed until the whole world was silent. The will of heaven looked at the bloody deduction world, and then looked at Su Yin, who was full of surprise below, and fell into silence. Am I so handsome when I grow up? Su Yin looked at his adult self riding a dragon and flying into the sky, accompanied by the black and white dragons, and couldn't help but reveal an expression of amazement. Speaking of which, Master Tianyi, what happened in the deduction world? Why do I feel like I'm eating gunpowder? I'm not a bloodthirsty person. You and Ruin Nu's offspring died. You learned the whole story after you woke up from your slumber. At the same time, the dragon clan was severely damaged, and the Xiao Yuxian dynasty managed by Princess Wuxi was regarded as the lackey of the Emperor of Heaven and was targeted for suppression. Many of your friends died too. You were resentful because of the friction with the Hongming family in the past, and they gave you an outlet to vent. You led the Dragon Clan and the remnants of Xia Yu to annihilate the Hongming family. Tianzai said slowly. Because of the revision. The Emperor of Heaven in this deduction world is not the only one. And the Hongming family will test from time to time. The hatred between you and them was formed during that period. You don't have so many friends in Xia Yu. You also have a family, wife and children. And you dote on your firstborn daughter. But she died for no reason in this conflict. Your strength is far more terrifying than mine. You have refined the Wanchuan River and a part of the Chun tree, and obtained some residues when the flesh and blood will died. When the will of the flesh died, all things trembled. After commenting on Su Yin, the will of the sky looked at the bloody world in his hand, pondered for a moment, and began to continue to make in-depth modifications to the model. But it still did not touch the part modified by Su Yin, and did not even look at the content of the modification. It just modified the model according to its own knowledge and experience. The world still started from the fourth will, and the world proceeded smoothly and steadily to the ninth world will. However, an unexpected situation happened again. This time, it was not caused by the heavenly emperors, but by the internal strife of the Hongming family due to the power struggle. A successful person took the lead, and some ambitious people who were originally married into the family or from the side branches also began to act. In the end, the whole world was still in chaos. The heavenly emperors sat at home looking at the resources they had picked up for free, and fell into deep contemplation. They looked at each other with blank faces, and looked at the family heads or ambitious people who came to ask for help. The will of heaven frowned, moved his eyes away from the deduction world, and said to Su Yin, "What did you put in the preset data? Why can't the error be corrected? It can personally see the changes in the parameters." But it didn't do that. Instead, it looked at Su Yin with great interest and hoped to discuss the changes with him. What kind of medicine did he put in the model that could turn the model that was supposed to run for 100 generations into an uncorrectable mess? Chapter 907 Make the World Lively. What changes did you make to my preset? The will of heaven did not look at the parameters of the deduction world, but looked at Su Yin and asked with interest. But Su Yin's attention was not on the will of heaven. The little fox sat cross-legged, frowning and muttering something on the futon. In the deduction world, Su Yin saw his future appearance. He was very satisfied with his appearance, but he was confused about some things. Even in the deduction world, according to the time, more than 1 billion years have passed. No matter how you calculate the strength of himself and Ruinu's previous descendants, they should be at the top level in the world. How could it be possible to fall so easily? Didn't the sister-in-law of Jiao Tianxiannu save him? But because it was not Su Yin who did the deduction, he could not know the details inside. So he could only keep the matter in mind and prepare to do prenatal education for all future children as soon as he got home. Both he and Senior Ruinu are so kind-hearted, and the offspring they give birth to will definitely be even kinder, which is unacceptable. Fox, the will of heaven, saw Su Yin in deep thought, and couldn't help but call him to recall his scattered thoughts. Ah! Su Yin immediately came back to his senses and responded, looking at the will of heaven again, and said, "You just said that I added some additional presets to your model, right?" "Yes." The will of heaven nodded gently and said, "As the leader of the world's fall, I think it is more interesting for you to answer my questions in person than for me to interpret the meaning of the inner meaning myself." The will of heaven, who has omniscience, can immediately know why there are such big changes in the deduction world as long as he knows what Su Yin has modified. But this will lose some of the fun of deciphering. And the will of heaven did not choose a boring approach. "I didn't modify anything. I just added some evil and instinct," Su Yin explained for the will of heaven. Regarding the development of the world, when the 10,000 Immortals banquet was held, Jiao Tianxiannu and Senior Ruinu had discussed this issue. Jiao Tianxiannu insisted that delaying reincarnation and rebirth would be beneficial, and the only benefit was that her brothers and sisters could live forever. Senior Ruinu insisted that forcibly delaying reincarnation and rebirth was actually meaningless, and it might even cause the most terrible disaster, making the creatures in the world no longer look like the original creatures. The will of heaven pondered and said, I can understand what you mean. You mean? Because the Hongming family is above all living beings. Time has caused their mentality to change, so that they despise all living beings, and even enslave and suppress all living beings. It makes all living beings unable to make a breakthrough forever, causing the entire world to lose vitality. But I have considered these things. Every time I devour the will of other worlds, I will secretly eliminate some arrogant and domineering Hongming families. And the resources will be injected into the world. Some of the new generation of creatures can get my favor and rise up. This is a perpetual dynamic balance. And it is also an underlying framework in my model. But you broke it. Su Yan waved his hand and said, in fact, it's not just the Hongming family. It's too unfair to blame everything on the Hongming family. It's a chain reaction caused by all living beings. The Emperor of Heaven and the Hongming family. Senior Ruanu once said that if the world loses reincarnation and rebirth, it will be distorted and corrupted. I didn't understand this sentence at first, but later I vaguely figured out some things. The so-called distortion and corruption are not really that all living beings are distorted, or that all living beings have become crazy. It's a change in the atmosphere and mentality. As the resources of the original fairy world increase, the original fairy world will eventually usher in a brilliant prosperity. A prosperity that can be promoted by piling up resources even if you don't have talent. Resources are controlled by, in the hands of the Hongming family. There is definitely no shortage of people who curry favor with the powerful. In order to obtain resource rewards, these people will inevitably curry favor with the Hongming family, and even do some unsightly things. Although the resources are circulated, it also makes the living beings have some fixed mindsets and inertia. Anyway, the 5 emperors of the world occupy 10% of the resources, and a small part of the remaining 90% of the resources is divided by the Hongming family. Although the remaining resources fall into the hands of living beings, these resources will definitely flow back to the upper through various channels. Instead of working hard and having nothing, it is better to take the steady path of currying favor with the powerful. At this point, Su Yan looked at the will of heaven, waiting for the will of heaven to comment on his words. The sycophantic beings have corrupted the chosen ones I carefully selected in the world, forming a kind of unspoken rules. Moreover, these things have existed since ancient times. Therefore, no matter how much I deduce the world back to the fourth will period, because of the inertia of the unspoken rules, the world has become irreversible. The will of heaven slowly spoke and smiled, the so-called little bit of evil and instinct, forming the thinking patterns and inertia of all beings. Destroy the entire world? Did they go to destruction spontaneously? Su Yan thought for a while, and said, of course. After listening to the debate between Senior Jiao Tianxiannu and Senior Ruanu about the changes in the world, I have imagined countless times the scenes of depravity and distortion in the mouths of the seniors. And combined with my own life experience in the world of cultivation, I have learned that, come to a conclusion, living beings are most like living beings only when they obey the laws and control. If there are no laws to restrict and control, all living beings have only one thought in their hearts. I don't want to be a cow or a horse. So I must do everything I can to turn other people into cows and horses. No matter how elite the chosen ones are. When facing the abyss of the desires of living beings, they will inevitably lose their minds and fall into the abyss. Even if they can bear it. Can their relatives and friends bear it? Facing the persuasion and instinctive desires of their closest friends, as well as various temptations. Can they keep their original hearts? If the world comes to an end, then, I feel that the end of the original fairy world will only be possible in this way. After the world lasts forever, there are gods everywhere in the sky. And Hongming has become a symbol of contact. When they have not seen miracles, living beings can have sincere faith from the heart. And now, the living gods are in front of them. It is hard to imagine that living beings will be so pious and fanatical about them. And after receiving rewards from the living beings of Hongming realm, living beings are even more fanatical. This is a cycle. The Hongming family's resources are free and inexhaustible. And pleasing the Hongming family can gain resources. In addition to some religious issues and other factors, it will not take many years to form unspoken rules and fixed mindsets in the eternal world, thus forming a vicious inertia. My model is perfect. Tianzi listened to Su Yan's story quietly, and began to modify the parameters of the deduced world in his hand, saying, but do you mean that I have been focusing on the lack of internal control by the outside world, which has caused the whole world to start to go out of control? The overall meaning is similar. Su Yan nodded and agreed with Master Tianyi's interpretation of his words. Can strong management solve the problem? Heavenswell looked at the deduced world in his hand, and said lightly, I'm afraid it will eventually cause a backlash. Just like Yinglong and you ran to me, and said you wanted to rebel against me. Right? You just want to say, in a tactful way, that the world model I preset before is not perfect. And it is not advisable to delay reincarnation, and then start the method of disobeying the original rules? Su Yan waved his hand, indicating that he had never said such a rebellious and openly insulting words of heaven's will. Then, the will of heaven suddenly smiled and said, I said give up the plan to delay reincarnation now. Are you willing? I have already passed half of my lifespan. Plus the rampage of the nightmare suppression method before. The escape from the forgetful river. The turmoil of the big chun tree. And a series of other things. My lifespan is almost gone. You will die in reincarnation. Or like other creation spirits. You will undergo the heaven-slaying ceremony to become a creation spirit and witness the sudden death of your entire family. Yu Chaosher, the incarnation of heaven, is the only one. After ordinary creatures undergo the heaven-slaying ceremony, it will be transformed into the foundation to help you transform into a creation spirit. Facing Su Yan's secret finger pointing. The will of heaven. In an extremely human way. Complained first. The preset model may not be perfect. And there are still some flaws that need to be corrected. But I ask you, do you want to die in reincarnation? Or witness your family tree of past and present lives suddenly die together? If you choose neither, won't you end up in my delayed reincarnation? Su Yan's eyes widened suddenly. And he looked at the will of heaven with a look of astonishment. Ah, Master Tianyi, are you threatening me? Tianji shook his head and said lightly, I am just stating the facts and reasoning. Since you are not satisfied with my plan. But you can't make any constructive suggestions. Then when the plan has been implemented to this point, I will definitely not stop or delay the plan. In this case, I can only continue to deduce the preset and correct the facts I have ignored. Correct a little bit. Slowly rectify. And then strengthen internal and external management. Interrupt the spread of stereotypes and inertia. And the world will last forever. When Tianji finished speaking, the deduced world in its hand returned to the starting point and began to deduce again. The scene in the deduced world changes rapidly. Tianji strengthens internal management. There is no free lunch in the deduced world. Although there are many resources, you need to rely on your own efforts to obtain those resources. After countless deductions, the will of heaven itself actually fell into the inertia of thinking. To sum it up in one sentence, it is both a father and a mother to feed the creatures in the primitive fairyland. It feeds a large number of Hongming families. Now it has corrected the previous inertia of thinking, making the rarity of resources increase. And there will be no more pie in the sky in the world. The deduction world is developing normally and healthily. But after reaching a certain threshold, the atmosphere inside the world seems to have undergone some subtle changes. And the Hongming family that disappeared without a trace has reappeared. When the Hongming family appeared, the will of heaven immediately realized that something bad had happened. But it was impossible for it to castrate all the creatures in the Hongming realm directly. And some Hongming realm creatures already had a large family, or married, and had children before they were promoted. After all, for a normal creature to climb from the body refining stage to the Hongming realm, it is impossible without tens of thousands of years. And it is impossible for all of them to be like ascetics, and be single-minded and ignore everything during this period. Because the rarity of resources has increased. The Hongming creatures in various realms have become more ruthless in exploiting all living beings. The will of heaven stopped the deduction of the world and said calmly. At that moment, I even had the idea of castrating those Hongming creatures who indulged in promiscuity. Time and again, it exceeded expectations, making the will of heaven secretly angry. The evil and instinct that Su Yan added to the model were like a thorn in the flesh. Extremely difficult to deal with. No matter how the will of heaven changed the parameters, the deduction world eventually fell into the abyss of falling. Facing the secret anger of the will of heaven, Su Yan did not dare to talk rashly. He was really worried that the angry lord of the will of heaven would really modify the rules of the original will, and castrate all the beings at the Holy Spirit realm and above. Directly from the root, all the troubles that caused trouble were solved at once. That, Master Tianyi, how about you take a look at this new fusion model in my hand? Being watched by Tianji's will, Su Yan felt a little uncomfortable. He condensed a model composed of presets and parameters, and sent it to Tianji's will. The model Su Yan handed over was actually the one Tianji's will had given him before. Except that Su Yan slightly modified some parameters in it, introduced some variables, and changed the ending of the destruction of the world. Tianji took the model Su Yan handed over. And the time point in the deduction world was now. With the injection of Tianji's will, the time in the deduction world began to move forward rapidly. The Tianji in the deduction world showed its complete form, and its sharp 5 fingers pierced into the world of flesh and blood will, imprisoned the flesh and blood will, and began to slowly refine it into the original world. The flesh and blood world was swallowed by the original world. But in the parameter world set by Su Yan, the flesh and blood world swallowed by the original will was not refined into a resource belt. The primitive fairyland and the kingdom of flesh and blood coexist in parallel in the primitive world, whose size has increased. The two live in parallel. And the will of heaven performs a transformation on the flesh and blood creatures, weakening the pollution of some of the strongest flesh and blood. After a period of time, in the various civilizations of the flesh and blood world, a gaming device with the name of a game suddenly appeared. And in the primitive fairyland, a series of very strange fantasy worlds suddenly appeared. The creatures in the flesh and blood world can enter a world similar to the primitive fairyland through the gaming device. And the creatures in the primitive fairyland also get the ability to enter the dream of the flesh and blood world after going to a strange fantasy. The two illusions are still parallel, exactly the same as the reality. At this time, the Hongming family appeared inside the primitive fairyland with high resource rarity. They gradually stretched their hands into the pockets of the creatures, trying to greedily squeeze the creatures to satisfy their own thirst. And the creatures who entered the dream of the flesh and blood world, under the guidance of the Holy Mother Xiantong, attracted the tissue cells of the strongest people in the flesh and blood world. Some primitive creatures were polluted, and they gained the power of flesh and blood after they woke up. The oppression of the Hongming family came again, and the creatures who gained the power of flesh and blood chose to surrender to the enemy, and attracted the limited polluting beings in the flesh and blood world. Although the original creatures are not doing well, the flesh and blood creatures may not all be doing well. In addition, the two have a certain understanding of each other's world. As the door connecting the two worlds opens, the news spreads through dreams or game devices, and the two worlds are in chaos. For a while, they surrendered to each other and fought for hegemony. The creatures in the two worlds were in chaos. The Hongming family was troubled by the pollution source. The original creatures, who had long known that all living beings were suffering, ran away to the flesh and blood world early. It doesn't matter where you practice. If you don't stay here, there will be other places for you. Yu Chao, the Crimson King, the Dragon Girl, the Xiantong Mother Goddess, and the spirit of the Forgotten River hid in the dark, controlling and guiding the fusion of the two worlds, and took the opportunity to introduce the root iron law, merit and sin value in the world. High merit value does not necessarily receive rewards, but creatures with too high sin value will inevitably be entangled by the Xiantong Mother Goddess. The fusion of the two worlds was in chaos, and the will of heaven, which had not appeared at this moment, refined the will of the third world and put it into the fusion world. The original two-power competition suddenly became a three-way confrontation, and the three parallel parties cursed each other as extraterritorial demons. It couldn't be stopped at all, and the three worlds were connected to each other. Dreaming, game equipment, and spirit stones, three things with different power systems. Let everyone understand each other. Some creatures who were dissatisfied with their own world ran directly to the world they liked. The Hongming family cursed when they saw this. The place where the flesh and blood creatures passed by was not harvested for 3 years, and the primitive creatures either fainted or disappeared in the place where the spiritual creatures passed. The Hongming family wanted to block the gate through the world, but this was the handwriting of the will of heaven, and it was not something that primitive creatures could break. The members of the Hongming family could only form a defense line to drive out those ghosts that sneak back. The Hongming creatures fought with the flesh and blood strongmen. The spiritual creatures occasionally passed by and took a look, but because the spiritual creatures were pure spiritual energy without entities, they were immediately besieged by the Hongming strongmen and the flesh and blood strongmen as soon as they appeared. These spiritual creatures are also a disaster, which can cause the disappearance of real matter. Let them stay here for a while, and the territory in your world can disappear millions of miles out of thin air. The interconnection of the three worlds has become extremely lively. Such a chaotic situation among the three parties even attracted the indifferent spirits of creation to come out and watch. He looked at a mass of flesh tumor with a strange face, and ran past him with tentacles, and a large group of primitive creatures behind him were armed to the teeth and chased the flesh tumor with knives. Or 3 to 5 million spiritual interconnected bodies, chasing the primitive creatures in a panic, shouting, "Don't come over." And he didn't want to disappear from the material world out of thin air. In your assumption, after I devour the will of the world, I will isolate the world, and then intervene through the fundamental rules to make the creatures in different worlds undergo specialized transformation, limit the pollution of the flesh and blood world, and enhance the material devouring of the spiritual world. At the same time, let the primitive creatures have the vision to discover beauty and have no concept of reproductive isolation from the extraterritorial demons. The will of heaven looked at the deduction world. With the investment of the fourth pure water world, the raging flood caused a storm in the primitive, flesh and blood, and spiritual worlds. The sea level in various places once ran to the mainland, and the creatures in various places were helplessly drifting in their own houses. It's just a ridiculous world. And the rules are full of loopholes. The worlds repel each other. But the creatures know each other's existence, and what they need to bring to live in the other world. Su Yan's fox face showed a funny expression. And he said with some gloating in his tone. Anyway, as long as we prevent reincarnation from happening again, the world will go to extremes anyway. There's nothing wrong with making the world more lively. Right? After all, it's just a data deduction model. And no one knows the truth. I just put forward a possibility. If Master Tianyi doesn't like it, I'll think of a new one. The will of heaven has omniscience and omnipotence. But Su Yan knew it through a conversation with it. Its omniscience and omnipotence are aimed at primitive creatures and the interior of the primitive world. Things outside the cognition and domain are not omniscient for the will of heaven. But it still has omnipotence. Its strength is unimaginable. The will of heaven retracted its gaze and looked at the lively and even chaotic world in the palm of its hand. And a smile appeared on its body of change. So, tell me, what am I trying to do? Heavenswell looked at Su Yan and asked. Chapter 908. The matter is over. What is it? Seeing Master Tianyi speak, Su Yan tilted his head and looked back, his face full of confusion. What is Tianzi trying to do? Su Yan didn't know what it was thinking. Not long ago, he asked Master Tianzi about the grand plan. He was basically working hard all the time. But he didn't see what he could get in the whole plan. Su Yan asked Tianzi. And Tianzi said with great disdain, we are all different species. How can you understand what I am pursuing? Now Tianzi asked himself. What is it trying to do? Su Yan didn't know what it was thinking. So what am I after? The will of heaven repeated to Su Yan again. And a smile appeared on his face as he said. I have always wanted two things. The first thing is called the unknown. And the second thing is called a normal creature. Seriously speaking, I don't think I have ever introduced myself to you. I forgot my name. But I still remember that I was once a creature. When the will of heaven said this, Su Yan's brain crashed, and he stood there in a daze. I used to be a normal creature? Huh? Look at yourself. How much do you look like a creature? I am indeed a living being. But I have forgotten who I am. My past memories are too insignificant in front of the vast knowledge. And even my instincts as a living being have been covered up. The will of heaven spoke calmly, talking about his past, but I still vaguely remember that I became the only unknown in the world on an unknown road in the world. Wait, Master Tianyi. Wait a minute. Su Yan's heart suddenly jumped. His heart skipped a beat. And he felt a chill all over his body, as if something extremely dangerous was approaching. He now suspected that the existence in front of him, read as Master Tianzi and written as unknown, might be angry because of his previous words. I'm not angry. The will of heaven spoke slowly, pointing out what Su Yan was thinking at the moment, and said, no creature can stop me from doing anything I want to you. It's just because the preset model you gave me to do some things in the world, which made me suddenly feel something and think of some things in the past. I have only two things in my life. The first is to turn the unknown into the known. And this goal has been achieved for a long time. So much so that I have become the biggest unknown in the primitive world. And the second thing is to find the right, normal living beings. The will of heaven looked at Su Yan and said, what is a normal living being? Simply put, it is one that can resonate and empathize with me. I always feel that the creatures around me are weird. But what is weird? I didn't think deeply about it before, until I climbed to the top of the mountain in the past and thought about this question. It turns out that it's not everyone who is weird, but me. There is still space to climb on the top of the mountain. It took me a long time to climb up, and I created the rank of the spirit of creation. The reason is what I said about finding someone who can resonate and empathize with me. The will of heaven spoke calmly, without any emotion or disturbance. But in Su Yan's eyes, the will of heaven's body stopped changing, and a deep darkness spread from it to the outside world. Its form was also changing, and a large number of strange limbs that Su Yan could not describe grew on the surface of the will of heaven's body, which had previously maintained a human form. Su Yan stepped back subconsciously, and he always felt that the will of heaven was extremely strange now. In every reincarnation, a creator spirit can be born. They are the beings that have fought their way out of the siege among the billions of creatures in the current reincarnation. It's a pity. The creator spirits that I used to be able to talk to and empathize with have all left. These creator spirits that came later are weird. The shape of the will of heaven became more and more twisted and weird, and countless things similar to insect limbs broke out of its cocoon. Until now, I am still working to achieve the second goal, as long as the time of reincarnation is infinitely pushed forward. A creature with firm will, unique talent, and who can resonate and empathize with me will be born here. The firm will mentioned by the will of heaven here does not mean that there is really any perseverance. But I hope that this thing can last longer. At least it will not be there after a few reincarnations. Desperately thinking about escaping. The original will needs nutrients to grow. And the meaning of the existence of creatures is to evolve for the world's will. If there are like-minded people, it can grow faster by assisting the evolution of the world. So far, all these are done by the will of heaven alone. Later, it didn't care about it, and it was handed over to Yu Chao, the incarnation of heaven, to deduce the changes. At the same time, the top of the original will outside the domain twisted, and spirals rose up, entangled and merged with each other to form an upper body, with slender arms hanging down on the round sphere of the lower body, and eyes closed as if not fully awake. In the void, the deep darkness completely enveloped Su Yin. Su Yin only felt dizzy, as if he was back to the time when his fox mother was pregnant with him. When Su Yin regained his perception, there was no color around him. There were only two light shadows in front of Su Yin. One light shadow was humanoid, and the other light shadow was like a reptile. One limb pierced the other light shadow, but in some detailed positions. It can be seen that there are some chain-like things piercing the reptile's body on the humanoid light shadow. The humanoid light and shadow locked the reptile. The reason why the reptile's limbs pierced its body was entirely because the reptile wanted to break away from it. But it could not break free of the chains. After a long stalemate, the two became a chimera. Master Tianyi? Su Yin looked around and was silent for a moment. Then asked the strange chimera in front of him. "It's me. You are in my body now," the humanoid creature said slowly. "Now, is it considered a scapegoat?" Su Yin looked at Tianzi and asked, "By the way, I don't seem to have offended you." "Master?" Tianzi's words may be very mysterious. But after such a period of conversation, Su Yin can roughly see what Tianzi is like. In simple terms, it was born in an unknown place. But after it was born, it was very awesome. It quickly passed through the original world and beat the administrator Dao, and replaced it with confidence. Then it crossed its legs and prepared to find some people as awesome as itself to discuss the great cause. As a result, there are people as awesome as it, but they often don't live long. After tens of billions of years, they will feel bored and resign, and directly leave the position of the spirit of creation. As the Dao, the will of heaven may also be tired of the omniscience and omnipotence that all living beings think, and want to get out. But as the will of heaven, it has been trapped to death. It stole the power of the Dao, and it was trapped in certain restrictions of the Dao, and could not get out. After achieving its original dream, the will of heaven was trying to meet a confidant and a way to get out. Scapegoat? You have a great sense of humor. I've been laughing so hard that I can't stop. Heavens will retracted his gaze from the reptile, and looked at Su Yin calmly and said, "It's just that time has returned to normal flow, and the Emperor Wuxing has detonated the 5 earth veins to cause shock, forcibly activating the self-defense in my body. However, your perception of time has returned to normal, and it is indeed due to my arrangement. I need your help with something." Heavens will said to Su Yin seriously, "Your preset world is very bad, but there is something inside that touches me. Initiative for a fusion world." Su Yin looked at Heavens Will with a subtle look on his face and said, "I'm talking nonsense." The fusion world deduced by Su Yin is actually the same as Heaven's Will, except that the invasion is replaced by fusion. He did not solve any problems or issues in that model. What he did was to knead the dough, add more flour when there is more water, and add more water when there is more flour. Su Yan's goal was to belittle the will of heaven and stop it from fighting Yinglong. He also didn't want to be a busy slave in the will of heaven's ambition, who had no salary or vacation and couldn't resign. Now that he was suddenly praised by the will of heaven, Su Yin panicked. "It's not a fusion world. What I'm interested in is the appearance of the spirits of creation," the will of heaven said. "Except when they created the world, they basically didn't show up so neatly. Aren't you always belittling my plan? Now I'll give you a proposition. You will reshape a primitive fairyland that can surpass me, and is very lively according to your preset fusion world." While the will of heaven was speaking, Yinglong outside the domain and Wu Xingdi in the primitive fairyland almost launched a surprise attack on the primitive will inside and outside. And the chain connecting the will of heaven to the reptile also disappeared for a short time. The primitive will, which looked like a reptile, suddenly woke up and tried to break free from the will of heaven and regain independence. But the will of heaven raised his hand, grabbed the mouthparts on the face of the reptile, and used his arms to tear the reptile in half. White blood spilled in the space without the concept of color. The will of heaven tore the reptile apart and reshaped its body with its own power. A large amount of energy that was the same source, but more powerful than the reptile, was poured into the new body. The white box tied with countless chains floated in front of the will of heaven, whose body and light and shadow had faded away. At this moment, the will of heaven, who had successfully escaped, also appeared in front of Su Yin in its original appearance. The illusory female figure floated in the void. She had no other colors on her body, only deep black, and her body exuded energy that did not belong to the primitive world. The rest is up to you. The will of heaven removed the reptile and the chain, without even a trace of hesitation, and went straight out of the void, touched the sealed box, which contains the so-called omnipotent power of the original avenue. You have the qualifications to use it. The spirit came to the void and split into two. One spirit returned to the bamboo forest on the island of the void, and the other spirit disappeared directly in the primitive fairyland. So, what on earth in the fusion world touched Master Tianyi, prompting her to choose to escape from the position of the Great Tao without hesitation? In the white box in front of him, the seal suppressed the Great Tao will of the original world. It was seriously injured and dying, and had to fall into a deep sleep. But the white box contained the power of time and space. The original will was inside, and there was almost no possibility of awakening. But as long as the chain of the box was touched, the original will could be controlled in this way, thereby driving the omnipotent power limited by the will of the unique world. Su Yin looked at the white box, and then looked at Tianyi, who walked away without saying anything, and fell silent. Tianyi refined Tianyi into a tool. It's really something I have never imagined. I'm afraid I've only seen such a scene. So, what on earth was she thinking? Where did my nonsense fusion world touch her? After confirming that the white box was harmless, Su Yin raised his hand and placed it on the white box to find the words that Tianyi had not finished saying. The omniscient and omnipotent power was activated, and an indescribable pain came. A spherical hole suddenly appeared on Su Yin's chest, and dense pits and blood holes appeared on the originally fair skin, as if bitten by some poisonous insects. Su Yin groaned, and a strange perspective that was free from himself appeared in his eyes. He came to a gray world. Looking around, there was nothing, only some hazy light and shadow. After coming to this strange perspective, Su Yin finally knew where the wounds on his body came from. The originally spherical flesh and blood was violently destroyed by the will of heaven, and it was forcibly rubbed from the original round ball into an elliptical sphere. And this elliptical sphere was currently inserted into Su Yin's body. The dense blood holes on his body were also bitten out by the flesh and blood world before. But now the flesh and blood world has been ravaged by the complete form of the will of heaven. And the SHL of the whole world has been broken. And there are already air coming out and air coming in. The will of heaven is so terrifying. Su Yin pulled off the flesh and blood will on his chest, and the half-giant standing outside the world had a pair of fox ears on his head. 9 fox tails grew from the bottom of the sphere of the lower body and stretched forward, wrapping the original will sphere. On the outer SHL of the sphere, some fine matte scales also grew. Su Yin treated the injuries on his body, and did not pay attention to the strange changes in his perspective. Instead, he tried to find the reason and feeling of the will of heaven running away. Streams of information far more accurate than those of the 36 ghosts and gods poured into Su Yin's mind. Am I considered a child laborer? If I were a 9-tailed fox, I would have just crawled out of my cradle and was crawling around in the courtyard at home. Through the limited power of omniscience, Su Yin finally understood where the will of heaven had gone. He also knew why the will of heaven chose to escape after seeing the fusion world. In simple terms, the will of heaven had always wanted to be freed from the position of the Great Tao. But after it escaped, it actually had nowhere to go. The original world was so big for it, so it had actually been looking for a close friend who could get along with it. The creator spirit was the close friend it had found for itself. But the creator spirits were not resistant to creation. After 6 reincarnations at most, the creator spirits would become physically and mentally exhausted. The so-called dimensional war and delayed reincarnation were just for the will of heaven to find something for the creator spirits to do so that they would not want to leave because of their fatigue with the world. There are always things to do, and there are always new worlds for the creator spirits to vent. After Su Yin proposed the concept of fusion world, the numb mind of heavens will suddenly gain new inspiration and couldn't wait to try it. Heavens will cut itself into 3 parts. The first part is a white box, which contains the power of omniscience and omnipotence. The second part is the spirit body that fell into the bamboo forest of the void realm. This spirit body, which seals the power of the soul, and the power of the outside world of heaven's will, is its patron saint. And the last part of the pure soul was reincarnated after washing away the memory through the sanctuary of reincarnation. The proposal of fusion world is a variant of heaven's will's grand plan. The essence is to postpone reincarnation and devour the will of other worlds to make the world grow. Countless worlds merged with golden scales. Heaven's will has countless time to find close friends who are in tune with itself, smart, and have unparalleled talents. Its two major wishes in life are to explore the unknown and find some creatures who are very awesome when they are born like it. Heaven's will ran away. It gave the white box to Su Yan, allowing him to use the power of omniscience and omnipotence, and hoped that he could implement the so-called fusion world to make the world lively. It doesn't matter if it fails. It will wake up and come back when the world encounters a crisis of destruction. You left a bunch of mess to me, and you took on a new identity and disappeared. Do you still have shame? Su Yan, who learned the whole truth, subconsciously looked into the original fairyland. I have never seen such a willful person. Willful personality is not terrible, but it is terrible that it has the power to subvert. I said why you ran so fast. If I find you, I will beat you up and send you to Senior Zhu Yim to take a photo of apology. Chapter 909 Return. Let's start with the flesh and blood world. Only by letting the original will grow can we calm down the turmoil in the original fairy world more quickly. After learning about the will of heaven, Su Yan gnashed his teeth in hatred. But the most important thing at present was to clean up the mess of the will of heaven. In order to escape, it not only gave up defense and allowed the flesh and blood will to bombard it, but also allowed the Emperor Wuxing to detonate the veins of the five worlds, causing a turmoil in the fairy spirit, coupled with Su Yan's previous tree digging, and the matter of the spirit of the Wenchuan River and the Dragon Girl. The original fairy world was in a mess inside and outside. And if he continued to wait and see for a few more times, the pot would almost burn through. Su Yan swallowed and merged the broken flesh and blood world into the original fairy world. In the endless void, a space isolated from the original creatures was divided for the flesh and blood world. Huh? Did you lose? The flesh and blood world merged into the original world, and Yinglong also returned to the void world. But in the void world, the scene seen from Yinglong's perspective, the will of heaven was still sitting in front of the bamboo forest on the island in silence, and the body of the 10,000 changes showed no emotion. Yinglong slowly exhaled and sat up, looking at the will of heaven sitting upright, and was about to speak. But Su Yan's voice came from the body of the will of heaven. Come over here, ancestor. This body of the will of heaven is actually a door, and the real will of heaven has always been in the deepest part of the door. We were all deceived by it. The will of heaven rolled up its bedding and ran away, and we all became its pawns to escape from the position of the great Tao. Su Yan's voice full of complaints, and complaints came from the body of the will of heaven, saying, I have never seen such a thing that is so good at lying and deceiving. The will of heaven ran away. Yinglong heard the expression of the whole yellow dragon became extremely wonderful. You will know when you come. Su Yan did not stop correcting the turmoil in the original fairy world while talking to the ancestor. Su Yan, who was touching the white box, possessed the power of omniscience, which could provide him with all the knowledge and data support when he wanted. There are some powers or things that are unknown. As long as you think about it in your heart, something like instinct will tell Su Yan what to do. After dealing with the flesh and blood world, Su Yan immediately began to calm the aftermath of the earth vein shock, and then used the strength in nothingness and reality to pull back some creatures that had recently died in misfortune, and ordered Yu Chao to lead all the Hongming guardians under his command to rescue the disaster and extract some of the souls that had just arrived in Yudu. As the ancestor saw, the will of heaven ran away and left the mess to me. Su Yan, who was swinging on the white chain, said helplessly, do you think that our world will, which likes to cheat, lie and be willful, will enact laws to ban child labor in the future, or give child labor some compensation? You yourself said that it likes to cheat and lie. Don't believe a word of the nonsense from the will of heaven. Yinglong looked at Su Yan and the white box, and said with a little surprise, Will of heaven, how come the control of the world is handed over to you? Su Yan thought for a moment and said, it should feel that the world is safer in my hands. Right? After all, among the many creator spirits, or the 5 heavenly emperors and the Holy Spirit, it should be impossible to find someone with a better and more stable personality than me. After a moment of silence, Yinglong didn't know whether to praise Su Yan for his responsibility, or to be angry at Su Yan's merciless map cannon. But there was nothing wrong with what Su Yan said. Among the 5 heavenly emperors, the one with the best personality was Dong Wangong. But Dong Wangong was sometimes prone to anger. It would be a disaster for any unstable creature to gain the power of the great Tao. Even Yinglong herself did not think she had the ability to become the will of the world. She herself knew that she was vindictive, impatient, and had a collecting habit. If she took office, I'm afraid the entire primitive fairyland would become a garbage dump. Su Yin served as the acting will. On the first day of his tenure, he worked overtime for several months to calm the aftermath in various places, disband the Netherworld and awaken the 5 heavenly emperors, and then release the creatures detained in the Netherworld 10,000 souls banner by the will of heaven. Su Yan's mother-in-law, Ruinu's mother, as well as his sister-in-law and brothers-in-law were all in the Netherworld 10,000 souls banner. After Su Yan finished dealing with the things on hand, he directly brought Yu Chao over and asked it to clean up the other messes. After activating the function of the white box to search for enemies outside the domain, he was ready to go home. Su Yan got out of the white box and looked back at the white box before leaving. To be honest, the power of the will of heaven and the power of the Holy Spirit realm are not the same at all. It makes me feel itchy as soon as I exit the avenue mode. But that's all. Su Yan didn't even turn his head back, and directly opened a door that passed through the sky above Kunlun Lingshan. With a snow-white fox tail raised, he walked towards the space door. Su Yan's figure appeared in the sky, almost at the edge of the universe and starry sky, and fell straight down. In the sky, Su Yan could see the most prosperous regional scenery in the Western world at a glance. After several months of hard work, the original fairyland has not returned to its bustling period, but it is now back on track. Without the Netherworld and the corpse-reincarnated immortals, there are gradually more long-term rented shops on the streets of the new city. Su Yan looked at the scenery gradually falling, and Su returned to the Kunlun mountain. Little fox? The ant dragging a sack seemed to have noticed something and looked up at the sky. At a glance, she saw Su Yan with his limbs spread out like a flying squirrel, and his little bell dangling in the wind. The ant threw away the sack in her hand, raised her hand to make a hugging gesture, and hugged Su Yan, who was falling into her arms, and said, "We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Did you go somewhere to fool around? Nan Wu, that little girl, complained to me all day that you were nowhere to be seen. She said that she couldn't make an appointment to mate with you. I didn't go fooling around. I went to do serious things." Su Yan lay in the arms of the ant, with a lazy look on his face, lying on his back and stretching his waist, saying, "However, I will accompany His Majesty the Emperor Wusheng to unseal the Xiaoyu dynasty and welcome the princess. After that, I should be very free. By the way, Aunt, what's in your sack? It looks quite heavy. Why don't you put it in the storage ring?" "In the sack? I had an appointment with Big Fox and your Aunt Chi to play mahjong today. But I saw some people wearing gold and silver on the road, and I couldn't resist my old habit and took off all of them. It's so boring to put it in a storage ring. Later, I will hold you and throw the sack on the card table. It will be so much fun. You are worthy of being my aunt." Su Yan lay on my aunt's shoulder as usual, shaking his fox tail lazily. My aunt had a fox scarf on her shoulder and carried the sack in one hand to the fox mother's house. "By the way, I haven't tried your fortune-making fox skills for a while. You won't lose some of your eating skills as your cultivation increases, right?" "Not at all. I will definitely win. But when my mother hits me later, you have to help hold me back. Otherwise, I am such a big fox and I have to save face." "Sure.